and then he laughs kind of like as he's saying it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a bit anticlimactic, I have to say.
I
Still,
give it 2
better
Jar
meme
Jars
than
out
what
of
we have nowadays.
2 Jar Jars. Yeah, it's a funnier joke than we've ever made before.
You don't understand. He's beautiful.
The fan base are gonna learn to love him, you know.
They'll grow to appreciate what he does.
What it does. They're gonna appreciate what it does.
You won't accept Jar Jar, great. Then he destroyed the entire Galactic Senate. He installed Palpatine as a tyrant. That's what
See,
you
Jar
get.
Jar,
You pushed me too.
he pushed me too far.
The fuck?
Jar Jar saves the friggin'
Sequel
or
trilogy.
destroys the world out of spite because people were mean to George Lucas about Jar Jar.
Yeah, that's why the creation of it happened.
It's like
Yeah.
fuck. He's like, fuck you guys. I'm gonna make him the biggest shit than you ever seen
Jar Jar
before.
forever.
Jar Jar forever.
Jar Jar is inevitable.
Oh
Jar
god.
Jar is love. Jar Jar is love.
Just picture Jar Jar instead of Thanos. Meets are inevitable.
You saw
Snap.
it all over the galaxy, but you found nothing, only to come back to Misa.
Oh god.
Brought you back to Misa.
Only to find yourself coming back to Misa.
No, I just imagine like that would have been a George Lucas had directed 7, 8, 9, like Luke Skywalker. There would have been a scene where like a shadowy figure emerges out of the mist, and then like they pull the hood down, and it's Jar Jar, a wiser Jar Jar.
Oh
It's like
god.
Robot Chicken Jar Jar when he's torturing Anakin after Anakin turned into Darth Vader.
Well, you
Oh my
want to
God.
know something that would have happened if that had occurred? The lightsaber, and he would have fucking kept it. He wouldn't have tossed it over his shoulder. The devil, you know.
Where's that guy? That guy who likes to argue that prequels are actually perfect, and we all just misunderstood it.
Fuck.
Every time I'm in this chat, thank you for saying that, because like the last couple of times I've been in here talking, there's like I'm outnumbered like 4-1, where they're like talking about how every part of the prequels is great. Like, I hate Sand, genius romantic dialogue.
Oh my word! You're
This is
gonna
the
talk
weapon
to
of the
Skull,
Jedi
bro.
Knight.
Like Skull loves you.
He's the big number 3 defender.
He defends the sand, dude.
But that's what I'm saying. I think it was Skull. He was defending the Sandmark, and I'm like sitting here, and they're like, "You need to provide evidence that it's actually bad." And I'm like, "I'm stunlocked because I've never heard anyone claim it was good before." So like,
You're not alone.
I wouldn't say bad, I would say clunky.
Yes, it's the
Well,
delivery.
I thought about it more, and what it comes down to is a couple things. One, it completely hoses the pacing in the prequel movies. It's like a very jarring, like, slow section for a really long period of time. And then two, the chemistry between the actors is not good, and the deliveries are not good. And if someone wants to be like, "Hey, well,
And
this
on
is
top of
awkward
all of
scenes,"
that,
I'm like,
you also have the direction is terrible too.
yeah.
But yeah,
how-
he will argue the script is solid.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, go away, please. Like, shut up.
I'm glad
I
you have
wasn't-
to keep you warm
I
at
wa-
night.
I told Skull, dude, I wasn't that retarded when I was a kid. Look, I'm pretty retarded as a kid, but I remember walking out of that movie and going, wow, this is not a good movie. And it hasn't changed the more I've seen that movie as time has gone past. I still dislike it. You can argue how good or well written it is, it's just the execution means everything.
Well, they fall into like logically them being this is fine, and I was like, romance isn't necessarily like ultra logical, and I was at the point where I I do have partially prepared some like basic like body telling stuff to show you that the characters are not signaling they're into each other. That like I've intuited, but I know people won't believe me when I just say that. So it's like, oh well, they're awkward teenagers, and I'm like, that's not what.
Oh my
That's
No,
not what I'm
just
seeing.
I've just given up. I've just given up.
I'm seeing negative chemistry is what I'm seeing.
That's what I'm seeing. Like I hate sand is maybe an argument that could lead to like them like possibly the relationship falling apart, and then maybe I could defend it. But like,
What the fuck?
like you know what I mean? Like,
They basically got me into a position where I would admit that episode 3 is as good as or better than Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, no, I can at least acknowledge that. And Return of the Jedi, yeah, totally, yeah.
I'm okay
totally.
with it. Yeah.
Like
Return
of the Return of the Jedi has a lot of problems in it too of the OT.
Yeah.
And Revenge of the Sith is by far the best of the prequels. It's
definitely. I agree to that.
It has a lot of problems, but it's kind of enjoyable in its own kind of sloppy way.
Yes. But if you're
it has some really good moments too, which is kind of what they fixate on.
Yeah. Well, it has some memeable moments. Like I remember part of what even turned me around on it. It's gonna sound stupid, but me and my friends watched the Japanese dub.
Hello there, Roger.
Of all three, and Revenge of the Sith. The Japanese dub, when they reach that stupid final fight scene, both voice actors are in 1000% ham mode. It's incredible.
That's great.
They're just hamming it up like it's like the sloppiest anime you've ever seen, and I'm clapping.
I'm thinking the one.
Yeah.
They
all overacted. It's great.
Why did you go Japanese?
Aniki-san, omae wa no, what's Ani-kun.
What the fuck?
Just imagining them saying shit like that, like dying, burning Anakin saying "urusei" and like "I want you to die." What's "die" again in Japanese? I forgot.
Yeah.
I hate you. I got it. Oh shit! What the fuck happened?
Speaking of the prequels, I'm starting with the prequels on the game.
Oh shit!
What?
Playing Jar Jar's Jar Jar Jar.
Jar.
Did you all have a stroke?
What are you doing?
I'm playing Lego Star Wars.
Why are you not playing the movie games, bro? They're so cool, guy. Play episode 1 of Phantom Menace, the video game, okay?
Is there
It's a
one?
funnier game. Yeah.
Hidden Child, Crouching Menace.
Okay,
It's the
Crouching
one where
Tiger.
you have the worst final fight with fucking Darth Maul, and you just want to die.
I wish when Thanos snapped, he did make snazzy little bad hand, you know?
What? Give
Still,
like a
stank on
game
it.
pose before snapping his fingers.
Yeah. I wanted him to snap like a black woman.
What
He
the,
did like a
what the fuck?
He's like, ew. You know?
That's what I would have wanted. I think that's probably the only flaw in in-game.
No, that fancy Thanos snap.
No black woman snap for Thanos.
Girl. What does it?
Girl, you're about to
Oh,
get
man.
canceled.
Is it only on the 3rd snap that it would have gone off? Like if he didn't finish the sequence, he was screwed.
Yeah,
Like,
put a little
Thanos.
choreography in it. Like start at the right, come to the left, and then bring it down.
And
Three
like
snaps.
Thor's like deep into his chest, and he's just like, girl.
Girl, you could have gone for the head.
Why didn't he? Stupid Thor.
I don't know. I really don't actually, because that's the way they wrote it.
Yeah, it's what the script said.
Yeah, I don't know why you didn't go for the arm. If I mean, I think it's pretty reasonable with that hammer. He could have just gone straight through Thanos' arm, right?
Is that an axe? It's an axe, right?
Yeah, the axe, Stormbreaker.
Stormbringer.
Oh, gameplay options.
We was
What the
storms.
fuck? There we go.
You wanna select the no prequels option in the settings. You get to the good stuff, you know.
The prequels is the good stuff. What the fuck are you on about?
You want to get to the censor Jar Jar option down there under visual settings.
You want to get to the bit where you choose Jar Jar as being the funniest character.
Where the
there
fuck?
in the phone.
Yeah, there's never
They
been a
were
funnier character in
jerking
Star Wars.
themselves off in the other chat last night. I've been here the whole time, but I did see they were watching like Andor season 7. They were all fucking like look at each other and fucking rub each other's shoulders and shit.
What the fuck?
I've heard that the new Andor season, the last few episodes were quite strong. So I can only assume.
I don't
that
know.
they're
I
really
haven't
happy.
seen it. I just know there's some fucking people that take it very seriously.
I mean, I haven't seen a single episode of any Star Wars shows after how
Yeah.
bad the sequels were.
You're a good Christian, man. I want you to
Because
know
You have a pattern recognition software in your brain that's
yeah, that's
Good.
pretty much what it
I
is.
want to listen
And like,
to that voice.
and my pattern recognition software is telling me that Andor is probably okay, but it's like, oh, so you
My
gotta see
pattern-
it.
my
I'm like,
pattern
why would I
recognition
see a show that's
software is-
okay?
Yeah, it's my pattern recognition is telling me it's probably about as good as Rogue One.
Yeah, which is fine. I liked Rogue One, but I'm not gonna go out of
I
my way
didn't.
to like see it.
Yeah, I didn't like Rogue One.
I didn't either.
I
Yeah.
don't. The only character I can even remember being a character is the droid.
Asian guy for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, the droid is a character. I thought the Asian just fit the whole boring, like, he's a monk, you know?
He has a staff. His character has a staff on him.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
exactly.
I totally understand like not liking Rogue One. I'm not gonna defend the movie.
Yeah,
there's people
I've
who
seen
get
it
angry
multiple
because
times,
I
and it's
don't
like a fucking mind virus. Like I can't remember shit about it. I don't know why. Like after I watch it, a week goes by and it's fucking
Do you
gone.
remember the rape tentacle?
Oh god.
No, I don't. I don't remember that at all.
What's wrong with you? That's the best part of the movie.
Sorry. When I say like I kind of liked Rogue One, I'm placing it on like a vaguely the same level as a random Jason Statham
It
movie.
didn't. Yeah,
Well,
it didn't like
where-
cause you pain. It's just like
it's the-
there it is.
It's the best Disney
Rogue One.
Star Wars product.
Oh
from what
yeah,
people say.
yeah.
In full,
Uh, Yeah. Well, I mean, because the thing is, like, I hated Episode 7. I really disliked Episode 8, and I thought Episode 9 might have been the worst movie I've seen in my entire fucking
I'm
life.
not gonna be one of this guy that's sort of revisionist history. Like when Episode 7 came out, you know, The Force Awakens, I was like, I'm fine
Meh.
with this retread. but
A lot of my friends
There you
were,
go.
and I remember being the weird one out that thought it was really rough. I was
Well, yeah,
really
You
unhappy
probably would
with
have
it.
said things, and I would have agreed with you. I'm like, this is a little rocky, but let's see where we go. Like, you have to nail the next movie. You have to
Well-
wow me, and
well,
they
I-
certainly did wow me.
Well,
They certainly did. Wow,
the
I
problem
was not expecting the Last Jedi of all.
Oh, I can
No,
actually
no,
kill
no,
Obi-Wan? What the shite?
Well, part of the problems is that like so going into that movie is that I hate J.J. Abrams with 20,000 burning suns, and I
Well, yeah,
hated
I'm
him
not a fan
for
of
over
JJ.
a decade.
He fucks
no.
Trek up super bad. Like the
No,
Wrath of Khan.
he fucked up the end of Lost. I will never, ever,
Oh, yeah.
ever
He
forgive
fucked up
what
everything
happened
from
in Lost.
Lost from after the season 1.
Yeah. Exactly. And so, like-
it's Jar Jar.
Yeah, and so when I was watching
Didn't
the
have enough Jar
episode
Jar in this
7,
movie.
when I was watching episode 7, I was like really pissed off because I was like, what the fuck is this? I was like I didn't understand where you were supposed to go from there. And they're like, oh, we can do stuff from there. And I was like, what? What can you do from here? Like, I don't understand. Like,
Make
Betrayed,
Return of the
wandering around
Jedi.
like unluck, you just gotta have a car accident.
You can make Return of a Jedi from that.
No, yeah, I never watched
I remember my hot take was I said it was worse than any of the prequels. I was very angry, and I think Phantom Menace is ass. But I was like, Phantom Menace built a lot
Phantom
of
Menace is
interesting
not
things
ass.
up.
What the fuck? It's
Phantom
actually
Menace is
the
not
better
good.
of the
The
prequels.
best part of
No.
Phantom Menace is
Yes,
No.
it is. It has the least flaws.
Phantom Menace?
Does that make
Yeah,
it better?
Phantom Menace has the least of the flaws in this in the
It-
prequels.
Dude, I'm gonna just say midichlorians and that's the end of the discussion.
Mm,
I think it has
irrelevant. That's the end of the discussion.
significant
They don't ruin
No.
anything.
It's
I
shit.
don't know if it has the least amount of flaws. I would say probably
Out of all the
episode 3
prequels,
has
yes.
less flaws.
Because if you think about it, all the problems with the prequels come with Attack of the Clones.
Keep your
No.
concentration here
Yes.
now, where it belongs.
I disagree.
Master Yoda said
Name a
Yeah.
problem
I
that the
disagree.
Phantom Menace causes.
Pace.
Be mindful
Well, we
of
said
the
midichlorians
force.
is definitely
Midichlorians
one.
do not
Dude.
affect anything.
They do. The fact that the Force is a physiological thing pisses me absolutely off. It should not be. It should just be this absolute like non-corporeal force.
Why?
The fact that it's
Episode
measurable
1
now,
doesn't
it's
have
just
red
stupid.
pill Yoda. Yoda doesn't get
Literally,
red
they
pill
gave
Yoda.
us a unit of measurement of how much force power someone has. That's it.
Yeah, it measured their force potential, which is annoying. It wasn't even like
Yeah.
a power level thing like Dragon Ball. I think
Yeah.
it was like
It's not that
like,
it causes the force. Like so
It
many
is a
people
power level thing,
misunderstand.
but, like,
It's literally
Anakin has more midichlorians than even Master Yoda.
BRB.
yeah.
so.
Okay.
So I mean, okay, I think I like Phantom Menace better than the Clone Wars. But
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
just because like I'm trying to remember like these both of the movies have large swaths of what I call really fucking boring, and not entertaining. And it's not like, well, they're setting up for something good. No, they weren't. And because there are parts of the Phantom Menace I like. I do like the stupid pod racing stuff. I know it's dumb, but
No, I'm
I
fine with
like
the
it.
pod racing stuff is like inoffensive, you know. It's like
I,
here's
I found it kind of sick. So, like,
Yeah.
there's stuff like that I enjoyed. Like the stupid throne room fight in Phantom Menace is pretty cool. Like,
Yeah.
the-
that's 20 minutes
yeah.
at most.
Yeah.
You know.
But it comes down to like Clone Wars also has like everything to do with the romance scenes. Made me want to blow my brains out. So
Also,
don't
it
like
damages
Count Dooku. Like,
Obi-Wan. It
anytime we
damages
spend with
Qui-Gon.
Count Dooku,
Sorry,
it's like-
Qui-Gon. I meant Anakin.
What?
Attack of the Clones damages Obi-Wan and Anakin. Really,
Yeah,
a
it
lot
does.
more than the Phantom Menace does.
yeah.
Like most of the problems we have with Anakin is because of Attack of the Clones, not Phantom Menace.
Well, I think Phantom Menace is the reason that Attack of the Clones is the way it is as a setup.
No, that's like blaming The Force Awakens for
How do you think
TLJ.
this trade viceroy will deal with the
No,
Chancellor's demands?
it's like blaming
These
TLJ,
Federation
blaming
types are
TLJ
cowards.
for Last Skywalker.
Negotiations will be short.
When they finally begin, you mean? Is it in their nature to make us wait this long?
Whatever.
Like they had a
Well,
limited amount of
I
time
sense
in
an
three
unusual
movies,
amount
and
of
they
fear
wasted
for
a
something
large
as trivial
portion of
as
that
this
time
trade
on
dispute.
nothing.
I mean, in the 3 sequel movies, like, wait, sorry, I'm slightly distracted. The sequels or the prequels?
We're talking about the
Well,
prequels.
no, I just made an analogy that he said that the Force or the Phantom Menace, you can't blame the Attack of the Clones on the Phantom Menace because that's like blaming the Last Jedi on the Force Awakens, and I said no, it's like blaming the Last Jedi or blaming the Last Skywalker on the Last Jedi.
Yeah.
It's like
the
you-
Rise
you
of Sky.
spend-
No,
you
blaming
spend
the
like
Rise of
2
Skywalker
hours-
on the Last Jedi
you
makes
spend
complete
2
sense.
hours,
That
and
didn't
all
sound
you
good.
have established is Anakin.
Dioxis.
Well, no, they established also the world and why the war is starting in the first
The
place.
world is already established.
No, it needs to be established because it's a new fucking government
What's
altogether.
up, niggas?
Yo, welcome back. The world is already established in the original trilogy. Like you can establish the world, but that's not enough. for a fucking 2-hour movie, having like this is Anakin as a little boy, and then there's a galactic senate.
I'm not gonna make
just
an
because you found it
objective
boring
reason for
doesn't
why
mean
I
it's
dislike it.
bad.
There's nothing that happens, and so Attack of the Clones is in a position where it has to do all this bullshit, whereas all of this shit should have already been set up to where we can just have the fucking Clone Wars movie.
No, there is no rule that it has
Clone
to
Wars
do
happens,
that.
It begins at the end of the second film and ends at the beginning. And it's a fucking over.
I'm
That's how you get out of the Clone Wars.
I'm gonna pull a fast one here on you,
The
Worm.
Clone
I'm
Wars
actually gonna
would have been
agree
an
with
excellent point in which you could have established Anakin Skywalker as a character and put him in morally gray wartime situations that make his turn to the dark side a lot more steady and consistent in terms of
But
getting
that's
him,
not because
edging
of
him closer and closer to the
that's
lead.
not because of the Phantom Menace.
here,
The Phantom Menace
by the way.
introduces Anakin in the world and the status
I'm gonna
quo.
agree with Leo in the sense that I don't think Episode 1 was in any position to kind of like establish anything real. It would have helped if it did, but like it shouldn't really have established it. But I'm just gonna put this out there, Leo. Delta. I'm not gonna give objective reasons why I dislike Episode 1, so just throw that out of a fucking window, okay? It's subjective reasons. Midichlorians, wasted Qui-Gon, the stupid battle droids getting destroyed, like shutting down after one of the fucking things get destroyed. You know what was the last one that I
I just don't
had?
understand this argument where we have a
Wait,
new
hold
hope,
on.
establishes
And Kid-
the universe, starts.
Kid
So
Anakin-
wait, can you rewind the last argument that you were trying to explain to me that is subjective? Because I was trying to focus on the game. What?
Oh, I said I'm not going to make an objective statement. My issues with Phantom Menace is purely objective. So I'm not going to argue that, okay? I'm
Okay.
not going
Purely
down that
subjective.
road. My reasons are purely subjective. And I think the biggest one is Kid Anakin. I never wanted to see Kid Anakin.
That's fine. But I don't think it. I again, I would like to hear some criticism of the Phantom Menace that actually damages the setup, because Phantom Menace is the setup. The same way The Force Awakens is the setup for the sequel trilogy. You cannot blame the failure of The Last Jedi based on the setup from The Force Awakens. I'm not saying the setup in The Force Awakens was amazing, but you had more to do than just The Last Jedi.
I think you had more to do, but I felt like I felt like the entire premise of how they basically returned everything into the rebellion in one very slapped together movie was beyond amateurish,
Yes.
and it made like no sense, because
I
like
do
as much
agree.
as Metachlorians is bad and not good in the Phantom
Why is it
Menace, I
bad,
think
though?
Phantom Menace.
But again, you haven't explained why it's bad.
Okay. Well, I thought we explained why it was bad
I
earlier.
don't want
where
a mystical
I
force to
asked,
be
all you said
measurable.
was that
makes it bad.
like just because it gives us a counter of power. Basically, the whole point of the midichlorians is to
a power of genetic potential when it's something that's supposed to be much more mystical,
not-
spiritual.
No,
and it
that's not my.
materializes
Yeah,
it.
this,
no.
I don't like the
Okay,
genetic potential.
okay. Let me explain to
But
you.
again, I was like, I need to stop saying things so my point can get derailed, because that wasn't my point. I was saying except for that, and then you go, wait, actually, let me argue on that one point that had nothing to do with what you were going to
Well,
say.
you argued midichlorians.
No, I was saying outside of this
It's
one
one of
area, this is how I feel about it. And then you say, actually, you shouldn't feel that way about midichlorians. The whole thing, the whole setup is amazing.
I asked you
And I'm
what's
like,
the
oh,
problem. No. I asked you what's the problem. You said midichlorians.
The problem is that
Well,
this
no,
technology to
no.
measure this force sensitivity wouldn't have disappeared to the OT, and this technology is never mentioned ever again
write
in
down-
OT.
I'm going to write down what my original argument
The
was.
entire galaxy.
I
would
know
have
what your
forgotten.
original argument is. You're arguing that the
What was my
midichlorians
original
make the
argument?
force more of a
Nope.
biological thing.
Nope.
Then yeah, that was your
No, my
argument.
original argument had nothing to do with metachlorians. I was trying to compliment the Phantom Menace. I was trying to compliment the Phantom Menace, and I said, except for metachlorians, and then you said, actually, metachlorians are goated. And I'm like, oh, okay.
I'll go
like,
over the stream. Hold on. I'll rewind in the stream and double check. Cause
okay, go for it. Like, Like, I know I said except for midichlorians, and I was about to make a point which I never got to make.
Can you remember what it was?
Yeah.
All right.
I was gonna say a lot of the world building setup in the Phantom Menace, I felt did a good job of building the world and explaining what the world looked like pre kind of the weird rebellion empire era and setting up the Republic. I think they did a solid enough job in the Phantom Menace of laying a lot of the groundwork for what the Star Wars world looked like before that. And it seemingly made sense. There wasn't anything that was too like stupid or like weirdly connected. Like some of the stuff with the trade war, like it makes sense. I don't know why you would put that in a movie like that, but okay.
I just rewatched.
Jar
You
Jar's
said
annoying.
you said that the midichlorians are bad.
Jar Jar.
No, you got to go back earlier because I said
154. Oh wait, shit. Wait, let me replay it to you on microphone. This is gonna be awful for the stream.
Do we have a stream somewhere? Like,
go click on my profile, and there should be my YouTube channel in my description.
I mean, one of the best parts of the Phantom Menace is when Yoda's like, "Eat dogs, fuck cats."
give me a sec. I'm gonna mute this.
Look. I will say this: Yoda is pretty dope. In Phantom
Red
Menace, 'cause
Skull
he's still a
Yoda is
puppet.
kind of like
He's-
the best
he-
thing, though.
He's still a puppet. Like I do love when Puppet Yoda is like, "Yeah, I'm fucking this kid." Kid
Oh,
raped,
God.
bitch. Qui-Gon, full of shit you are.
Leave me alone with the young one now, you will.
Touch him, you must
Yoda.
not.
Space
Anakin,
Pope
come
I
with me
am.
to soundproof room.
Space Pope I am. And he starts to go like, what planet for you are from? You said.
Most people don't like Yoda taste that.
Ketamina, bro.
How you feel about pickled cucumber?
Okay. Okay. I checked my exact
Yoda
wording.
baby pickle.
I just checked my exact wording. As I said, as much as the midichlorians were bad in the Phantom Menace, and I was about to continue, but by saying as much as they were bad, I feel like that's kind of implying like an exception. Like,
Yeah, but
I got immediately
Are we
jumped on.
recording
but the
each
problem is
other?
you're going over a point that you still haven't clarified why they're bad. And that's when you started going on about the biology and the midichlorians aren't explained amazingly, but based on the explanation, all we can draw from the Phantom Menace is that the more force potential you have, the more midichlorians you attract. You're like a light and you're surrounded by moths.
But you know what?
Why have that in the first place? Why
To
even
To
have
gauge
that?
Get
the
it right out of
power
your
of
mouth
a
is
force
what I'm gonna
user.
have to do.
No, why input that in as part of your world? Why? I
To
don't
gauge the
understand
power
that.
of a force user.
No, that's for what purpose? What like it's
You already
gauging magic.
have what
Because they
do
don't-
is
because they-
establishing power.
if you
They're
think
never
about
mentioned
it, the
in-
Jedi-
you already have in the prophecy.
Well, that's the no. We're not even talking about the prophecy. Like, if the Jedi Council or the Jedi Order in general does not have the manpower to train every single potential Force user, so if they have a low midichlorian count compared to other candidates, why train the low one when you can have the higher midichlorian count one? Because they have more potential from the get-go.
Now. See, I'm rolling my eyes now during this because I'm like, why
South
even have
African
that?
eyes.
Because
Yeah,
they don't
my
have the
South African
manpower.
No, why even have that even in the story? Why? See, my
The
problem
What
only
is it
purpose
damaging?
That midichlorians serve is essentially to measure Anakin. Oh, he's got
It's ma-
crazy eyes. And you can do that via the prophecy. You don't need the
Well,
midichlorians.
you can do it by
You-
vibes in the Force.
Mm.
You can just have
It's-
them intuit from the Force that they're more powerful or they have more potential.
You
You don't need to have
the
it.
pod race. The pod race is like, this guy's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, he's got to
So
have.
for me. So for me.
Qui-Gon can simply sense it. He's like, I sense like a disturbance in the Force coming from the side.
But they
You don't
only
need, he's got the big bacterias.
For me,
But
it's
Qui-Gon doesn't
damaging
check
the
for
Force.
midichlorians until Anakin talks about the pod racing and everything. It's later that he checks how much midichlorian counts
He
he
does it
has.
right before the pod race,
doesn't
like the night
need to.
before. Yeah.
Yeah,
for
but
me,
not
it
ever
damaged.
mentioned
but
again, it's
Anakin
not
already
relevant
claimed he
anymore.
raced.
Nothing to do with nothing.
So for me, the midichlorians damages the Force. That's what it does. It damages the Force as a concept
How?
by making it boring.
No,
By
because it
making
makes
it
it more
a measurable
scientific and less true.
substance. I do not
It
want a
makes-
measurable substance. I want something that is more spiritual, more intangible, more non-corporeal, something that is more done through thought and feeling as opposed to through measurable science. I don't want that. That's one thing that attracted me in the first place in the original forms. You have this
It's the
very
Eastern
odd,
mysticism.
intangible. You have this intangible thing that Yoda and Obi-Wan describe, that you don't have some sort of connection towards any type of materialism or
It does
material
mimic the, like
faculty.
Han Solo's lines where he's like, Obi-Wan, this weird old religion. Like he's a weird buffoon. He's like, yeah, well, you can measure my fucking religion.
Oh, dude,
Can
it
measure
sounds a
my-
lot like Scientology, is what it fucking sounds like. It's like the what do we call
I
it?
get that you
The levels?
preferred that the Force was more mysterious instead of them giving
Yes,
us
and
a.
that's my statement.
Yeah,
That's my
yeah.
stance. That's my statement.
Okay,
Yeah.
but I still don't see
it
the
was
damage
based
it
on
causes
Eastern
by
mysticism.
having that.
Sorry.
Well,
Well, that's fine. You don't have to. I'm not asking you. I'm
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
what
yeah.
I prefer. Yeah.
he's saying it caused subjective damage, not that it's illogical.
Fair enough.
Like it's not that,
Oh.
and that's why I was trying to avoid that and compliment the fact that I felt that the Phantom Menace, even for me outside of that one area, I felt did a strong job of setting things up for the sequels.
There's a
For
lot
the
about the
prequels.
Phantom Menace I like. The parts about Phantom Menace I like is the practical effects mixed with the CGI effects that they did a lot of effort in. I like the combat. Say what people want. Of course, I love the lightsabers, swooshy swooshy. I love the robot designs in it. It's really great. I love the new planets. Apart from Tatooine, like Naboo is really cool and interesting, and obviously Coruscant. This is the first time you get to see Coruscant in the films, and I was like, it's fine. It's not amazing, but it's fine. I would have loved to see a lot of that. So there's a lot pros to
When you
Phantom
get
Menace,
Jar Jar,
but I'm
don't
not gonna
leave out
give
the
it.
When Jar Jar comes out.
Fuck Jar Jar. I did like the underwater city. Like Otogongo was
Yeah.
like actually a cool concept. I actually like that. And also by the way, the planet core thing. I'm just not gonna anyway. Alien planet.
EFAP already went over this.
Sure, I didn't watch that EFAP, but
I
whatever.
watched it multiple
can-
times. That debate was so fucking horrible from the people from the side that tried to make the Phantom Menace sound horrible.
So I didn't find it horrible, but if you're gonna say that if I have to rank order of the prequels, it's gonna be the third one. What's it called? Revenge of the Sith is at the top. Then it's Phantom Menace, and then way at the bottom it's gonna be fucking Attack of the Clones.
I would argue objectively it would be Phantom Menace, Revenge of the Sith, and then Attack of the Clones.
I don't like it when you do that, man. But okay.
Well, yeah, Phantom Menace
agree.
has the least flaws. Revenge of the Sith has the second least flaws. And the
Okay, so
reason why it has
objectively
flaws in the
from a
first place is
full-
because of
Just a
Attack of the
gut check
Clones.
for me, I feel like Phantom Menace has more flaws than Revenge of the Sith.
So
I'm
gonna
all
accept
ears.
That I'm gonna accept that objectively it has less flaws.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it a better film.
Mm.
Having less flaws doesn't make it a better film.
Yeah, that's true too.
Mm,
If the
I'm not
flaws are
going to
minor, but you
secede
have
on
giant
that
plot
one.
holes in the other one, you know, there are other elements you can.
It
you can
having
mention.
objectively less flaws does not objectively make it a
Revenge of
better
the Sith
film.
has more story flaws compared to Phantom Menace, though.
Okay.
And that damages the
But is it a
story.
more- Does it have more engaging story? Probably.
But are you arguing subjective or objective? Because you cannot just keep fucking jump roping the
I
fucking
think
line
in this
between the
case
two.
I will jump into your objective.
It's not my
objective,
objective. I haven't once mentioned whether I like it or not. I'm talking about
I'm
what
not
it
saying
did.
that you are objective. I'm saying into what you want me to do, and that's jump into
For the
objective
record,
ring.
No,
I
but you
like,
keep jump roping the
Phantom
line
Menace. I
between
like it.
subjective and objective when you're talking about this, and it's
No, I'm almost all the
annoying
time
me.
subjective, and now I'm jumping into the objective ring. So I'm here. I'm here. I'm in the ring.
Okay.
Ding ding. What do you want? Me to do?
Okay, give an objective criticism if you're in the objective side of criticism now.
Of what? What do you want specifically? Because I said it's more engaging a story.
But that's a
So,
subjective
engaging-
claim.
Well, you can say
Engagement
that
is
it has
subjective. I could say I
objective-
found it boring. That's the opposite of engaging.
Well, not between
I
just
mean,
you
I
and
can
me.
play you.
I would say it's objectively more engaging for the most audience members.
No, you cannot make
And we
such a
can
fucking
find ways to
statement.
measure that. We can find ways to measure that.
You can measure it objectively, but you're measuring a subjective state. You
Sure,
I-
sure, but like a lot of that's going to come down to it, because otherwise it's like, oh, I want you to criticize Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Why do you not think it's the greatest work? Why do you not think it's amazing? You need to objectively tell me why Twinkle Twinkle Little Star isn't amazing. It's like,
if I have objective reasons, sure, but if I don't have any
Well,
objective reasons, I'll stick to my
I'm saying
subjective
it's
and
a
I'll
big
not.
devil's proof.
But-
I can't prove something that is inherently subjective.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you found Revenge of the Sith far more entertaining or engaging than Phantom Menace, you're still arguing your feeling. While
Yeah,
I'm saying
obviously.
Phantom Menace is more consistent and damages the story less than Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith has issues that passed from Attack of the Clones, on top of basically making Anakin's turn to the dark side extra fucking rushed and lacking the backbone for his decision.
I guess the most objective thing I can throw out for enjoyment of the film would probably be people's reactions and scores.
But again, you're literally making a fuck. I forgot what the fallacy is called, but basically you're making a claim that everybody likes it, therefore bad, therefore it's good, and the other one's bad. It's
There is
the whole
amount of Jar Jar in Return of Revenge of the Sith.
Is that a pro for you, man? Is that a?
I don't know. Maybe Delta, he likes the Jar Jar. He's like, this has got.
I don't
more
like Jar Jar.
You never know. Maybe he loves Jar Jar. Yeah, actually.
No, I don't like Jar Jar, but it doesn't bother me to the point that I will fucking hate the character. I just don't care about him.
Screaming Jar Jar is Jar 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 right now.
You don't find him obnoxious as a character.
Yeah, I find him obnoxious, but that's how I feel about him. Story wise, he's just clumsy. Like,
to some point, the character being clumsy or kind of like being pushed in the story has to kind of damage the quality of the story.
It does a little, but it depends on what the character does specifically to push the story.
And how obnoxious he is in the runtime he is in it.
Him being obnoxious doesn't damage the story. It damages the mood of. It can damage the mood of some viewers, but it can also improve the mood of some viewers. That's why it's a subjective argument that holds no weight.
Did people like that? Wait, actually, this is something I do want to know. Were there people who enjoyed Jar Jar as a character?
When I was a kid, I didn't like Jar Jar. I liked Darth Maul.
There have
That
been
was the
people on record saying they did not mind Jar Jar. I personally don't care, and there are people that hated it, like hated the character.
Said they liked Jar Jar. It's like we don't like and don't care.
You can find people that liked Jar Jar the same way you can find people that hated him.
They're out there. They're probably.
I'm not one of them, but that's not why I'm arguing Jar Jar. It doesn't damage the story.
He does damage the story. His comedic bullshit actually takes away the sake of the fight. in the field on Naboo.
I will agree that it ruins
Like, he could
pacing.
be
That's a good
serious
criticism.
existential threat for the Gungans, and he's going,
But all
It's
of them
the
do.
lack of seriousness of the character, even in the situation in which he partakes in.
And then you got goofy Anakin Skywalker, like, oh,
You cut out.
Only
You
to a
have
degree.
goofy Anakin
That's-
Skywalker, and then you cut off.
climax.
I'll try spinning. That's a neat trick.
Yeah, the only.
What's the
serious
problem
part
with that
actually
line?
maintains its stake
No,
in
it's
the
just
third part of
silly.
the act is
Okay,
the
it's
the
silly.
lightsaber
So
fight.
what?
It damages the
It's silly.
tone.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. It's not that bad of a line the way he executes it in the fucking moment.
Oh, can I? I know you're saying it's not that bad, but why do I feel that's so disingenuous?
I'm not being
Like-
disingenuous. I'm asking what's so wrong with the line? Like, how does it
We have
ruin
a
the
cartoon
tone?
rabbit doing
How
dances
it's
and stepping
executed.
into next to the slave colony.
Well, he's still a
He's stupid
well,
doo-doo.
he's still a kid, so he didn't have much of a slave life, really.
Just a little slavery.
Just a little slave, just enough.
Also,
It's a
Watto.
little-
Also, we don't see Watto abuse the fuck out of Anakin.
Hmm?
Actually,
No,
that
no.
would be a criticism for Anakin's like.
We don't
The
know
whole
if he's
problem.
ever abused Anakin.
We don't get to see him being abused, though. That's a problem.
But even in the scenes we do see him with Watto, Watto doesn't like mistreat him. He actually lets him take a day off early.
Yeah. He's actually kind of nice.
If you don't
Like,
think a violation
that-
of child labor
that
laws
fu-
is mistreatment of children,
That's a problem towards Attack of the Clones, where Anakin seems to have such a huge issue with slavery, even though he never really had much of it to deal
Which
with.
raises the question in Phantom Menace: why would you make him a slave if you're going to commit to making him a slave?
It's his upbringing. It depends on
a
Attack of
reason
the
for you
Clones
to be
how they
empathetic
handle
with
it,
him or
and Attack of the
sympathetic
Clones
with him,
handled
right?
it poorly.
It's a story reason for why you have to be sympathetic with him, right? It's like, oh, look at the poor slave. It's like, okay.
Yeah, but you
there's-
don't feel bad for him because he's a slave, because he's basically not. He's like an indentured servant. So why would you make him a
Yeah.
slave?
You would still feel bad
It's
for a
the
kid that has to work for
execution-
no fucking pay.
It's the execution of the story versus like what the story is, and then there's incongruence there.
But I
You know?
still
don't-
think it's more of a problem with in Attack of the Clones than in Phantom Menace, because Attack of the Clones makes it seem like Anakin was abused as a slave when he wasn't. That's an Attack of the Clones problem, not a Phantom Menace
We
problem.
don't know.
They
if
never
he
really
was-
moaned about Watto,
we just
though. That's the
don't see
thing.
it.
But the
Yeah.
little we know, Watto doesn't seem to abuse Anakin or mistreat him.
No.
We only see Anakin's relationship with Watto under house guests for like maybe a week. And just my take is Watto does not seem a cool guy.
I'm not saying Watto is a good guy, but he's not literally whipping Anakin to fucking work it to the
Yeah.
bone.
You don't
Would
see
you have
Anakin-
wanted to see that, though? You know,
I'm not
seeing,
saying that I wanted to see
Jewish-
that. I'm saying the
No, I'm actually asking, like, would you guys would have wanted to see, like, a vaguely Jewish bug, like, slaver, like, whooping little Anakin?
Oy vey.
No, I wanted
Oy
to see
vey.
Yoda. I wanted to see Yoda whipping Anakin.
what the fuck?
Why not?
Never go to Miami.
What the fuck?
when in Rome, do the Romans, as they say, right?
If anyone was going to whip that little boy ass, it would be Yoda.
Fuck.
In any case,
Not the
Vegas,
Jedi
do you
you're
have any
supposed to be.
points towards Phantom Menace?
Are you talking to me?
I said Vegas, like Vegas
Oh,
Orban
Vegas.
Joy. Like, do you have any points against the Phantom Menace?
So the main thing is I feel like some of the acting, especially from the child, is pretty weak. I feel like that's very hard to do correctly because it is a child actor. It's very understandable. I felt like Jar Jar was pretty cringe.
I
But
agree.
was he as bad as the Ewoks? No.
He's worse. He's worse than
well,
the Ewoks.
No.
He was worse than the Ewoks, but the Ewoks were so much screen time, man. The Ewoks are so much screen time. It's so
Yes.
I
bad.
feel like Jar Jar has the same amount of screen time as the Ewoks.
I feel like I feel like he destroys the pacing less. He's less bad.
Look, I think
We do have a
Jar
whole
Jar
fucking
and
scene of the
share-
Ewoks dancing and fucking around with C-3PO for no fucking reason.
I think
like
Ewoks
touching his
and
golden
Jar
body.
Jar
You
needed
got
to
a problem
give
with
it
that?
the same.
It ruins the pacing, like you mentioned earlier.
Ewoks and Jar Jar needed the same treatment, and that is they should have just not been in it.
Yeah.
They should have just not been in Star Wars.
He shouldn't have been as silly. That would be a good criticism. But technically, Jar Jar
language
leads
should have been
Qui-Gon.
Actual character.
What?
Jar Jar should have been an actual character.
Yeah.
I
That's a
would've
fair
preferred
criticism
that. I
right
would've
there.
preferred
He shouldn't have been
that, yeah.
as
You
silly
can
as he
write an
was.
interesting character that's a little dopey, but is sincere and like has heart, not just like the butt of a joke.
There are moments where Jar Jar is that, but they're
Yeah, like
very
when they
few.
tell he tells his story of the what happened between him and Boss Nass in the Udogongo. In the Odobongo. Like he's telling Misa step on the boss's hip liver, and then Misa get the bandage. So, like there's hints of like him actually being a person in
Yeah.
that story. Like there's something there.
It
that's,
is poorly handled. I will
he's a funnier
agree.
character than we've ever had before. So we gotta treat him like a fucking cartoon rabbit rather than actually have him.
No, we don't have to.
Yeah, just having like a literal Looney Tune in
Yeah.
Star Wars, not like even a good one. Like there's a point in which he is fucking funny.
Episode 4 didn't really have like a Looney Tune character in and Empire.
But this is not episode 4.
No. I'm just thinking like now, like in memory.
Well, it's still like comic relief. He gives like and he's still treated like a character.
We barely see any C-3PO though. We just see him being turned on, what, twice?
No, I'm saying a new.
Oh, in episode 4.
breaking
Well,
up, bro.
yeah, but we don't have Jar Jar in episode 4, so
comic relief character, and he actually has a character.
Well, remember C-3PO and R2-D2 kind of introduce us to the world of Star Wars. We're seeing the robots a lot in life.
The rolling toaster has a better character than fucking.
I wouldn't say
breaking up,
R2-D2 has a
motherfucker.
character in the
The rolling
in
toaster
New
has a
Hope.
better character than Jar Jar.
Look, I'm just gonna say this. Like, if you can manage to get me actually give a shit about some beeps and boops, you've accomplished your task.
you can give a shit about
It's
it, but
like
that
the
does.
Wall-E.
But R2-D2 doesn't really have a character besides get to the mission.
Get to the mission.
Yeah, that's basically what R2-D2
Oh, he's
does for the whole.
defiant. That's a character of him. You have to acknowledge that at least.
He's what?
He has a mentality of his own. He's willful and defiant. Because he's like, I'm not going to show you the replay, right? So there's some character there.
I'm not saying there isn't any. It's just very little. The same way Jar Jar has very little character.
He's
Yeah,
got
but I don't even know where R2-D2 came from.
I mean, I can see that. Well, I think we were talking about characters that were cartoony in episode 4. I feel like R2 can kind of fall into that, but he also doesn't have entire scenes dedicated to him, really. Outside of the ones where it is very story important, like the delivering Leia's message and stuff. But I don't think anyone's going to argue that he's wasting his time there.
It doesn't vocalize anything, but it has a will. Like it rolls off into the desert on its own volition. It gives like Luke grief by, denying him.
It defiantly goes off into the fucking nowhere, right?
Yeah,
for
it goes
for the
to find Obi-Wan on
majority
its
for the
own, like
majority of A New Hope, R2-D2 is just defined. He defies C-3PO and he defines Luke to find Obi-Wan. After that, he just follows Obi-Wan and does whatever they need him to do.
Doesn't R2-D2
Well, it
also
saves
help them
them.
hack
He's
when they get to the
heroic.
battle station?
But that's what I'm.
R2-D2 saves
That's
them
literally
from
what I
crashing.
just said. He just does
Oh, I
what
didn't hear
they
that
tell
part.
him to
My
do.
Mm.
Well, of course, because their goals align now.
Whatever.
R2D2 wants to help the rebellion, so anything that helps, he'll help, and anything it doesn't help,
Well, you
or
can
that
say the same
assume
with
R2D2
Jar
don't.
Jar. Like Jar Jar runs into the Jedi, they need help, he helps them, and they help him in return.
Well, this is now obviously the difference between a cartoon rabbit versus a tin can, right?
I'm not.
It's like that's
I never
varying
once said Jar
degrees
Jar
of
is a
a,
great character. I'm just saying you can apply
also
certain
didn't say he's a
criticisms
great
to
character.
R2D2 as well. But you're having a problem with the rabbit and not the tin can in your analogy.
Oh well, the one's more obnoxious than the other one, so obviously
Which
Well,
is
one,
true.
One does not damage the tone in as significant a way as Jar Jar consistently does.
And I agree to that criticism, but that's about it. Like
we haven't
one
agreed to
extra
that specific
bad thing
criticism
for
yet.
Jar Jar compared to R2D2.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the main thing, but I think that's pretty big. So I feel
Well,
it's
yeah,
pretty
it's
important
not-
to have a
it's not
problem. Like,
The
like
degrees of
from the perspective of two characters that barely get any time to shine, like they're not the main focus of scene, like majority of the scenes. Yeah, R2D2 wins over Jar Jar 100%. But how does that damage the story besides the tone?
I mean, that's
not important to you.
I mean, if you're saying does Jar Jar damage like the world building, I don't think he really does.
Not the
Yeah.
world building. He damages
world building,
the
yeah.
like third act climax in such a significant way that 2/3 of the big battle at the end are comedic fodder. And the only serious
I
notes that we
don't
get that
see-
feel like they have stakes is sort of the
But
battle
that's just the
between
comedic
Qui-Gon,
tone.
I
Obi-Wan,
see
and
no
Darth Maul.
reason why
Is the
Jar
same
Jar,
criticism. Is the
as,
same
as
criticism.
someone who has garnished like an alliance between the Nabooians and the Gungans. I don't see any reason why Jar Jar should have been given the rank. I didn't know Boss Nass, but he doesn't seem as retarded. He seems to actually be
He doesn't
very
seem
well
like a guy
competent.
who's very forgiving. I'll say that. He was
Yeah.
about to execute Jar Jar the last time they met.
And
True,
somehow
but
just
Jar Jar
uniting the two gives him rank of
from Boss Nass's perspective, Jar Jar spending time with the people of Naboo managed to unite them and make the people of Naboo basically plead for help.
And that's where Boss Nass is like gets completely destroyed for me, because now it's like, oh, I'm gonna make him general. And I'm like, wait, this guy did not come across as like retarded before. Why would he make this very incompetent character a general of the military? I'm pretty sure
Because
there's
he
a lot of
achieved
other
something
generals.
even Boss Nass couldn't.
That's not a military achievement. That's
I
a diplomacy
know,
achievement.
but you can see why he wanted to reward Jar Jar.
They would have sought out the Gungans. They would have sought out the Gungans one way or the other. Like the Jedi and the Naboo, when they returned, with or without Jar Jar, would have sought them out. Jar Jar just saves them time by getting them in contact.
Well,
with
not
them.
necessarily,
He does
because
not-
Bail
Look,
Organa.
saving time is important, right? That's a
The
big
thing is,
Yeah.
Bail Organa even says
But
that.
other than getting them in contact, he doesn't do anything more in terms of like making
Well,
them amenable.
Well, they wouldn't have found the Gungans without Jar Jar.
Oh, the secret area. Remember, they go to a secret area. They didn't just go.
No,
underwater,
a sacred
they-
area, not secret. It's not secret. It's a
Well,
sacred
same.
place. Yeah.
Both.
A little
yeah.
bit. It's
both,
secret
yeah.
and sacred.
It's secret.
But in any case,
Boss Nass's Victorian secret. You want to know what's under there?
but
I
even Bail,
definitely don't
is it Bail
even
Organa
remember,
or
maybe.
the head bodyguard of
Tanaka?
Captain Tanaka. Like even
Captain
he is
Tanaka.
like, why would the Gungans help us? Like he says it with a pretty snobbish tone, seeing lesser of them to an extent.
So
Because then that's where
Jar Jar doesn't exactly
Obi-Wan.
change his mind.
The only
It's not like
also
Jar Jar wins them over.
well, no, the only reason the only reason Padme even knows that the Gungans have an army is because of Jar Jar. Otherwise, they wouldn't have
we
asked
have
the
a grand
Gungans.
army.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because Jar Jar talks about the Gungans that they are warriors.
Yeah, while she's a handmaiden.
Yeah, while she's a handmaiden.
I do have to say this. The part of Jar Jar becoming handy all takes place on the ship.
Which you would expect him to
The
fuck shit up.
Which he does, a little bit. Kind of fucking
What?
around with the robots and stuff, not. But he does make up for it by actually giving like very, very useful information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just
But-
tiny bit of character. He's not being silly when he talks about the Gungans.
He's handy, yeah. As what was it Qui-Gon that said he was handy? But the problem is that I still don't understand why they gave him rank of general. It makes I don't know. Maybe they've got different culture laws, so maybe doing diplomatic.
I do agree that
relationships-
General is overly generous of a reward from Boss Nass.
and
but
and the plot kind of making it that he accidentally just does some massive damage is still a little frustrating.
they still lose.
sure,
Well, it's heavily
of course.
implied that Jar Jar has caused significant damage to the city, maybe even cost Gungan lives with some of his fuck ups. Like I said, Boston asked his last time he saw him, he was gonna execute the motherfucker. He was gonna be like, I put you to death. I told you never to come back here, you piece of shit. And here you are.
I still
And
stand
before
with my
me, and my
original
very eyes
statement.
are seeing you.
But I never really pointed to Jar Jar being a bad part of a movie, but now the more we're discussing it, I'm actually disliking him like just as much as I disliked him the first time around.
Yeah, he's like a.
That's
thought crime, you know?
fine.
He
I
enters your
just
head
don't
and
think
starts
Yeah,
violating
so-
shit.
besides
He's
the tone,
unnecessary, is what I'm saying.
but
Yeah.
besides the tone, I do not see any other damage that Jar Jar does.
I think the tone is very significant damage to the.
I
It
third
is.
think
act.
it's
This is
I'm not.
also
I'm not.
important.
No.
It's
Do not.
important.
I'm not playing down that.
No, I know you're
that-
not.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you are.
I'm saying, but
just-
that's
I
the
can't-
only
I can't
criticism towards Jar
understand
Jar.
How much damage
Yeah.
him and Anakin do to the third act?
Well, Anakin doesn't do much damage. He gets very few scenes, and
What
yeah,
does this button do?
they're not amazingly acted, but the
You
only
have- you have three
badly acted
Very
scene
important
is him
battles to Whether or
screaming.
not the Naboo are going to be enslaved by the Trade Federation, genocided, put into work camps, and two of those three battles are making jokes.
They're not
the
gonna get
entire time.
genocided. The whole point is that the Trade Federation is using the Naboo people as a bargaining chip to make Padme sign the
Yeah,
treaty.
they're gonna put them under house arrest, essentially. the plan.
Basically,
They're gonna keep
yeah.
them under-
They do
But-
they clearly say they have work camps. So it is
Yeah,
possible
but they're
they
not
will
gonna
work them to
genocide
death.
them.
Work camps. Okay. So
Yeah,
they,
the
like,
war
intern
camps and
camps.
genocide are two different things.
They're gonna
Working
put them
them to
under
death,
like
Not
internment
allowing them
camps.
to reproduce is a way that you genocide people. That is what they did in Russia. They didn't have a single gas chamber. Stalin just
That
worked
worked.
people to death in the Arctic.
The archipelago.
But the whole point is that they're using the Naboo people as a bargaining chip. They're not gonna work them to death. They're gonna make them work, but not to death, because there is the hostages. If you have no hostages, you have no bargaining power.
I've never met a work camp that I've enjoyed. Me
I
personally.
never said that.
I've
Oh
Being a
my
bit of an
god.
asshole, don't mind me.
never been a work camp I didn't enjoy.
It's not supposed to be enjoyable, but you're not being killed by overworking.
We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
But
That doesn't give
they-
you
The work
evidence,
camp.
yeah.
But the
I hear work camp and I don't think of like they'll be fine.
yeah, but don't think of you're
You're just
taking
hanging
your
out at
last
work
steps
camp.
and then you
Fine.
die because you're pushing some heavy shit. You're
I feel like
valuable
Delta
to
should,
them.
Like, Delta needs to ally with Skull, and they just need to have Duke it out when it
We
comes
need
to
to
like
like
the prequels.
Voltron team up and like connect at the waist.
Oh
Oh
god.
yeah. Although I fear Delta. I think Skull's gonna be one who's gonna argue more so. The episode 3 outweighing episode 1.
I would
he's on
love to
my
hear
side.
the
I don't know.
arguments. Again, I would really love to hear the
One of the
arguments.
few times me and Skull have ever been aligned on an issue.
Is what? Is what?
I create
That 3 is better
miracles.
than episode 1.
I'm the Jar Jar of the story. I'm the fucker that managed to get Worm and Skull on the same team.
You are the cosmic occurrence. You're the
When I-
meteor, my beautiful Haley's comet.
When I measure the prequels, I come off of like a very gut feeling kind of assessment of all 3 films when it comes to story, tone, characters, writing, and just overall like the feeling that you get from it. Because the subjective is important along with the objective.
I'm not
as
saying
well.
it's not important.
When I
it
make
comes
so when I make
to
my
wasting
judgment call,
time,
When it comes to quality of writing, you
episode
cannot
3
go
does
by
not
gut
waste nearly
feeling.
as much time as episode 1 does.
yeah, I would rather rewatch episode 3 any day than I would watch episode 1.
I would rather watch
Yeah.
episode 1 and 3.
I would
I like
never
episode
want to
1, by
watch
the way.
episode 2 ever again.
Episode
like
2 has
episode
a
1.
fuck ton of issues, by the way.
Episode 2 is the one I
Yeah.
like the least.
Exactly.
Yes, absolutely.
Episode 1 I
can
like
we-
after 3.
This makes me think about the God argument. Like, okay, we can't accept that, like, religion, God, and stuff, but can we at least accept what's evil? And what's evil is episode 2. Episode
Yeah.
2 is evil.
We can agree episode 2 was created by Palpatine.
Where the atheists and
Evil.
Christians agree, episode 2 is trash.
Yes.
It's just problem after problem after
also way
problem.
more interesting character dynamics happening in episode 3 than in episode 1. Like Palpatine's dialogue with Anakin is extremely interesting.
Killing little children is
It
interesting.
would have been much stronger
The
if
dialogue
episode
between
2
Anakin
actually
and Obi-Wan
managed.
on Mustafar is mostly well executed. Same thing with like the sort of final lava scene with Padme. Like that's pretty well handled. That's one of the few times that they do actually have chemistry on screen.
The
I will give
Padme
kudos to episode
got
1.
huge
I will-
character damage during those scenes.
I will say kudos to episode 1 because episode 1 made the kid murdering in episode 3 a lot more enjoyable than what it
What
would
the
have
fuck?
been
I
if
just figured they
episode
were all
1
Anakin.
didn't exist.
Every
Yeah, no,
time a
I
kid
just
died,
imagined
they were all
Anakin. Every single one of them were Anakin. I was like, cool, kill all these fucking kids. I don't want to
Hey,
see
man,
these
nice shot.
boring ass terrible kids.
What the fuck?
And I'm
Hey,
a
man,
person
nice
with children, man. So fuck. You gotta know it's serious business if it's coming from me.
Oh,
There's an Annie, there's an Annie, there's a Jar Jar, there's an Annie, there's an Annie.
just
Kill the Jar
Jar.
Jar.
I just
Kill the Jar Jar.
I just imagine Papa Guy just with a lightsaber just swinging it, you heads chopping left and right like bye Annie, bye Jar Jar, bye Annie, bye Jar
They
Jar.
should have had a murder scene where it's like a radical dubstep is playing.
Or like some comedic ass.
Yeah, you get like the strobe light flashing as he's like chopping down the kids. Star Wars.
Like mowing the lawn.
I want Weird Al's Weasel Stomping Day to play while I'm busy killing. Like, it's Weasel Stomping Day.
DJ Dead Mouse. Protect Anakin goes off
I
the
assume
deep end.
we're done with the criticism for Phantom Menace? Question mark?
Sure, why not? I mean,
If you have more,
invested in it.
my ears are ready to hear it. I'm eager to
Sure,
hear
why
criticism.
not? I'm not the biggest debater on why some things are good and why other things are bad. I've never been a person like that.
We should not have
but-
started with Anakin as a child. That's really it. We should have
I
just started.
definitely,
with
yeah.
him.
Episode two is where it should have
We should
started,
have
or at
started
least
with
his
him
age.
as-
I
Yeah.
think George should have had
Started with him
two
as
trilogies.
an adult or a teenager, and then the episode 2 can
Mm.
just be the Clone Wars,
Mm.
and then we can get to episode 3. And there are some changes to be made in
No
episode 3.
midichlorians, no little
Yeah.
Anakin, no Jar Jar.
I don't. Again, I don't have an
and I
issue with the
would've- And I
midichlorians.
would have loved, sure, fine, you can go ahead and not have an issue with it. I'll have the issue for you. The
You still haven't
other
done
thing-
that, so
And I still don't want the I don't like how they treated the Jedi. I don't like but this is a more me issue with how and that's
Except for
basically
Red
just.
Pill.
I think
Red
you
Pill's
can.
pretty
I
good.
think you can dumb
This
down
is-
most
this
of the
is me-
problems you mentioned as a you issue. Not gonna lie.
This is me tearing down. Well, no, it's me having an issue with how Lucas ended up deciding to write the story.
The thing
And
is,
this isn't
if
just
we're
something that's just with me. It's something that ended up getting shared among quite a few people. So I could say it's just me, but it's not just me.
But that's the thing. You can say the same for The Last Jedi. A lot of people hated The Last Jedi, but if there's no objective criticism to back it the fuck up, it's just your opinion.
I don't like The Last Jedi though, but the thing is
There's
that I
subjective
clocked
criticism
out
about
of
the
liking
failures
Star
of The
Wars.
Last Jedi. There's subjective ones too.
I'm not
from
saying
what
the
I've
subjective. I'm not saying
From-
that subjective arguments of hating The Last Jedi aren't valid. The problem is that if you're gonna make the claim that something is bad, you need to tackle the objective quality of a movie.
Someone
Well,
recently once told me that
tackled
The Last
Phantom Menace. I've tackled on an objective level. None
Yes,
of the
you did.
criticism have been, like, biased.
Papa
Some
guy
peop-
is
some
jump
someone
roping
once
the
told me-
fucking arguments, but that's it.
Well, what would you prefer to hear?
Well, you did say you're gonna start making objective arguments, but after that you went, for me, this is bothering me, or I don't like this. So I
I
kept
give
it
up
as
my
a
statement.
subjective
You can win.
argument
You can
still.
win. Don't worry. You win.
No, I treated them as subjective arguments because
submit,
that's
you
what
win.
you did. Like you
I forfeit,
don't
you
like
win.
that. That's fair. I don't like them either.
No, but you won. You won that one. Yeah, okay.
Like, well, I don't know. I thought I made a couple objective arguments to the movie too. Well, it's always hard because there's arguments like pacing and stuff where it's like how objective or subjective is pacing.
It's
I know
you can
The best
objectively
objective
like-
metric for pacing is like value per minute. So it's like how
Well-
long do we have between plot points, stuff
How
like
Yeah,
long do
you
we
can
have
be
between
objective
plot
with
points,
pacing.
intensity? Yeah, well, yeah, it's always confusing. It just reminds me of the
Like if you
There's the
have
ult-
two key plot points, right, and you have one at the beginning of the movie and one at the end, like that would be an objective metric of like this is terribly paced.
yeah.
like we can objectively identify the poor pacing of The Last Jedi.
Well, I would say it's more fucking scatterbrain. Things
Well,
are
yeah,
happening.
that
just a
is
lot of
shitty
them are
pacing.
fucking stupid. I think things are well.
Let's go.
It's-
Kento bite.
I mean, it's a very different problem that I don't know because I was about to say it's different than some of the prequel pacing issues, but actually it's not so super different.
No, there's similar pace. The pacing issues are just all over the place.
Yeah, because it's one of those things where some of the problems, like for some reason, I don't know why, but I felt like Last Jedi set itself up for a very tight, paced plot where it's like, hey, so everything is going to occur on this ship and they're running from this other ship. So, and then they meet and you're like, oh, cool. So we're going to only have like one party and we're just going to be following one group. And they're like, and then we split up somehow. How did we split up the gang? Why did you split up the gang? It's almost like splitting the party in D&D, and like writers are obsessed with it. And it's good to do. Sometimes you should do it, but sometimes they just do it all the time. And they're like, let's have 3 plots going at once, and they're all going to hit their climax at the same time. And you're like,
They want to show off their prowess as a good writer.
yeah,
Having
like
able to cover those 3 at the same time, right?
the problem you have,
End
and
game
this is
thing, right?
Yeah, and this is a consistent problem with doing that, is that if you have 3 plots all triggering at the same time, if one of them is ass, you're fucked. And what's crazy is it doesn't even have to be like ass to everyone. It could be ass subjectively. And so you have to have all 3 of those work for the people that it's going to work for. And
But
if
in The
one of them
Last
is
Jedi,
off,
all
it's
of them
gonna
are
hurt-
misfiring
We're
completely.
gonna free the
yes.
little slave children on Canto Bite and then leave them with the slave master.
Yeah, the fucking horses are a fucking better choice to free.
Wait, Canto Bite was the
Casino
what's the
planet.
right?
Yeah.
undefendable. Like,
The
that-
capitalism
I-
bad planet.
I was so done with Star Wars after the fucking prequels. I was just like going through the sequels.
I was that image of Homelander.
Okay,
I was never-
you
Well,
gotta
it was
watch the
one,
sequels
I
just to
was
see how
Awakens.
well the fucking prequels
was-
handled it.
I was apathetic to
I-
like the
yeah.
sequels because I was done after the prequels.
What's what I mean by I was
I
that,
clocked out.
that image of Homelander. I was the video of Homelander at the theater, just like staring with like
Yeah. Your ears are
zero.
ringing. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Just-
just like in the
just-
fucking war zone.
The thing is,
At that-
I watched the Star Wars movies in order from 1 to 9, and
I've
after
heard
the
that's a different
prequels, I was not
experience.
like turned like sour, and I was actually eager to see 4, 5, and 6.
And I think that's a different experience. I've heard Skull say he's letting his kids kind of watch it through prequels first, and that's kind of like they experience it kind of like more differently than what we experienced it by watching the original trilogy first and then the prequels. And it's like they have a different appreciation for it. Whereas I and many older like people who watched like the original before the prequels, we had a different idea of what the world was like than Lucas did, and then Lucas
Well, I
decided
liked Star Wars Episode 1 so much as a kid that I went for the next 3 Halloweens. I went as Darth Maul. I had my mom do my face makeup.
Well, he was a cool
But-
character, right? Or at least a
but
cool.
I just
idea,
thought he was
Okay,
right?
dope.
Papa
Yeah, I was
Guy,
like, damn,
I
this guy's
watched the original trilogy when I was a kid, and I did not care for it. When I just
saw
couldn't
I
get
saw the
immersed
original
in it.
trilogy before I saw the prequels, but I just really liked the Star Wars movie.
Yeah,
I still like Phantom Menace. I
I-
watched it both ironically and unironically when I
And
Yeah.
I got way more attached to Empire and Episode 4 than I did to the Episode 1. Like those were better movies for me. I can't explain it. I just always liked it, and I didn't have people in my environment who said Episode 1 is better, Episode 2 or Episode 1 or 2
Well, I'm
is
just gonna
worse or
throw out
anything
some
like
things
that.
that I think are sick, right? Like
I was the only
Episode 1
only Star Wars
ahead.
nerd in my community. Sorry, carry on.
Well, Episode 1, you got Darth Maul, sick as fuck. You got the pod race, sick as fuck. Duel of the Fates, and the music, the scores,
song, yeah.
sick as fuck.
I,
Then we
yeah,
get
no,
more,
John
skip
Williams.
everything.
You also have
Episode 2,
Palpatine
Jango Fett.
puppeteering
sick as
shit in
fuck.
the background.
Episode
Yeah,
3, we get to Episode 3, General Grievous, sick as fuck. Emperor Palpatine rising to power, sick as fuck.
Sick
You
as
know,
fuck.
yeah.
The clones betraying
battle on Mustafar,
the
sick as fuck.
Order 66, I would
Order
argue, is sick as
66,
fuck.
Sick as fuck, like big sick as fuck on Order 66. That
Yeah.
was fucking handled like really well, actually. Like the best version of it in the as you could handle it in the movie for as long as you spent time on it.
Yeah, but again, the most of the problems that Revenge of the Sith has was because of Attack of the Clones. The way Attack of the Clones set up the
No, I'm just saying that in
Yeah.
terms of cool things that are dense and that are interesting and dialogue wise and pacing wise, like the most of the interesting stuff in the fucking prequels happens in the third movie. It does
That's
have
true.
problems,
But it
like,
also
that's where
has
the densest amount of
problems.
good Star Wars content is contained in the prequels is in the third fucking
Yeah.
movie.
Droids, Darth Maul, what's it? Let me think here. Droids, Darth Maul, what's here? The what's
Pod
the name
race.
of Fate? Duel of Fates and Pod Race. Those are the good parts of episode.
Darth Maul, Palpatine setting up his puppeteering in the background.
I mean, I suppose so, but like as a kid, I wasn't really that interested at all. Because I was 10 years old or 11 years old when that movie came out.
I never
so
watched the
didn't-
prequels until I was
I fell
older.
asleep when Coruscant happened. Like that was like the least enjoyable part for me.
I don't
In
know.
the
The
movie.
problem I have is I don't know how his plan makes any sense towards his goals, really.
Oh, I love this one. Go ahead.
With Emperor
it's very
Palpatine.
elaborate, and it does require the Jedi being retarded. So, but it does
Mm.
work out. Because
That is
the Jedi
the
have to
biggest
be-
pro-
the Jedi have to be numbed to the Force, and
I can
like
explain
I didn't
Palpatine.
like how the Jedi are handled in the prequels.
The-
What is Palpatine's plan in the Phantom Menace?
So-
What is he trying to do?
So
Do-
Palpatine-
Garnish power, right?
Well,
He's trying to
should
confidence, the no confidence thing. That's
Yeah.
the big
No,
thing in the
what,
first one.
what he's trying to do is he's trying to intentionally ramp things up to a giant war so that he
Right.
can get no confidence in the council and then seize power, kind of like classic Roman Senate takeover.
I want to stipulate this because I know I'm going to engage with you guys on this topic, but all we're going to discuss now, I think is the weakest thing about like episode 1 is the fucking boring ass Senate bullshit. Like that
So,
politics.
you sound like a
Palpatine-
prequel fucking hater, mate. You
Dude,
sound like the generic
I
prequel hater.
I love episode 4 and Empire. Those are the 2 Star Wars movies for me. Those are my Star
Yeah.
Wars movies.
Episode 4 is
agree.
my favorite Star Wars movie of them all.
Yeah.
And Empire is
5
my
for me.
favorite. Yeah.
My
Empire is my
favorite.
favorite.
Yeah.
Empire is better,
But,
but I still put 4
My love
over
of Empire literally
Empire.
grows every time I do like a full watch through of the entire series. Episode 5 was always like that perfect sweet spot of like, oh, this is like a relief. My appreciation of it grows every time.
I don't
And
get
you
that
can call
from
me a
episode
prequel hater.
5.
I'm not a prequel hater. I just don't.
You
I
made a
give
very
up.
prequel hater argument that it's
I
boring
don't know.
and
I
you
don't
hate
care
it
about
and it
the
makes no
label,
sense.
man. I don't care about the label, man. But here's what I'm gonna say: is
It's
like,
not a label. I'm literally that is.
It is a label.
No,
that is a
it's
label.
a
That is a
criticism
label.
that
You
those
literally
those
just put
people
on-
make.
Prequel hater means a group association, so it's a label
I said it's a
that you put on.
prequel hater fucking criticism.
Yes,
Okay.
but you said you sound like a prequel hater. But anyway,
Well, yeah,
regardless
because
of-
that's the criticism of prequel haters, the ones that
yeah,
don't
but I
really.
don't like I don't like sequels. I just like the original Star Wars. I
You
like
can
the
hate both the
original
prequels
Star
and the
Wars.
sequels at the same time.
Yes.
It's not one or the other.
But I don't hate the prequels. I just ambivalent to it. I gave up to it. I just don't care that much about it. It gave some good
yeah.
ideas, which I like, but I'm not as into it as I was with the original. And by originals, I mean the first 2 films. The third film is basically just more. The only part, I think the part I loved about Return of a Jedi was everything on the Death Star. Like, that was fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Death Star situation is the best part of
Yeah,
that.
no,
movie.
that
That's
was
like,
I
wonderful.
do not care for
Yeah,
episode 6 at all, to be
I
fair.
loved it. I loved a dad giving up everything that he thought was like his reality to save his
I love
son.
Darth
To save
Vader
his
like
son.
picking up fucking Palpatine. He's like, he just gets thrown down there while he's still
and-
shooting lightning.
And I love it even more now as a father than I did as a kid. Like, I love
Yeah,
having that
of
dad
course.
figure being
Yeah.
a dad and making that choice to be a dad. For me, that hit all the right spots and is the true story of like a great heroes or villains ending to become like, it was-
Yeah.
And then they
Yeah,
patched in
yeah.
Hayden Christensen as a force ghost. So
No, fuck that. If I get the Star Wars prequels, I will get the de-altered, or what do they call it? The de-dissing.
Yeah, I wish you could get an like just the
No, it
original
exists.
cut.
No, it
They would-
exists. It's called the de-enhanced trilogy.
Yeah, that would be
it's
nice.
when they still have the Blu-ray version, but they reverted everything back towards like where it's where it's not all the crap that Lucas ended up putting in with the
One good
altercations.
decision by Disney out of 5,000.
Yeah, all right. No, that wasn't even Disney. It was fans that made that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
it was a fan version. Yeah.
No, you thought it was better than it was, but of course, the fans
So
did it.
Disney can't even do
Yeah,
the
the
simple
fence.
thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Palpatine's plan in Phantom Menace, please. As far as I understand it, him dispatching Darth Maul actually fucks a lot of shit up because it makes the Jedi aware that the Sith is back in operation. On top of that, Darth Maul is sent to try and stop Padme from coming back to the Senate, in which she's able to give the vote of no confidence that puts him into the position of power. And if he had done nothing, the Jedi would have simply come for her and taken her away, and he would have the same outcome. But now the Jedi are aware the Sith are around.
Okay,
No,
so
I can explain this. So
Okay,
Fair enough.
Go for it.
So basically the main thing is I don't think he's aware of who's going to be the vote of no confidence. He's trying to have this basically incident spiral out into a giant galactic war, and he's kind of like helping to edge it on and make them a much more serious threat to get the Jedi involved by going, look, they even have Sith. And I don't think he cared too much whether, like, I mean, he kind of like, I feel like the main confusion is when he's telling people like, you must do this or you must kill this person. Like, I don't know if he actually believes that or if he's just basically trying to make them cause as much damage and as much chaos as possible in order to have the Senate lose credibility. And because if she would have been killed, like let's say Padme got killed, I bet the plan is to have somebody else go, look, the Senate's so out of control. We've even had a senator die. You know, you guys are losing complete control. We need a dictator or to take control. Like kind of like the way Rome did it. I think that's what he was going for.
Well, I just don't understand how his plan can fail at every crucial point and somehow he gets what he wants. It's sort of like the Always Sunny meme where he's like, I'm playing both sides, so I always come out on top.
Vegas,
his
can I
plan
get that
seemed
one?
to cause maximum chaos.
Vegas,
Sorry.
please. Ever since I saw that fucking EFAP, I despised and broke down this argument to the fucking atom. So I'm gonna give you two. I'm gonna give you
straight for me. So please go for it.
I'm gonna give you two rundowns of the plan. One where he wins as Sidious. One when he wins as Palpatine in the Senate. So you're gonna have to wait a bit as I go through both of them. So,
Okay.
as Sidious, he sets up a blockade, invades his own planet, and tries to force Padme to sign a treaty that makes their invasion legal. If that happens, Palpatine in the Senate can literally dispute a vote of no confidence because he can just point the finger and be like, the Federation just invaded my fucking planet and you're all doing nothing. That's a vote of no confidence right then and there.
Just check out the voice chat I posted there. It's the Despecialized Trilogy. That's what it's called. Yeah, there you go.
All right. Now as Palpatine. So
There's a guy like masturbating in front of Andor. Is that you?
what the fuck?
It's classy. It's dignified. It's from the back. We don't see anything.
So Padme escapes. If she doesn't make it, he can claim. If she doesn't make it to Coruscant,
a vote of no confidence on himself. Why does he need Padme to do it in the movie?
But that's the thing, he doesn't. It's just Padme escapes because of the Jedi. So this is the route where the movie is going. Padme escapes. He has two options: either capture her and force her to sign, or she makes it to Coruscant and makes her sign the vote, apply for the vote of no confidence. And it's even stronger because she's the queen. And the Chancellor has been her biggest supporter.
Okay.
So no matter which way you take it, he can get a vote of no confidence whether Padme makes it or not. The quickest way was if she signed the treaty, and he can quickly just right then and there claim, they invaded my planet, they forced my queen to sign a shitty treaty to make it legal, vote of no confidence. Padme escapes, she dies in the escape, they killed my queen, vote of no confidence. She makes it to Coruscant.
Okay.
My planet is
This
not
is assuming
invaded.
that he can call the vote of no confidence himself.
Yeah, in two scenarios he can call it himself, but because of the events of the movie, Padme manages to make it to Coruscant, and it's an even stronger vote from her.
So we don't know who can call what when. But
he's representing Naboo.
This argument, we don't know, so I will grant you that he can call a vote of no confidence.
He's their
Is this the no
representative.
confidence calling, right? Isn't it that he doesn't call no confidence because he doesn't really want to make a face for himself or being directly connected to any of it? So he's kind of like playing a backseat role and getting someone else to do the shit for him. And that's the whole
Not
point of Padme,
necessarily.
like,
He just needs
he
to
wants
look
get
innocent.
Padme. Well, he needs to look not involved. Like
Yeah.
he needs to look
needs
not
to-
Machiavellian, like he's grasping at power.
Yeah. That's what Machiavellian people or manipulative people tend to do. They stay out of the limelight with the attempt that it can't be traced back to them. You know.
That's
If
why he's
shit
using
hits
the
fan-
Trade Federation.
Yeah, and well, not just the Trade Federation. He's also using Padme at the same
And Jar
time.
Jar.
Well, Padme, well,
Jar
Jar Jar,
That
that's in
wasn't
Attack
a
of the
joke,
Clones.
that was real.
We'll
That was a
handle
real
that
one.
later. But
Alrighty,
the
guys,
reason-
later
what-
on, I forget. Jeez.
again, in two scenarios, he himself can apply for a vote of no confidence because he's representing Naboo. He can make the argument that the Trade Federation invaded his planet and forced his queen to sign a piece of
Yes,
paper
queen.
that makes it
Okay.
like he can win it and he's innocent.
He's
But
playing
with
both
the
sides, so he always
queen,
comes out on
it's
top.
even better.
He's like,
Unless he gets found out and caught.
Isn't that a line from a movie?
It's always sunny in Philadelphia.
Yes, exactly. It's
Max keeps telling him
it's
that
back,
he's playing both sides.
Explain to me how that doesn't work.
Okay, so if he wins in either scenario, why would he dispatch his pupil, alerting the Jedi that there is a sinister? The Sith are particularly interested in this event in terms of them acting. Which, if the Jedi were more efficient or more capable, which they're a pretty big institution, and he's just one dude, and he's pretty close to them, is a huge fucking risk to get the Jedi on your scent this early in the game. If he can simply do nothing and win because he's playing both sides, so he always comes out on top.
But he's weakened
that is
them.
a
He's weakened their
huge fucking
connection
risk
to the
to get the
Force.
Sith
Didn't
involved at
you
all.
hear?
No,
It's
that's not the
Camelback.
argument. Puppy, don't fucking make Strawman arguments before I even get to fucking respond.
It's a
He's-
thing they
he's-
say.
like-
It's an important statement.
I'm trying to listen to his
I'll say he's
point.
gamble maxing.
I'm
Like
not strawmanning. I'm kind of joking.
Okay, but
we're
don't
just
bring
gonna
it up
go
while
on.
I'm trying to hear his argument. Go on.
Sure. Yes, good. He's taking it super serious. Holy shit.
Well, yeah, because he's making actual fucking criticisms.
Yeah, he doesn't like it.
How dare you? make the
No,
criticism?
I'm actually excited to hear the fucking criticism.
Okay, so my criticism is very simply, if he's
getting a
playing
little
both
boner.
sides to where he always comes out on top, he essentially needs to do nothing. And no matter how this plays out, he's able to get into the Chancellor position through a vote of no confidence. The problem is, by dispatching Darth Maul, you alert the Jedi that the fact that the Sith are specifically interested in this event for some reason or another. And
you're
that the Sith
activating
are in
the
operation when the
Inquisitors, right?
Jedi had assumed that the Sith had been eliminated for centuries, that they were just fucking gone, extinct, kaput, no more, sayonara, gas in the wind, you know? And so by Darth Maul getting involved, if the Jedi were more apparently, you know, functional and adept at doing what they're supposed to be doing, better detectives, it wouldn't be that hard for them to create a list of suspects for people who may have deployed the Sith officer, the Sith into the situation and why the Sith would be interested. I mean, shit, policing 101, motive, right? Like, okay, so we start with the people who have gained from this event. Palpatine is on that list, probably a few other people, you know, Queen Amidala and people in the Naboo Council, and then we just start investigating them to narrow down like the most likely suspects. And these are like telepaths. They have the abilities to sense like force abilities. Palpatine is like right next to them. They'd have easy access to him in terms of investigations. They'd be able to use different spies and stuff to get into his office to kind of see what he's up to. So the problem I have with your theory is if he's in this position to win no matter what happens and get his goal, by deploying Darth Maul, he puts himself and his entire plan in extreme jeopardy from a group of a body of Jedis who should be more efficient. It's kind of a plot armor thing that they can't like put it together until it's too late.
Well,
that
it's not.
No, hold on.
It's not it's not after the third movie when they, or at least the second movie, I can't remember it, when Samuel Jackson says, What's it? Something? What
I'm
have I
playing
been
both
saying
sides, so
until
I
now?
always come out on top.
No, no, hold
The
on,
line
hold
I've
on.
been saying, which is our ability to use the force has greatly diminished, and I'm
I'm not
just
talking
looking
about
That's
the
in
Force.
Attack of the Clones, but
No,
that's
I'm not
not an
talking about the dark
argument.
side
Hold
Force
on.
or anything. I'm
Attack of the Clones,
talking about
okay.
basic ass police
Okay,
procedure.
Worm, let me break it down to
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
So, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan managed to help the Queen escape. They
Yes.
narrowly escaped the
Queen.
Federation, and now suddenly somebody that resembles the Sith is starting to attack them.
Yes.
They have
Which
no
is not
connection.
good
There's
for
no
Palpatine.
connection to Palpatine whatsoever through that. They don't even know if he's the
No,
master or the
connection is
apprentice.
that the Sith
Are you gonna let
interested in this event?
mate? You gotta let me fucking finish and debunk
Well,
your
you just
point because
said
you
that
made a
there's
long
no
point.
connection, and my whole argument is based on the connection.
Worm, you made a long ass
Okay.
point for 2 minutes. Let me respond to it.
Okay, go ahead.
So they have no idea why a Sith person would be here or why. They could just think the Federation hired him. Simply as that. They have no cause, no motive. Like you said, detective shit 101. Who would send a Sith? I don't know, after Padme. I don't know. Maybe the people that were like invading her fucking planet. The Federation, which takes away from Palpatine instead of bringing it closer to him. So,
Well, if you get Gungans,
Worm,
the Trade
I'm not
Federation
done.
droids in the
You
in
made
a
multiple
Tattletale film?
points. Let me answer them.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
they don't know if he's the
guys
master
writing
or the
this shit
apprentice.
down?
They don't know if he's the master or the apprentice. They made that fucking clear at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
And Palpatine cannot be a suspect, and he does win in both scenarios. Just follow the timeline of the movie. If the queen signs the treaty, he wins through the treaty. But the queen escapes, so if she makes it or not, he can still use that both ways. If she gets caught, he goes the signed treaty way. They force her to do it. If she makes it to Coruscant, he manipulates her for her to make the fucking vote of no confidence. He's taking advantage of the situation, and he has no direct connection to Maul throughout all of this.
Say the line.
Also, just
Say the line.
even the Jedi are not sure that he's an actual Sith.
Somehow the ability to use the force is diminished. What is that? The one you want to say?
No, I'm playing both sides, so I always come out.
Is it wrong?
Well,
I'm sorry. Also, you called it a theory. It's literally the events of the movie.
No, I only grant you listen, I'm granting you your whole theory. I'm even granting you that he can call a vote of no confidence himself. My point is that he doesn't need to do anything if that's the case. He doesn't need to dispatch Maul. He doesn't need to alert the Jedi. And as for the Trade Federation hiring him, the Trade Federation would be on the list of suspects that they would investigate. The Jedi would pressure them, and the fucking Gungan Newt people are terrified of the Jedi. They don't even want to be in the same room as them. They would crack. They'd be like, yeah, there's like this Dark Lord guy that we've been taking orders from. Like that again, Darth Maul being in play makes the situation much more difficult if the Jedi don't have their fucking heads up their asses for Palpatine to operate going forward in the future. It is a critical flaw where if he can win in both instances, whether she gets back or not, he doesn't need to do anything. He can let the parties that he has in play, the Jedi and the Trade Federation, do what they do, and then he just kind of plays the field and plays both sides, so he always comes out on top.
Don't you think it would look suspicious that they just let her go?
I think he's a gamble maxer. Like that was the impression I got from Palpatine. Not that he was like ultra safe, but like he makes risky guesses.
There's no need for this risk. It's literally adding risk with no gain.
I would argue it makes it more suspicious that they're not trying to, like, it makes it more suspicious that the Trade Federation doesn't send anybody after her. Like, why would they stop chasing her?
They don't know where she is.
But they track her down through Maul.
Okay.
So, again, assumption would be that the Trade Federation send Maul.
He knows they're coming back to Coruscant. Like, that's where they're going to go. So at Maul, he doesn't need Maul to track her down. He knows where she's going.
But she doesn't know her current location because at that point she's on
knows where
Tatooine.
she's going. She's coming to Coruscant.
Well, yeah, but she got damaged. They reported that her ship got damaged.
So
How did they get through the blockade on the way through again? I forgot. Did they just
their
fly through?
shield held.
But why wouldn't Palpatine try to
Okay.
stop her
That's
and
all really
force
all
her?
it is. Like they're taking shots and they're like, "Oh wow!" And then the shields just hold, and they're like, "We made it."
Oh yeah, geez, R2D2 just fucking fixes it like that.
Yeah,
right?
R2D2 patches it up when they take.
They had
damage.
4 droids. 3 of them
4
get
droids.
fucking
They had
shot
4 droids.
down.
And
Okay, that's
R2D2
cool. Yeah,
was
yeah.
the
right.
special one that knew what to do, right? Which is
Mm.
fair. He's a
But
protagonist character.
but each one was repairing a different part of that
Yeah,
whole rip
I'm fine
portion.
with that element. I'm less
I
fine
don't-
with them
I was
still
just
holding up at
remembering,
Hull
just
against
trying to
a
remember.
fucking giant ship like that. Like they should have been fucking obliterated.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, their shitty shields should not have held out against that. But you
Yeah.
know whatever. Their shields hold. The repairs
Shields
happen.
hold.
No. Yeah,
Shields are like
Fine.
the Force, you know.
you just believe in them, and then, you know the
No, well, no,
midichlorians
you
and the
can.
shields.
Even in the original
midichlorians,
trilogy,
right?
they had
Space
shields.
Marines.
Come on, the whole fucking point
No,
of
no, no,
Episode
I
6 is
don't-
that the
I
Death
don't
Star
have
has a
an
huge
issue
shield.
with it. I'm not an issue with it.
Don't jump in
Well,
then,
I'm just laughing.
because you are
Their
making
trade
arguments.
Tell me what
blockade-
not to do. I'll fucking
Their
do
trade
it, bitch, and
blockade
you'll
is
deal
so
with
good
it.
that one ship can just get past it.
Yeah.
It's not
Like
like
I
it's
like
a,
it when I build a moat and basically anyone can just cross it. Like that's a good moat.
I'll fucking do what I want and I'll do it again. Oh, yoke.
I'm just swimming on pie. What is that?
Oh.
Apple pie on your windowsill? Is mine now. Later, swim back across.
How goofy meme you, motherfucker.
you do know that most of their fucking forces are on the planet, right?
They have a blockade to prevent ships from coming or going.
Yeah, but then they
That's a
invaded.
big like plot point.
Yeah, and then they
Yeah.
invaded the planet. That would require
So,
their forces
The
to be
ships are
down.
still functional.
Yeah, it's one,
they're
the
not
radio
landing in
ship
ships, they're
that
landing-
controls the droids. That
They're
is
landing
safe in
troop
orbit.
transports. They're landing troop
Fuck off.
transports. They're not landing any ships that are part of the blockade. It's smaller ships leaving the blockade ships to land
How
troop
do you
transports.
destroy this thing?
There's 3 ships that are
Yes.
identical, and 2 of
The
them
donuts.
on
Yeah.
2 of them just go down to the fucking planet to help with the invasion.
They land
How
a
did- how
big
did-
donut on the planet. I don't remember seeing that in the movie.
Well,
Worm, how did
they're
you
not in
enjoy
space
the-
anymore
the
after the invasion, so where else would they be?
droid?
On the other
how
side
did
of the
you,
planet, I don't know.
Well,
how did you enjoy the droid control ships?
I don't like the fact that all the droids just shut down because they blew up the main ship.
You can always argue like the one ship was just for the ground troops, and that the other ships were for like space troops, and the other one were for I don't know.
Yeah, I just know
something
with
else.
technology, being an engineer, we usually create things like redundancy. So if I have a power source for a machine that I'm running, we usually have uninterruptible power source batteries. Which
Yeah,
if
I
the power
know.
gets cut,
I've
it
done
stays in
network
maintenance.
administration.
Little things
I've
like
done-
that. You know,
I've done
redundancy.
network
that
administration,
You
and
don't usually want
you
critical failure points in any of
Yeah.
your like big deal things. But you
Yeah,
know, that's
it's
just
the,
me.
it's the press the off button and then everything does.
It's not
a
as
lot of
bad
movies
as
ended up
the
doing that.
it's not as bad as the Chitauri and Avengers. That's worse because those are like
Yeah, no.
biological creatures. So I'm like,
Yeah.
wait, what?
that is
Why
far
did they
fucking
just
worse.
shut
Those are
down?
robots that are receiving like signals from the mothership.
At some point, like, yeah, I can believe like.
Also,
could
you have to
one
take down
failure
the-
point. It's
the
just
ship.
Difficult for me to buy that, you know.
I will give you that it's a really bad fucking
It's a big
plot.
oversight. It is worse than the hole in the Death Star by a large margin.
Yes, I will agree. It's a problem of the movie.
Oh, and the Death Star.
But you still need to
Yeah.
blow up the fucking ship to get rid of it. Or turn
Yeah.
off the droids.
Yeah. Anyway, Darth Maul getting involved just puts the entire plan in jeopardy. And if the Jedi were semi-competent at investigation, which I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be, they would be able to begin an investigation, and that would be interesting to see in like part 2. To see like we're investigating these leads and stuff, and we're following these things up. And
Ooh, that
we
would've been
think
great,
like
like,
Palpatine
more
might be
of a
one of these
noir
guys
thing,
on its
right?
lead. We better like send Anakin to investigate him. Unfortunately, we don't get to that till like episode 3, and it's short lived.
But I broke that
So-
point apart. Maul being there
What's that?
doesn't jeopardize
you
anything.
haven't answered my question. What does he gain by Maul being present?
He can get Padme back to sign the
He can
treaty
kill Qui-Gon. He can kill Qui-Gon.
and get rid of Qui-Gon. Yeah, he can literally get
Qui-Gon
rid
needs
of the
to die.
Jedi and get Padme back.
Specifically
you
Qui-Gon,
have,
because
like,
Qui-Gon is
1,000
the cool
Jedi you need to
Jedi,
kill.
you know?
You have 1,000 Jedi you need to kill. One kill on Qui-Gon is not gonna cut it.
No, but Qui-Gon's the cool
You
guy,
have-
so he
you have
knows he's
taken-
important.
Poppy, shut up.
Shut up. You
You're
killed
being
a pawn,
annoying.
and you have killed a pawn, and you have exposed your fucking rook, to use a chess term. Your rook is now going to die next.
But-
fine, Delta.
You traded a pawn for like a queen.
What?
That's how bad of a chess move that is.
It's not like
You have
Palpatine can
one
just have
disciple
another
that's like a
apprentice.
hyper effective apprentice, right? Like he's a dark side user. That's a very valuable unit on the playing field. And you traded a queen,
Not
your queen for a
necessarily.
pawn, one of many Jedi that are probably in the 1,000, if not thousands, you have traded.
But Maul is a pawn as well. He's not like some fucking important piece.
Maul is his apprentice. It is a queen. It is someone that he can count on to get shit done. That is a very
very least,
valuable.
like a-
But he
unit.
can just get another queen from anywhere else. He can have another
He does.
apprentice
He
at
gets
any
Dooku and
time.
Grievous.
He's got Dooku, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he has Dooku yet.
No, he does.
This-
We don't
he
know if he
probably
has
agreed
Dooku
with
yet,
somewhere in
but
the
my point
10-year
still
gap
stands that he
between
can just
these
have
two.
another apprentice ready after.
Yeah, but you don't have to get another one if you don't lose the one you have. And Maul is an effective combatant.
But it
He
gets
can
him
take
the
two Jedi at
seat
the
of
same
Chancellor.
time. He's useful to have.
Would
and
you
he uses him.
But that's the thing.
Poorly.
It gets Palpatine in the seat of Chancellor. Why not use the piece that you have to
Because you don't
ensure
need to.
that?
In your theory, you don't need Maul in play at all.
Would you
He
say that
wins
perhaps
either
Maul was
way,
used
no
as
matter
a-
what.
Chronologically, he has to use Maul then. Otherwise, he guarantees that Padme makes it.
Wait, I got a
When he
question.
could
Do
literally
you
kill
think
the
he wins
Jedi
if
that the
Padme
Federation
makes it, 'cause
failed
that's
to
what ends
kill
up happening.
and get her back to sign the treaty. If he uses Maul
Do you think-
now, he can kill two birds with one stone. Fix the
do you think
Federation's
Maul was
mess
used as a
and get.
litmus taste?
Shut up, Pappy. Fuck's sake.
What
Do
was
you
what was
even
that?
know what
Delta?
I'm saying, Leo?
Well, you're talking over
Fuck.
me. Fuck off.
I'm actually making an argument in your favor, and you're just getting angry. at
Well, you're
me.
talking over me, so no argument is being heard, neither for me or you.
Jeez, Delta, you're such a meanie.
You're
Yes,
turning into the Hulk.
No, but I'm trying to clarify that he has no that Worm's point. It falls apart easily.
I don't think so.
Yes. Oh, so
I don't.
Padme
think you have-
escaped. You
All you
have
have
two
is-
Jedi and
you have
Padme. Do you
Risk
send?
of exposure, and you have nothing to gain but everything to lose.
What do you mean you have nothing to gain? If he sends Maul, like Padme escaped with two Jedi. If he sends Maul, Maul can kill the Jedi and get Padme back to sign the treaty. That ensures the
But
treaty.
it doesn't matter if she signs the treaty on Naboo or she gets back to
Never.
court. Either way, he wins.
He can
So by
use both
sending
ways. He can win both
she ends
ways,
up-
but the only
Yeah, but
reason
doesn't
he
need to.
the only reason
can
he
just-
uses Padme for the vote of no confidence is because she escapes Maul, not because he wants that to
Yeah, but
happen
he doesn't need
immediately.
to. If she makes it back to tattooing, he gets the vote of no confidence. If she stays and signs the treaty, he gets the vote of no confidence. So if Maul being involved doesn't change the plan and his victory one way or the other. So all Maul is poses a security risk, an exposure risk when the Jedi think that the Sith are extinct.
But
Well,
now they know the Sith
Maul
are not.
Maul shows his face the first time on Tatooine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but
Okay. No.
if Maul captures her and kills the Jedi, one, he fixes the fuck up of the Federation, leaving no witnesses, and he has a guarantee vote of no confidence from him because they forced her to sign the treaty. But because she escapes, he has
he
to
would want
manipulate
more
her,
witnesses,
which is
because
a 50-50 chance for him. He could or he could not manipulate her, so that's why he's betting all his chips on manipulating her for the vote of no confidence.
If she signs the treaty, though, he would want more witnesses because in his plan, that treaty gives him the ability in the Senate, according to you, to sign the vote of no confidence. So he would want witnesses out in play saying that the Naboo is getting fucked up one way or the other.
Not necessarily, because the Federation will just bring the paper thinking that it's legal, and Palpatine can point that out. Like, they made her sign it.
Yeah, that would be useful if you have witnesses.
The Federation is the witnesses. They are the ones who would
Federation
bring
are
the
not gonna
paper up.
testify against themselves. The Federation is not going to testify against themselves that they forced Padme to sign the treaty.
No, they're not gonna testify that they forced her to sign the treaty. Palpatine will argue that his planet is getting invaded. The Federation would just say, "No, the Queen gave it to us. Here's the paperwork." And he can say, and Palpatine can say, they must have forced her to do it. I vote for no confidence.
Yes, and that helps if you have witnesses. So
oh
you
my
would
fuck!
want
Do
more
you have it
witnesses.
on paper? You have it on black and white that she signed
Yes,
the
and that's
planet,
what he
which can
You have
he
it on
can
black and
use
white
as
that the treaty is signed. You don't have evidence that it was forced to be signed.
he doesn't need to have evidence considering that he fucking has the other votes. All he needs to do is apply for a vote of no confidence. He cannot just apply for a vote of no confidence out of the blue. He just needs
Okay, that's
something to
fine.
do it. The paperwork
That's
would
fine.
guarantee it
Witnesses
more than
help that, for
manipulating
sure.
Padme.
Because he also uses the Senate's sympathy towards his position to get not just to get the old chancellor out, but to get himself installed. Which
Exactly.
is part of the film. So witnesses help that. The Jedi testifying is a big push in that direction, which means they're not dead. So I go back to what I said before.
But the
Maul's
Jedi don't.
involvement
We don't know if the Jedi
only
testify.
cost
That's a
him.
problem with the movie.
It does not help him. Even if Maul was successful, it would only cost him in his plan.
No, it wouldn't. Literally, Palpatine, all he has to do is claim that his planet is being invaded, and the Federation, all they have to do is say, no, it's not an invasion. We own the planet now. The Queen gave it to us. Here's the paperwork. So they can prove the claim. And then Palpatine can accuse them of forcing her to sign it because he has no contact to Naboo,
Okay.
and claim vote of no confidence.
But he's playing both sides, so he always wins. So he doesn't.
Explain to me how that doesn't work. He
It
made
works. It's
both
just a
sides
huge
win.
risk, and it assumes that the Jedi aren't going to investigate this, which they don't. But if they did, and they had competent investigators, you have a huge paper
They would
trail going
investigate
straight
the
back to
Trade
you.
Federation.
And the Trade Federation would point towards him.
Why would they point towards him? They don't know Palpatine is the fucking Sith Lord.
You have psychic warriors that they don't even want to be in the room with. Like, they can detect them from the bridge saying, I don't know what's going on.
And they
but
would
they're
say,
fucking
yeah, a
terrified.
Sith Lord made us do it. Who? I don't know. It's a Sith Lord.
Yeah.
So that's where it
They would
ends.
have it's very possible they'd have recordings of their communiques on the holograms, and you could look at that chin. Who looks like that? Who's gained here? Like I said, you can use basic police methodology in terms of who has motive and who has gained opportunistically out of the situation. There is going to be a
Who
list of
does-
people other than Palpatine, but you begin to investigate and rule
But you
those
would
people
still need
out.
proof. You cannot just assume,
yeah,
oh,
well,
that chin looks like Palpatine's.
you
He
would-
must
the
have sold his
investigative
own
process-
planet.
The investigative process is the process in which you gain evidence.
Okay,
That's how
and what
police
evidence do they gain
procedure
besides the
works.
hologram of a Sith Lord in his hoodie and you see his chin?
You see his chin, right?
Okay.
We have motive. We send
What
spies
motive?
into the list of people. He becomes chancellor.
What is this fucking argument about? Can we just agree the prequels suck and move on?
We're
But
talking
no,
about
fuck
whether or
off.
not
Yes, the
Palpatine
prequels
and
suck, but not Phantom Menace.
Thank you, Bricks.
Phantom Menace is the worst of the prequels.
No, no, it's
Oh,
not.
that's
He doesn't
debatable.
believe that.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
That's
So-
what we're
Most
fighting
so-
about.
one. It's totally skippable.
So
It's not
Bricks,
even
to,
part of the machete viewing
Brick-
order. It's that
Bricks
useless.
to summarize the situation, we're all debating whether or not like the prequels, like what the picking order is for like how good or bad the prequels are.
There's
My position is that it's 3, 1, 2 from highest to
No, it's
lowest.
3, 2, 1.
no, it's
And
1, 3,
no,
2.
well-
What the fuck are you on?
One,
In that
three,
case, then
two.
there we go.
One has
Okay, we're
one
going up.
has the
We're
least
going
of the
up.
problems. One is the
Oh my.
no,
But
Bricks. Bricks.
Bricks,
That's like
I'm with
blaming.
you.
That's like blaming the Force Awakens for the fails of the Last Jedi. Once Episode 1 set up the fucking universe, set up Anakin, set up the story, and the direction is gonna go. Then you have Attack of the Clones, who
and
fuck
shit with that. It's
everything.
awful with that.
What?
We are trapped in a time loop, Papa.
Oh my
I know,
God.
I know.
No,
But
no.
Bricks,
I'm
I'm with
joking.
you. I think that
Well, we need to
I
catch
think
up
the
Bricks.
prequels-
That two has
No, I
slightly more redeeming qualities, and even to the point of like cringe, unintentional humor, which is just better than fucking boringness of the first one.
Bricks is with me.
Boring
when he
is a
says the
subjective
prequels suck.
fucking argument. You need something better than that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm being subjective when I'm talking about just how like much I dislike them.
I did.
Yeah,
I'm
but
talking
we're
about
arguing which
one.
one's
Yeah, I would
bad.
say objectively, the second one still has more positives than the first one.
No, it does not. The first one barely has anything wrong with it.
Did you enjoy the second one when you
Fucking
watched it? in the theater?
insanity. Get out of here.
Get out of here,
Barely
mate.
enjoyed the second one.
Prove it.
Fucking kidding me.
Fucking prove
Did you
it.
enjoy the second one when you watched
We're
it?
just
in theater?
relitigating all this
No.
again. At least I'm glad I'm not in the middle of this.
The only thing I enjoyed is Django and then seeing the clones. That was like the only two parts I was like, I like this.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I enjoyed this Jedi Starfighter. I thought that was pretty cool.
I like Christopher Lee. I just wish we got more Christopher Lee myself. And I was like, oh
Yeah, I
I
agree.
don't like his name. I can't give you. This is subjective entirely, but calling him Count Doo-Doo is like the worst thing. I hate it. It's a dumbass name. I'm just a fucking. They should have called him Darth Tyrannus. I don't know why they didn't go with Darth Tyrannus.
Yeah,
It was way better.
that would have been badass.
Even Count Tyrannus, if you want to do the Dracula reference.
Bricks actually makes a good point because I totally forgot. Episode 1 isn't even in machete order. You can skip episode 1 and just
it's the
go
most.
straight to 2.
Yeah,
But then you don't have Anakin, Qui-Gon.
You're better off
Yeah,
skipping one.
No, you're not. You're better
You
off
don't need
skipping
Qui-Gon.
2.
You didn't
Well,
need Qui-Gon.
You do realize you're
Everything
better
was
off not
established
watching the
in
prequels at all.
2.
That's the
Qui-Gon
better-
doesn't get
No,
really
the
get mentioned at
prequels
all.
are
Yeah,
alright.
He gets mentioned at,
Oh,
he doesn't
fuck
get mentioned.
off.
at
I said
all.
alright, I didn't say good. 2
No, you
and
said
3 are
alright,
the,
which is,
the ones with
like,
the
fucking
problems.
ridiculous. Insanity. They're shit.
Yeah, no, I'm not a prequels fan. I didn't even like Return of the Jedi. But that's just it. I don't like the sequels. They don't even measure.
I would sooner watch Force Awakens than I would probably Episode.
Oh,
1
hot take.
or,
No.
maybe even Episode 2. I'd sooner watch that.
I have
No.
nostalgia for
Are you
the
fucking kidding me?
prequels, so
Episode
I would sooner
2?
watch
No.
the prequel just for nostalgia reasons and to watch them ironically.
Yeah, me
like,
too.
it would be, if you were watching it like with people just to have a good hooting fun time, then yeah, the prequels are definitely the way to go.
Oh,
They're
I-
a lot funnier. Like
I'm
yeah,
watching the prequels unironically, and they're
For Force
They're
Awakens,
just
fucking
like,
alright.
its writing is like worse than like any of the prequel movies overall, like, in terms of just pure writing.
No,
But
the
in terms of like actual there's actual other stuff I enjoy more in Force Awakens than I do in Episode 1 or 2.
Like
Yeah.
what?
Like the actors' performances.
you mean Ray keeping her
Look at the
gaping
film
mouth
itself.
open for half a movie?
But Delta was subjective
See why that's
reasons
an
why.
I didn't have an issue with Rey much in Force Awakens, where things just go like, oh, at least she just had like.
she is kind of she does. The big issue with her is her being able to resist like mind torture from a Sith Lord.
Oh yeah, she knows a
Yeah,
Jedi
like,
mind
that's
trick
when-
without
that's
knowing
when
what
her
a
character
Jedi
really gets-
is.
Early on, her character is a lot more bearable for sure.
You mean
mean,
the
her-
one
her
where
first
she's
scene
on the
is one of the
planet
best
and
in the
doesn't
film.
speak?
She is the chosen bitch.
Her first film, her first scene is one of the better ones in the entire film, actually.
She's the Yas Queen.
Yas.
Yas Queen.
I also don't like the
Yas
fact
Queen,
that
Slay
her
Queen,
and
Slay.
Finn are able to hold off a Sith Lord as well, like that. He should just cut them down like they're nothing.
Yeah.
This is someone that's been trained by Luke Skywalker.
I didn't have a favorite. I mean, it's a
And-
bit of an issue, but given that had signed by cast it was like, yeah, it's weak justification, but at least it's not enough. At least something's there. Like I still Force Awakens is bad. I'm not defending Force Awakens. I'm like, oh, it's actually good. I think and I'm not saying it's even actually better than like overall. I think overall, I do think it is better than Episode 1. Yeah.
Oh God.
It's arguably worse.
Ricks, what about Episode 3 or
I'm not
Force Awakens?
where it's like the writing is the only thing I really care about. It's like,
No, I get that, but Episode 3 or Force Awakens?
Probably gonna go Episode 3 as more. I think it has less issues. Yeah.
Cool. I'm happy with that.
Beyond just the writing, like, the writing is definitely better in Episode 3 than the Force Awakens for the most part.
Yeah.
Frankly,
There's problems with 3. 3 is not a fucking phenomenal film or anything, but
the dialogue
there's
is
more.
dialogue issues in the sequel trilogy. I still think the dialogue is worse, but to the degree that it's now just hilariously funny. In prequels, where some of the dialogue is fine in sequels. A lot of it's just
Well, the sequels felt a lot more professional. While the prequels had a lot more like, what are we doing here? I'm very like.
Well,
it had a lot more problems, but it also had more soul.
Had that?
Yeah.
I mean, the sequels also had a big problem, like because it didn't have on the larger meta scale for sure, obviously.
Yeah. Maybe I can't describe it properly,
But
but
on
like,
the smaller scale, it's like a scene. I can totally tell what they were doing there. I think they knew what they were doing within certain scenes, where in like certain scenes of fucking Force Awakens, it's like I don't know where I'm at because I'm on a fucking blue screen. It's like.
yeah. Well, I mean, I said this earlier, I think before you joined, but I think the prequels did a much better job at world building and providing interesting things to tell stories in. And I felt like the sequels didn't really facilitate that at all. And I
put
know
it
that doesn't matter
simply,
for
the
individual
prequels
films, but it does matter
scratch.
for the extended universe.
Oh yeah, in terms of world building, yeah, the prequels did more than any of it.
Even
I
characters.
think it was also just bad as well. Like Andor is the best world building we've had in all of Star Wars.
Just to put a pin in the conversation, I will be happy to agree to disagree on Palpatine's plan.
In terms of whether it makes sense or not.
Yeah.
Well, I asked what the plan was, and then he
I explained it to him, and he thinks that Darth Maul shouldn't be used because it's pointless.
Well, if you want to talk to Bricks about it, Bricks, are you interested in discussing Palpatine's plan with Delta?
Over there. It's an invasion army.
We have to get down to the planet.
Okay,
Just
go ahead and lay out
remember
Palpatine's plan.
Let's go aboard
Just
one of
remember
those.
that the Jedi's power has greatly diminished.
Oh, shut the
And
fuck up.
also
I
remember
haven't
that
once
he plays both
argued
sides,
that.
So he always comes out on top.
No, I'm not saying you counter it. I just want people to be aware of that is the thing.
My argument did not hinge on force sensitivity for Palpatine. It hinges on like basic police procedure.
Competence, yeah. But remember, if you interrupt their force, you interrupt their competence.
They become insane and retarded.
They
They start
become
holding
retarded.
their eyes go crossed.
They're when they don't have access to the
Or
force,
as
they're
carried out
retarded.
by hippies.
Yeah. Okay. So go ahead, Delta. The floor is yours.
I had the gist of Palpatine's plan. It just
Oh, if you have a just do you have an issue with Palpatine's plan?
I'm gonna have to go back over it, but yeah, it does seem like they're like so. The writing goal of Lucas should have been like, okay, Palpatine's plan is that he has just like no matter what happens, he wins.
I am
that's
so
kind
fucking
like,
sick of hearing that shit. I've heard it for the past half an hour from these two chuckle fucks.
Well, but that's the point of it, right? That's the point. That should be the point of Palpatine's plan, right?
I am a chuckle fuck. Thank you.
It's not the point. Is that's what he achieves.
Like if I was
but
Palpatine,
script
I want
calls
to
for it, right?
organize.
Okay,
my goal
hold
is
on.
to gain power. I want to organize it so no matter what happens, I come out on top. All right, so Like, the idea is he's creating a crisis on Naboo in order to basically position himself to becoming Chancellor. That's like the basic gist.
Yeah. That's the simple version. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you want, I can give you the play-by-play like I did to Worm.
No, I'm just trying to remember because honestly, it's been so long since I've watched episode 1.
It's simple. It's just for some reason he has issues with Maul being involved in the
For
plan.
some reason, my entire
Yeah, I literally explained to you why your quote unquote problem with it makes no fucking sense.
I countered that argument.
You haven't
Somehow
countered
the
shit.
Sith
You
have
just
returned.
repeated your problem that I fucking explained. It's not a problem. So
Somehow the Sith have returned.
okay, Bricks. Does Maul cause a problem in all of this? So, on the Sith side, Palpatine makes the Trade Federation invade Naboo and force Padme into signing a treaty. If that happens, he can, as Palpatine in the Senate, claim a vote of no confidence because his planet got invaded. They force her to sign a treaty, a vote of no confidence. Now, on the other side, Padme escapes. She gets stuck on Tatooine. Palpatine sends Maul to kill the Jedi and get the Queen back so she can sign the treaty. The Queen manages to escape. She makes it to Coruscant and he has to manipulate her into the vote of no confidence. If she gets caught on Naboo, back to the start, sign the treaty, vote of no confidence. If she makes it to Coruscant, he has to manipulate her into the vote of no confidence. Does it play? Does it function? That on no matter which alternative happens, he manages to get the vote of no confidence. And even if Maul gets involved, they don't know. The only thing the Jedi would know is that he may be a Sith and the Trade Federation sent him. If they investigate, they go to the Trade Federation, and make them squeal. All they can tell him is that a Sith Lord made them do it. And even if they get their hands on the hologram, all they got is Palpatine in a cloak, and the only thing you can see is his chin. And Worm claims that is enough evidence to look into Palpatine.
Well, Gandalf is a type of golem.
Shut the fuck up.
I assume Briggs basically gave up.
I really do.
Or is his internet alright?
He's dead. He's thinking. He's meditating.
Yeah, the
Is
gears
he?
are spinning. You know, he just woke up and Palpatine's in his head. He's seeing Jar Jar.
And he's
He
thinking
got into it.
Gandalf is a
We
type
didn't
of
fucking
golem.
ask him to fucking argue.
That's true.
Well,
that's
we
true.
offered and he agreed. He said, "Yeah, sure, I will."
Okay.
I'll do it.
He's like, I'm down, giggity.
It's just he's awfully quiet, so I think it might be his internet.
Bricks are
Yeah,
you
he's
dead?
getting his hand crushed by Captain Marvel right now. He asked her for this money.
Jesus. He has to lubricate his claw hand.
Yeah, she's crushing both his hands.
Gandalf is a type. Where did you hear this shit?
Like he's like screaming in pain right now, and his phone's on the floor, and we're like, Gandalf is a type of
He's a
golem, is
type
all
of
he
golem.
hears. You know, like having the
Hey,
worst
John.
day of his life.
Good,
John,
good.
we need to find
How you having
someone
watch
to
again?
warn the Naboo of this invasion.
We're talking about nerd shit.
But the most safest place?
What?
The
We're talking about nerd shit.
You were
Yeah,
talking
okay.
about
The usual.
Big Daddy Palpatine putting down plans, making moves, playing both
Oh my
sides.
word,
So he
he's
always
playing
comes out on top.
chess.
Oh, you're trying to justify a shitty movie again. Okay, I got you.
Nah. You're
Correct.
trying to justify that it is a shitty movie.
I got a question.
Bricks
for
is back.
Leo.
Bricks is back.
Bricks,
Tree-
go for it.
So, the Trade Federation the idea is they're blockading Naboo to protest trade taxes that are being levied against them, I guess.
Tariffs
And-
for.
Tariffs would make it's tax. They say taxes in the film, so I'm going to go with taxes.
Sure.
And or is it tariffs? I can't remember. Whatever. It's one of those.
It does.
Begins with
It's
B,
tax.
good enough.
It's tax.
Yeah. So they're getting fucked by the Senate. All right. So Palpatine has probably like manipulated the Galactic Senate into taxing the Trade Federation, taxing things in a way that pisses off the Trade Federation. Sidious goes to the Trade Federation and saying, "Hey, I got this plot to help us get rid of the taxes. You got to blockade Naboo because that will help us get rid of the taxes." Or it'll like I'm not even sure why the Trade Federation is going along with this. Like, why are they doing this in the first place? Why are they convinced that this will help their
Have
cause?
you seen
Get rid of
them?
taxes?
They're kind of like fish people that speak.
Yeah, they're
They're
not very
They get to.
Yeah,
They literally get a planet and they put Palpatine in Chancellor, which can help them with the
Well,
taxes.
but they don't know Palpatine is Sidious.
Well,
B,
no.
they already have planet, assumingly, like or planet.
Well, yeah, but why not have two?
Not-
Considering they're
What?
called the
Yeah, but what's
greedy.
the point of Naboo? Naboo is such like a shit world, apparently, or
No,
not. I don't know.
it's not a shit
Naboo is
world.
whatever people need it to be at
Pretty-
the moment.
It's a
It's
pretty
good for
planet.
trade camp.
Okay.
It's not a
It's
bad
pretty
planet.
planet,
What the fuck?
But do they have much in the way of
Definitely work
resources that they want?
Yeah, more resources,
Well,
more
look-
room. They
We
can
don't know
literally
much
build
about Naboo.
factories.
They have
We're-
massive fucking generators that power up the universe.
Worm makes a
Oh my
plan and point by saying that it's got great labor camps.
Yeah, but apparently they're in such
Come
their
see our lovely
blockade
labor
fucks Naboo over hard, so they're very reliant on trade apparently. So they're blockading Naboo to eventually the point of conquering it. And how does this help them with the tax issue? It's like, oh, hey, this conglomerate is pissed off with Trump's tariffs or whatever. They're going to seize Hawaii. Like, okay. How does this help get rid of the
He's playing
tariffs?
both sides, so he always comes out on top.
Oh my
I guess
god,
that-
shut the
that is-
fuck up
that
with
would
that
be the idea
retarded ass
behind
fucking
the-
argument. You're driving me nuts.
I'm sorry,
No,
I'm
but like
just memeing.
that's
I'm
the
just
actual
memeing.
writer's goal. Like that would be the writer's goal. Like if I'm supposed to be trying to write.
Yeah, that's the goal, but he's using it as a
Episode 1.
fucking excuse and he's been saying it for the
I'm
past
not using it as an
45
excuse,
minutes.
I'm just memeing.
Well, yeah, but it's
It's
annoying because you're
serious.
dumbing it down to that. And you're doing it sarcastically. It's driving me off the fucking wall.
So yeah,
Don't take it
that's already something I'm
seriously.
not understanding. Is like how does this actually? Like, what is the Trade Federation getting out of it?
The Trade Federation gains a planet and
Okay.
basically
labor.
Sidious as Palpatine in the Senate
Gungans.
can
Fish
fucking
robots.
help with the
Why do
They
Yes.
have
taxes.
unlimited access to
Sorry,
Jar Jar
keep
Binks.
the old kid off, Leo. He's saying that he hasn't got to the more important part. So they get a planet.
Okay,
And how does
I'm
this-
sorry.
Yeah, they've been doing that shit the whole fucking
We're
2-3
just
hours
enjoying
we've been
it.
Stop
doing
saying
this
that.
shit.
Just make your fucking point.
So, after they
I
get the planet,
apologize.
Sidious, quote unquote, through Palpatine, can get their taxes fixed and get them more money on top of the
How does
planet.
that? What are you saying? So he's like, conquer this planet, and then I can fix your taxes for you.
Well, yeah, because he would get the vote of no confidence because they invaded the planet and he becomes chancellor.
But they don't know that about. But they don't know he's Palpatine.
But they
That's
don't
pretty
need
well
to know that.
established.
They don't need to know
Okay,
that.
So Sidious says them, you get Naboo, I'll be able to get rid of the taxes. Like, with their,
That's
they
all
ask, like,
they need to
how?
know.
But why would they agree to such an insane fucking plan?
What's
to quote
insane
Speed-
about it?
to
They
quote
gain a
Lincoln, like,
planet
what are they-
and
what is
leniency
Sidious
on
promised them?
taxes.
A planet made of gold, corrective surgery for the woman's face.
It's a
Like,
planet. You have
What's
resources.
wrong with their face?
They can conquer whatever planet they want. Like their point is to get their goal is to get rid of the
Yeah,
taxes,
but you
right?
cannot
That's their
conquer.
business.
You cannot just conquer a planet without starting a war.
Yes. Why are they doing this to get rid of tax? Like, how does this? Like, okay, we
Because if they force, if they
conquering a planet to basically say, look, we'll give up Naboo if you get rid of these taxes, Galactic Republic.
no, so if they make Padme sign the treaty, they basically gain the fucking planet legally.
Yes,
There's
yes,
no
they-
war that starts.
For reasons, yeah.
What do you mean for reasons? What did I say that has no sense in it so far?
Well, it's like, okay, yeah, the idea is this, this invasion, or like, look, this will legalize our occupation of the planet by you signing it over. It's like, But if it's of course, I that she voluntarily does it, not is under duress or whatever.
They can't even
then
force her. It doesn't matter. All Palpatine cares about is him getting in the Chancellor. He can give up Naboo.
Yes, but what? But the Trade Federation's make it. Are you just saying the Trade Federation's just idiots? Because that's what.
What do you mean they're just idiots? What the fuck?
What are they getting out of this? They don't like.
Motherfucker, are you deaf? They're getting a planet and the tax is removed by Sidious through Palpatine.
It says unlimited access to Jar Jar Binks. Does the Trade Federation go? How are you going to do this exactly?
They don't need to know. All they know is that they're going to get their taxes off, and they also gain a planet.
They are just fucking idiots who are like.
Why is that an idiot thing? What the fuck?
Because
they deal in contracts.
One at a time, ladies.
Okay. Ladies,
snapping his fingers, like Sidious's gonna get rid of like that. They just buy. They just.
Sidious is Palpatine. He can make them. He can make them gain the fucking planet legally.
Gonna get annoyed. Why does this make sense for them?
Delta, if they
don't need to know why it makes sense or how. The deal with from their side is blockade this planet, invade it, make her sign the treaty. You get the planet. I'll make Palpatine Chancellor, and he can get rid of your taxes. That's Sidious. That's all Sidious has to tell them.
Why would they think Palpatine would get rid of the taxes, like in return for what?
Because Sidious is Sidious can literally say, "I can control Palpatine," because he is him.
Frustration, but he didn't. And the frustration is we're missing a lot of information.
One at a time. Fuck me.
No, don't fuck me.
Yeah, please don't.
No, but I'm tired of this bullshit.
There's information
as well.
No, but I had to do this with two fucking idiots for 2 hours, and they are doing the same shit while having a third person in.
Calling again, Delta. Yes, Sam. Can you keep it in your pants, okay?
I gotta recommend you review like Plinkett's review of episode 1. I think he goes over a lot of this and points out, yeah.
I do not need to watch Plinkett's fucking review to make sense of the fucking movie. I watched the movie.
No, it's not to make sense of the movie. It's to point out how nonsensical it is.
I literally explained to you literally what they gain. How is that a stupid deal from their point of view? They gain a planet and some Sidious sets someone up in the Chancellor's spot to get rid of their taxes.
Like, but why would they buy into this like plan?
Why wouldn't they?
Insane fucking plan.
How is it insane?
For what? How is it insane?
Well,
like
the amount of risk that they're taking on themselves.
Apparently,
the reason why they wouldn't is because the amount of risk for potential return. They don't know if this guy's solid. They're a trade federation, so they deal in contracts, right? And if Sidious is unwilling to sign a contract, or it's not clear what rewards they get out of the contract. And again, Sidious would not want to do that because that's more evidence to be used against him if anyone investigates any.
Yeah, he just signs Sidious on the contract because that draws immediately to Palpatine. If you want a contract, the point is they made a deal. This is what they have to do to make the deal, and Sidious told them what they're getting.
The deal's nonsensical, though. That's
you have no fucking point to why it is nonsensical besides, oh, it sounds crazy. I explained to you what the deal is. You just don't believe it. Give me a better reason.
They're taking a large risk for
yeah, okay.
No return.
All right, no. So pause. You are the Trade Federation. I am Sidious, mysterious guy. You know probably nothing about except that I let's say I did demonstrate I have power and influence over the Senate and stuff.
Yeah,
I'm like, look, you guys, look, Leo, your Trade Federation is getting fucked over by these taxes that that fucker Gorham put on, or Lorem, whatever his name is. Look, this planet Naboo, for reasons, if you blockade it, you'll cause a crisis, and then I can use this crisis to go ahead and fuck, and you can even invade the planet, and by doing so, I'll be able to get the taxes lifted.
I'm black, baby.
And you're like, yeah, sure, let's do that.
And you also gain a planet. That sounds like a pretty fucking good deal. Especially if I know he has fucking power, the power to do it.
Like, he's not offering the planet. He's like that's the thing.
He's literally telling them invade the planet and make the Queen sign the treaty.
They could take the planet without any of the taxes, information, nothing going on. Their goal is to get rid of the taxes. It's like, yeah, if they want a planet, they could just invade a planet, taxes or no taxes.
Yeah, but if they just invade a planet without the tax, My guy,
Do they
if they
want the
just
taxes
invade
or
the
do they want-
planet, they cause a war. That's the risky part. This way,
Yeah,
they can
do
fucking
cause a war by
through
invading the planet.
paperwork, they can at least gain a planet on top of getting rid of the taxes.
Would
So,
you
so
say
that's what he
that?
promises. And he's like, look, by taking this planet, you'll get a planet and I'll get rid of the taxes for you. I want you to take Naboo. And they're like, sure, but like, why do you want us to gain Naboo? And why, like, and how will this get rid of the taxes? Like, will you get rid of the taxes? He's like,
They
just
don't
do
need
it.
to know all the details of how the plan works. All
Why would you
Sith,
agree to such an insane detail? You don't know, like,
It actually-
sounds like
all
you're taking
Sidious
a-
has to
help
tell
you
them
out,
is
Delta.
invade this planet. This will
I'm gonna-
allow me to put somebody in the Chancellor seat and get rid of the taxes. That's all they need to know.
Here, Delta.
I'm
gonna
I
give
hope
you
you
a
are not
helping
in
hand.
charge making deals for any company. Jesus.
It makes more sense.
You
if he
have
has
no
threatened
fucking
them or has
point.
some sort of evidence on them which he is blackmailing with.
You have no point why it's insane.
Like later in the plot.
Also,
Is
they're
that
fucking
working?
greedy and fearful. Sidious can literally just manipulate them into doing it, whether they like it or not.
I thought. Ooh, other. Fuck, I died. I thought the minutiae of why they would want the planet is there, but I do have a question. Is like them getting the planet kind of like us making up the plot for the story?
No, because it's in the movie.
Do they say he's gonna get the planet? They're gonna get the planet in the movie.
Well, yeah, they will make the invasion legal, meaning that they will own the planet. That's the whole point Sidious told them to do. Invade the planet. We must push our plans.
The conduct of war actually has many different sort of things. So there's things you can take as vassal states. There's things you can take as sort of colonies. There's things you can take where under the treaty, we don't know what's in the treaty. So it might be that once they get their taxes out of the Naboo, that they pay them 25% of whatever output they have, they leave the planet. We don't know.
The point is, Sidious tells them, we must move our plans, invade the planet. My lord, is that legal? I'll make it legal. Meaning that if they do invade the planet and he makes it legal, their invasion holds. So they gain a fucking planet. On top of the deal with the taxes.
The treaty looks like more than just we own this planet now.
So okay, so he's going to make it legal because of the treaty. He's going to make it
Yeah,
legal.
because they're going to force Padme to sign the treaty.
And they're like, yeah, people just go along with this. We're just like unilaterally invading a sovereign planet, but we're gonna force them to basically force them to make it legal. Which the force part kind of gets in the way of that being valid contract. Like perhaps the rest of the galaxy will go along with it. Maybe not. It seems like a huge risk. For like the upshot is what we gain. We perhaps gain a planet legally, or we get butt fucked. Which is kind of what ends up happening.
And by making it legal, if he does end up doing that, that also leads a paper trail, even if he used surrogates.
The
back to
paper
Palpatine.
trail would be Padme giving them the planet through the treaty. That's the only
'cause
paperwork.
Him making it legal, the treaty is one thing, but he also has to argue for that treaty in the Senate as to the validity of that treaty.
And like I told you earlier, Palpatine can just say they invaded my planet. The Trade Federation can say, no, we own the planet. The Queen gave it to us. Here's the paperwork. And Palpatine can say, they forced her to do it. I cannot contact Naboo. I vote for no confidence.
Well, that then guarantees that he's given the Trade Federation nothing tangible for them as a backup plan or no collateral.
But
in this
that
deal.
would get him the Chancellor spot, meaning he can give them Naboo, because he does not give a shit about Naboo. He would gladly sacrifice Naboo if it gets him in the Chancellor spot.
But because he's able to just fuck the Trade Federation in this way, with they have nothing but empty promises in terms of the
It's
risk they're
just
taking.
such an insane deal for them to take. It's like
Well, they're getting fucked either way if they're doing it or not. So which risk would you rather take? The bankruptcy through taxes or the problems of the Senate? Or make a risky move and gain a lot? You're not only
Going
gonna
to
get rid of the
Or-
taxes,
or
you
do
can even
another
get a
option that,
planet.
like is less risky, but also hopefully can overturn the taxes. It just seems like they could do this, but they need work was not established to be like, why is this at all?
But this is the
seem like
start
a
of the
reason?
story. This is how it starts.
We never come back to this.
Yes, and
Okay, that's the start of the conflict. Do we need more information from before the conflict?
we don't need to know how the taxes came about. That's okay. The inciting incident.
Yeah.
Apparently, the inciting incident is the taxes, which is easy enough to be like.
It is in the crawl, yeah.
Palpatine through manipulation. Yeah. Okay. So then they're like, okay, but then following that is like the Trade Federation decides to blockade the planet in protestation of the taxes.
Yeah.
Uh,
Which allows them to
seems like-
invade.
like
because they're close
Okay,
enough.
Sounds
yeah,
like my
first-
favorite space
the idea is,
fantasy
like,
movie.
the blockade needs to be up
I
to-
love this movie.
It's like they're doing this
Fucking
in
space
protest of-
fantasy.
Oh my
movie.
God, Papa.
Holy shit!
Sorry,
It's
sorry.
like
man.
Can you repeat that point? I couldn't hear shit.
Yeah, so the initial step is blockade, protest, trade taxes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a great plan.
You have no fucking argument of why it's
You
not a
sounded
great plan.
Just like Tony Stank. There, I
What's
just
your
wanna
argument
say.
of why the blockade?
I was channeling
I
my
can't even
anger.
think of a real world example of like where someone does equivalent for. Like, okay, let the coast. Okay, the fucking taxes on the American colonies. They throw the Boston Tea Party. They didn't blockade themselves or try to blockade another like planet that doesn't is like how involved in the whole thing is it? Question mark. They go blockade like okay maybe the guy okay if the American colonies went and blockaded like Quebec, then it's like we're blockading this other colony in protestation of the taxes that the crown is levying against us.
No,
That'd be like,
a better example
why?
would be America blockading trade to Mexico, blockading UK from trading with Mexico, and allowing basically parking their fleet in front of the UK and using that as an like a good position to start invading UK.
But
Because the UK is controlling their
what?
because the UK is controlling their trade routes.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I need to.
Why do we have to complicate this? Jesus
The American
fucking Christ.
colonies are going to
Because
invade
you
UK by
started
blockading
this.
the Mexican colonies of Spain.
No, they're blockading the trade route to Mexico. They're blockading London or UK's trade route to Mexico because they have the fucking trade route in their way. They can just blockade
But
the
is this-
UK
that would piss
because
off
of the
the Spanish.
taxes.
The Spanish would be the ones getting pissed off.
Oh
that
my
their
fucking
colony-
god. Why do we have to make it with real fucking countries? The Trade
Yeah, I think I
Federation
would- I would
owns the
follow
trade
this-
routes. No,
Okay,
let's simplify
these
this.
blockades are not used for like dealing with tax issues. I can't think of historically of one time that's ever happened.
George
The
Washington
Trade
was a type of
Federation,
Is he aesthetic?
the fucking company that deals with trade routes, is protesting taxes on trades. They're blockading trade routes on Naboo because that's where Palpatine wants to make his move. It could have been any other
Yes.
planet,
Cities
but he
that
chose
blockade
Naboo.
This planet, Trade Federation wise, are like, yes, that makes sense because Naboo is this trade center apparently.
It's not a trade center. It's Palpatine's fucking planet.
Yeah,
He's
but why
selling
would
his
they-
own planet.
Why do they don't care or give a shit about Palpatine? They would be like, okay, Sidious is telling us to blockade Naboo. Do they ever ask themselves like, why Naboo? Like, why not like a planet that would be like that would be more impacted by trade or like
Maybe
does Naboo make sense
maybe
to them?
because Palpatine / Sidious knows that Naboo doesn't have an army to defend themselves against.
You keep justifying the Trade Federation's logic by using Sidious's like secret plans that they don't know about. Like, but that doesn't make sense. They don't. know
Sidious
about
just
this
has to
stuff.
tell
Why-
them,
why would-
prepare an army, go to Naboo,
Why are they
literally
using
make a
this
blockade,
spooky
protesting,
hologram?
and
It's
then
so
use that to
fucking
invade.
The spooky hologram is giving us very questionable advice. Let's do it. Granted,
Oh
by
my
the depiction
fucking
of the film,
god.
they are really
Oh, we're back
You know-
at square fucking one.
You know
Jesus
what
fucking
movies
Christ.
I like Star Wars.
How are you're the one getting frustrated? It's like
Well, I'm getting frustrated because I have to
Because
repeat
you are-
myself.
you
I
are
already explained
deliberately
this to
entertaining
you.
people on fun ways. So what?
I already
Oh, I'm
explained this to
entertaining
you. We
myself.
literally went
You seem
from
like a
this to the
wise
fucking
elder,
bullshit.
John Danilo.
Look,
Yeah.
I've been saying this for 2 days now. The Delta just loves starting shit. This motherfucker
Yeah.
just loves starting
Oh
shit.
my fucking god.
I'll let you write up a post of like why Plinkett is wrong. in his.
I'll wait for you to make a fucking video of why it's fucking bad or actually make a point.
Lincoln already made one. I even posted the timestamp of where he starts talking.
And for the record,
space tax.
I just want to, for the record, my arguments were not. They were completely outside the Plinkett video too.
Yeah, me
Fair enough.
too.
I just was like, I don't.
I literally
first
explained.
overcome the Plinkett review.
Go watch my fucking live stream because I'm live right now. Go fucking watch my live stream and listen to the arguments I gave these two chuckle fucks.
If I was going to make a
I
Plinkett review, it'd be like, what's wrong with your face?
I'm sorry that I explained it so simply. You still don't fucking get it.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the problem. You explained it so simply.
Yes, I explained it 3
that's what
fucking
he did
times so far. I
yesterday with
pretty
a-
much got it fucking down.
That's what he did yesterday with an existential horror. He explained it so simply, he got it fucking
Yes,
down.
I explained it simply. It's stupid that a
conceptual
character
horror.
would not fucking try to get us a
Perhaps, oh, am I wrong? No. The kids were wrong.
It's the kids who are wrong.
Surely
It's poor Shepard who blames his
At least
father.
I'm using the fucking movie to explain to you why it makes sense. You haven't provided shit from the movie that it makes no sense.
Like for the Palpatine thing, like
Yes, I am. I'm talking.
I just disagree.
And I explained to you why it makes sense using the fucking movie.
Yeah,
And
yes,
I
I used the movie
explained
explained
why
why
it
it
doesn't
makes
make
sense.
You didn't though. All you're saying is why would they do it? All you're
My
complaining about
argument's
is
more
why would they
simple.
take a deal that benefits them?
My argument's more
Because
simple.
the
It's-
high risk for questionable reward.
Your argument is that you don't like it.
That's
my
not what
argument
I
is that
said.
shit,
Fuck
It
off.
was terrible. All of this should not be in fucking Star Wars. This is absolute garbage.
We don't have to focus on this. It's you people that apparently have an issue with it. It's pretty fucking simple. Palpatine is using his own planet to fucking get this shit done.
Don't turn this around, bitch. You were the one who were like, oh, dude, you
All I
actually
said is
did
you
it.
cannot
That
blame
was
the fucking Phantom Menace for the fault of the prequels, considering the the Phantom Menace has the least of the problems in the fucking prequels. Because the Phantom Menace sets up the whole fucking
I'll agree,
things.
Leo, I agree with you kind of there. Episode 1 is
Yeah.
like its issues to episode 2 and 3 are kind of separate because it's just so
Yes.
inconsequential to everything else. Like it's so skippable.
Yeah, that's
that
where all of this
it was kind of a
started.
waste. It's just episode 1 is such a waste. because
It's
it doesn't-
not a
it
waste though.
has such little
Yeah,
impact
it's a waste. Definitely.
on episodes 2 and 3.
Qui-Gon's
it could
a
have been
waste.
replaced with a much better.
No, it's
Qui-Gon's a
not.
waste. Otogonga is a waste.
Qui-Gon's a
Naboo
waste.
is a waste. The Senate is a waste. The Jedi is a waste.
At least they
Anakin's
do
a
fucking
waste.
something, unlike the fucking sequels.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not
the
defending
sequels are terrible. Yeah, sequels
The
suck,
sequels are
but
terrible
yeah.
without doing anything. We literally have what, 4 fucking new characters, and that's
I
all
would
they
say they
fucking
went a little
use, and
too
they still
far
cannot do
on that.
shit with them.
At least episode 1 introduced cool fighting. I will admit that.
What? Like what? Like fucking like ooh, spinning. That's a neat trick.
Oh my fucking
Choreography
god, I'm
wasn't
so
very
tired
good,
of hearing that.
People get very tricked. That I don't know why people still think the fucking Darth Maul lightsaber fight was good. It was like
No, it's not that. I would.
I liked
would
it as a
say
kid
like-
when I was entertained by like just flashiness and whatnot.
Yes, the-
Action,
the best-
action,
It's
like,
still
choreography.
good though.
I like
What's
the
your
story
issue with it?
The
And I
best
like
part.
Darth Maul because he looks cool.
The best part of the prequel fighting for me would be literally the second Obi-Wan got pissed and ran at Darth Maul right up until the point where lightsabers hate each other and it went back to fucking choreographed fighting.
Yeah, that's a great line from the Plinkett review.
Yeah, I mean it's true. It's like flawless choreography, but without soul. Like, it's except it's like
It does have
well, that
soul,
part is
come
like the best.
on.
I like Darth
That
Maul.
part
just
right there
because
is
he
the
looks
best.
cool. He has no character. It's literally just like I like the way he looks.
It's a cool concept.
Yeah.
He's not even a character.
He's,
No, he's not.
He's like-
Again, it's just the way he looks. He has the dual saber. And it's like
the dual saber is a
cool.
character, okay?
Pile over
okay.
substance.
The dual saber is a character. You guys just not giving me enough.
What like what's like that was one of his earlier points in the it was like like of course being the Phantom Menace you're like okay the plan is like it's going to be a hidden like an antagonist but frankly that's not very good that's not good for a film like Star Wars or the genre that Star Wars is going for doing that kind of shit. It's like you're not trying to be the usual suspects here. You're the series that had Darth Vader as the villain for the first big primary villain as the first 3 movies.
My
You have
favorite
a
part of
Pac-Man
that.
wizard man shooting lightning out of his fingertips.
My
Subtlety is
favorite-
maybe not the way to go.
My favorite visual from the Blinkered review is seeing the little children in front of the screen, and it's just the Senate bullshit happening on the TV. It's just like, oh, children love this. And it's like,
Or what's wrong with your face?
And
What's
I
wrong with your
enjoy
face?
those, a lot of those the political scenes the most, mainly purely just for more Ian McDermott. It's like, yeah, just give me him because he's the only one who could. He's the only one of an acting caliber that can actually like transform whatever he
Samuel
has.
Jackson's in the movie. They just needed to give him more motherfucker.
They didn't even
moments,
let
okay?
him use the purple lightsaber until 3 movies in.
Jeez, it's so bullshit. Fucking, they just should have had Samuel Jackson going, "What the fuck are you for real?" and then slapping some fucking robots around the
He did
whole place.
request though, and Lucas actually denied this, but he did request that when the little purple lightsaber was active, it would play Prince. But the Lucas shot that down. He was really hoping that he could get Darling Mickey in the Star Wars film.
You would have had Purple Rain playing like fucking
Yeah. Hey, listen, Leo. Like we've been like double teaming you. It's been super unfair, but you know, just it's all good. You did ask
It's okay,
for
we're
this.
idiots.
You did,
We're
you did
idiots,
say-
don't worry about it.
you
I
did
didn't
say with
ask.
Glee, like,
I didn't
I've
ask
been-
for
I've been
being
training
fucking
you. I've been
receiving
doing
bullshit
push-ups
arguments.
About 10 a minute and prepping my arguments with Glee. You're
I
like, let's get
the
into
fact
it.
that I
So-
managed to get through more arguments and more plot with Worm than like more than Brick and Papa Guy is fucking insane.
No, but I just refuse to play your game like I did last night. Like,
What do you
fuck,
mean
I
refuse to play
just
my
refuse
game?
to
You're
play
trying
your
to play
stupid ass
chess.
game.
He's playing Sorry.
Yes. I just don't
He's
want
playing
to play your
Digimon
game.
on you. You activated my trap card.
You're like 1v1 me in a Poke Deal where you go,
Yeah.
and I'm like, nah, man, I'm
He's
gonna
goofing.
Digimon
I am a
over
fucking
here.
idiot though. Like I am absolutely. Like I chuckle and I fuck and I live my best life. Full of potential. I did post one last meme just for the shits.
I do love me some memes. What's wrong with your face?
What's wrong with your fucking eyes? What's wrong with your
Oh my
face?
god, I fucking love the part. Yeah, I'm just watching the freaking review part because I love the gas part. It's like, so how do we kill these Jedi? We do the most obvious. We pump in obvious gas.
The obvious, like green goblin gas into the room.
Yeah. And then it's like, and then the dumbest line ever, like open the door and destroy what's left. It's like, why don't you just keep pumping more gas? And they start screaming and trying to cut their way out, just keep pumping more gas.
Right, just
Come out
seal
and pump more
that,
gas.
seal that
Let's
forever.
get it
Just
into
never
the
open
watch
that room
together.
again. We don't know what space wizards can do. Just never go in there.
Yeah, it's just like,
Put it in the
yeah,
watch together, dude.
fucking,
Pop the blinker thing in the watch together. I want to see it.
okay, where's watch together?
Yes, please. I'll find it for you.
Also, do their respirators only work underwater? The respirators that they have later on their person, or does that also work on gas?
Apparently it does. Well, no, it doesn't work on gas. It only works on underwater, I guess. Because we only see them use them there. They just held their breath for a really long time.
They just held their breath for like 5 minutes.
They got ninja. They got Jedi locks, right?
They have the midi chlorian.
We're gonna watch. Which part do you want to watch first?
Skull's in here. I'm in here. Leo join in. Worm join in. Bro, into the watch together. We're gonna watch some shit.
I think Leo's screaming into a paper bag. He might need a minute.
No, I'm
I
playing.
think he's
I'm playing the
getting
fucking Star Wars Lego
The
game.
second biggest problem with
He's getting
you're playing
whiskey.
Lego again.
is the whole story and
Endless
the
whiskey.
way it was told. It's almost mind-boggling how complex the
Can't go
author
right.
is. From the very
Can't go
start of this
right.
movie,
Why can I hear it?
something's really wrong, just by the way it started. It opens with some boring pilot asking for.
I remember when I
permission to
first
land
watched
in
the movie, I
ship
thought the
that
pilot
looks
was a
like
fucking
half-eaten
kid.
Why?
donut
When I
with a
watched it in the
donut
theaters,
hole
I was
in
like, what the fuck?
What the fuck is that? Then two cloaked figures walk
Oh.
into a room in a
Pilot was
completely
a
flat
fucking
angle.
kid.
They
What?
sit down in a conference room, drink tea, and wait to talk about a trade dispute with something that looks like
wish Mike would do more videos like this.
Yeah, dude. I missed it.
Like, their movie reviews, the half of the bag is fine, but I do really just wish we could get more like the Nerd Crew or Plinkett reviews, just more
Yeah,
stuff
I love
like
Nerd Crew. Oh, Nerd Crew's so good.
Even when he's making movie videos about like Baby's Day Out, it's still fucking hilarious.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Stop it.
Stop it.
He channeled his like perfect inner curmudgeon into these videos. Perfect.
I actually have a buddy who he didn't buy this argument of the opening scene of A New Hope. Like this is what the intention was with the shot and how it's done. I'm like, oh my god.
But you can see
He didn't buy
It's
the
like one of those
very obvious
famous
like,
openings ever.
The symbolism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
But
like
that's
he's
classic,
not very.
like
What was-
cinematography, right?
What was his argument instead? Like, what did he think it meant?
He just thought it was like he didn't think it was intentional, like in terms of like the shot being done like that at all. He thought
I can
he
believe
thought
that.
where Plinkett was reading into like this is what it's saying. Well, I mean, Plinkett even makes the suggestion that it's like Lucas probably didn't even realize himself, but someone there did, like Gary Kurtz did, or someone else who was on working the production realized this is what this means, like visually quality.
I can also believe that your friend didn't believe that that's what it meant. Like I can believe that your friend doesn't understand what does
It could be accidental. I'm willing to buy that, but also like it's a pretty lucky accident.
Yeah, I mean, if it is, it's like wow, you just made one of the, like those
You nailed it by accident.
iconic intros at the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it hurts whenever you play it side by side. It like physically hurts.
Yeah.
It's a rough time.
This is my jams. Ugh. Game rats.
So dense.
I mean, images, so much things going on.
I mean, Ghost in the Shell has pretty dense images. but
Yeah,
none
Ghost in
of
the
it is
Shell,
amazing.
Warhammer artwork, but
Yeah.
they're also those are just pieces of art, not like let's.
Yeah,
make a
everything
movie
is
out of that.
meaningful towards something. It's all building towards
Yeah.
a single theme.
You don't have CGI R2D2 riding over there.
Yeah, you don't have any cartoon rabbits screaming about shit on their feet.
Right, Rick Bourbon.
What's the problem on the Ricks?
At least he acknowledged he was made mistakes.
I think that's intentional. He has a big beef with Rick Berman and Star Trek shit.
Yeah, no, yeah. Rick made a lot of
I-
bad decisions.
This is great. This is
With,
great.
with the production value he put in this, I don't think like any mistakes were that he caught would be like accidentally left in. You know, he would have cut him out.
Well,
my
I mean,
little-
well, no,
my
no,
little-
he made bad decisions. Berman did make bad decisions, but he could later acknowledge, like, he's like, yeah, I messed up the ending of Enterprise. That was bad. That was a bad decision on my part.
Yeah.
But yeah,
See, I have little ones, and I've got Star Wars on in the background, and I'm just like, this reflects so much to me, especially if I can go to my kids at home. Like,
I mean, I can remember watching episode 1 as a kid, being like, man, I want to just get to the mindless action. Where's that?
how old
The
were
end
you
part,
when it
yeah.
came out? How old were you when it came out?
Weren't you just complaining about the mindless action being mindless?
9.
9. Okay. I was 11. I was 11 when
That was probably around
when
the
it came
same
out.
age.
And no, I wasn't playing with mindless action, but also I liked episode 1 when I was younger because I hadn't developed any real form of media literacy and didn't realize it. By the time episode 2 came out, I was like, oh, that was.
You evolved as a
Sure,
critic.
but can you remember whether
Episode 1 was a
you
huge
say-
element in my evolution of being able to like understand and pay attention to really.
But
I was
can
being
you remember
sarcastic.
you-
This, oh my god, you did not catch that reference, really?
Can you remember you zoning out during this period in the fall, the mid-period?
No, I didn't catch that reference there. What was the reference?
I don't remember exactly who made the reference, but it's a reference of I evolved as a critic on EFAP. Like it's basically the H-Bomber guy version of I'm better than you for reviewers. I don't remember exactly who did it. It was either Patrick Willems or Cosmo Variety Hour that
I feel
said
like
something along the
Patrick
lines.
Willems sleeps in a tub of grease and oil.
Yeah, I mean,
But yeah, one of those idiots made the argument I evolved as a critic when referring to.
everyone does. I mean, Moodle's talked about how he's like didn't really pay attention to these issues, and now he's like a lot more aware of them. You know, as he became, would watch films with Mahler and whatnot. Mahler and Rags, everyone went through their various periods of like, oh, they actually started paying attention to films in a more critical sense.
No, it's literally a fucking meme. Like it's not correct. Like they're making fun of the guy for saying that stupid thing.
As Mahler likes to say, Patrick Willems was a very slippery baby.
I don't remember him saying that, but okay.
It's a quote. He says it about somebody. He was like, "You were a very slippery baby."
All right, we've gotten to the beginning of his calculating
The Trade Federation. Yeah. Space taxes.
They want to be let free. Good joke.
That's a good miniature.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
Okay. You have a fun night. I go to bed. Good night.
Alright, good night.
Bless you.
So things that are not Star Wars. Let's go.
First blockade.
Well, no. There's plenty of. Like, I'm surprised I haven't heard more people talking about Expedition. Or, I mean, 100 Line I know is too obscure, quote unquote, but.
They're in the video game chat. They just haven't joined BC.
Okay.
Yeah, they've been talking about Expedition 33 for a minute in there.
Yeah.
In the video game
Oh yeah.
chat.
Yeah.
I don't like having conversations like this.
What? Okay. Whoa. No, I'm just reading in there. Final Fantasy 13 is overhated. 13.2 is League's worst. 13.2 is the worst one he's played. Like, what the fuck? 13.2 is better than 13.
I've only played Final Fantasy 3, Final Fantasy 7, and Final Fantasy 15.
Final Fantasy
played any of
13
them.
is a copy of some of the older Final Fantasies.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not gonna shill 13. I think 13 is actually quite bad. But like I feel like 13.2 was a modest improvement over it, and I feel
don't
like
know, I never played it.
it has a lot of the same problems that 13 does.
Did you ever play 10-2?
10.2? 10.2 is goated. That's probably one of my favorite ones.
It's one of the best ones, underrated, actually.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah, because the other person is saying that 13.2 is even worse than X2, and that's what Pat's triggered me. Like, in games chat. And I'm like sitting here going like 10.2 is one of the best Final Fantasies. What the fuck? Like Base 13 is one of the best, is low S tier Final Fantasy. Oh my god. I'm losing my mind. Like
You're gonna get in there, man.
no, I'm not, because Because every time I get in JRPG chat, it's always so bad. It's always so bad.
You get dragged.
Well,
They start hunting for witches. They start like, bring out your dead! Bring out your dead! Listen, Vegas, when a Final Fantasy game walks in with a haircut like that, you've got to ask yourself, have I made a mistake? Oh, but Papa, yeah. Well, what was your impression of Peaky Blinders? Just to circle back to that, based off of the scene you saw.
Oh yeah, no. That scene convinced me, but
It's worth watching.
no, I've been wanting to watch it. But
Yes,
yeah,
who else is in it, by the way? Sam Neill.
What?
Sam Neill is in it. He's great. Yeah,
Really?
he's great in everything he's in, but he usually doesn't show up very often. So when he shows up, I'm like, ooh, okay. Sam Neill's out of retirement. They got him out.
Sam Neill's the guy who hates being only being accredited for Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
He's
Like,
in
well,
it.
He has like a vineyard, so he's just off making wine in like Northern California or wherever the fuck.
Here's the gas scene. He was in a New Zealand movie with the fat kid from Deadpool 2.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the Wilkie
Well,
people. Yeah, great movie.
What they did, yeah, no, I loved it. This is fucking cheap.
Brick Marlin,
this is-
have you seen Peaky Blinders?
Sorry, what?
Have you seen Peaky Blinders?
No.
No. Oh shit. Have you seen any clips of Peaky Blinders or anything like that? No.
Have you seen Cheeky Blood?
What does Peaky Blinders have to do with Star Wars?
Oh
Everything.
yeah, we've been watching the
Peaky
Star Wars
Blinders
thing.
is a type of Star Wars.
Oh, shut the fuck up, dude. Get up is a type of gold.
Actually, I think it was to an open bar like a week or two ago, and they talked about how apparently on set people thought Jar Jar was like really working for the film. It wasn't until like afterwards when people were like, "This is Jar Jar character."
Really?
I fucking love this Jar Jar. Were they all drunk? They're like, this Jar Jar guy is a fucking.
Hey, as a first player, I think they work much better on the script than they do necessarily on the set than they do necessarily on film. Like, there's 3 different layers to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know that Jar Jar is a type of golem?
We already
started
made the
pausing it.
joke, Bricks, where Jar Jar says the Thanos line is Misa inevitable. You will always come back to me.
Hey, we're getting into the important part of the no confidence.
Oh sure, yeah. Sorry.
You know, Sam Neill is actually in a lot more films than I thought he was in.
Yeah, he's working.
Even more recently, like, I mean, it seems like more recently he's done quite a few voice acting roles. Oh wait, do I just not remember, but was he really in Thor Ragnarok? What did he play in that?
I just saw Thor Ragnarok the other day. I don't remember seeing Sam Neill at all.
Let me look at the cast list. Maybe it'll say what he plays. Why is it credited to him then on Google?
That's weird. I don't know.
Actor Odin, it says. Not Odin himself, but actor. What is actor Odin?
Oh yeah. He's in Loki's
Remember
play.
the play that they that
he
Loki
plays
was
Odin in
watching?
Loki's play, I guess.
Yeah.
Huh.
And it
Fake-
has Matt
fake
Damon as
Odin.
Loki.
Off the top of my head, I don't remember. Like, I'd have to rewatch that scene, I guess. But
No, I just
I
saw
think-
it the other day. He's literally like when Thor comes back to Valhalla or Asgard. Loki is impersonating Odin, and he's having a play to like commemorate his sacrifice. And like Matt Damon is playing him, and someone else is playing Thor, and then Sam Neill is playing Odin.
You know, I think, and this is
So
just
it's
my
literally
personal.
just like 1 second. You just see him, and he doesn't really say anything, and then it's over.
This is just my personal like point of view, but I think Sam Neill, especially in his older age, would make a great, if they wanted to make like a next generation James Bond movie, have it be where Sam Neill is James Bond but like old at this point, like an older man.
A retired James
like,
Bond.
Trying to retire, but he wants to train up a new apprentice to take his place. And I think Sam Neill would be the perfect role for that kind of thing, because like he has that kind of like mentor mentality, like, or like the way he acts is very mentorship. But like, I don't know, my favorite movies, like looking at the list, is probably Event Horizon or Hunt for Red October. I love that movie.
Well, I mean, Jurassic Park is kind of great.
It's
like,
iconic.
I know
It's iconic.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fucking
think he
phenomenal movie.
Just like Harrison Ford, he doesn't like being looked at for just one role, though. He
Just
wants
one role,
to be.
yeah.
He wants to be known, and you know, looking at other roles that he's played, I think Hunt for Red October.
Short swim to Bagunga City.
What?
Like, it's not a short swim to Bagunga City. Like, they just fast forward the events, right? That was pretty deep.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
how. It's deep enough that the light is significantly darker. So I don't know at what point light starts to dim to that level.
And I would be open to be like, yeah, that's out of like. There is a number of criticisms with it. There's already been one that we went over that I do think are among the weaker criticisms of Lincoln's criticisms. That one, I can be like, yeah, it's a bit different than just like maybe holding your breath in a meditative state within a gas-filled room compared to like you're actually exerting yourself swimming. It's not exactly the same thing. The other one was when he was like complaining with the Trade Federation, but that was more so in terms of like, wait, so are they vortexes or not? That was more just because the whole situation involving everything there was not exactly clear, so it's left up to us to fill in the gaps everywhere.
Although, mind you, I do the effort of thinking that most people who watch this are mindless retards or sheep who actually do think a little bit for themselves and go, you know what, that statement he made there isn't completely making sense.
Well, I think the Plinker review was like a wake-up moment for a lot of people, where it's like they couldn't figure out why they they had issues with like Phantom Menace, and then the Plinker review dropped, and everyone was like,
make the long form
you didn't notice it, but your brain did. Like something isn't right, but you can't necessarily put your finger on it until like because you haven't analyzed it, or you don't have the awareness of the critical, skill, like remedial
critical analysis. You know?
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of people in my
your brain
generation
gets
that
put together. Something's not quite right. Something's not
good.
like gelling. Like it's similar to when you're talking to people. And it's like I don't know. I have no idea if they're bullshit. I'm getting the feeling that they're bullshit. I actually can't tell.
What do you say? What?
Well, a lot of people also saw it when they were a kid and didn't return to it. So like I didn't see a Phantom Menace a whole bunch of times, and then saw the Plinker review, and I was like, oh yeah, all of this makes sense. I remembered it differently, but. Boom, here it is, I guess.
I had the VHS of episode 1 and then refused to get any VHS of any of the next movies.
Well,
yeah, that was fair.
Well,
domination kept taking over.
Wasn't the third movie, or even the second movie, was when DVD was coming out, wasn't it?
Sure, but even so,
Maybe
like,
the second film.
I just gave up. I gave up.
Honestly, like, I thought episode 1 was pretty good, but then again, I was like born into that. But then
Nobody that's been rogered by Star Wars comes back for a second helping.
my father loved episode 1 as well, and he watched Star Wars from the very beginning. He watched it 7 times in theaters when it first came out.
Wow.
Well, some people just don't have media literacy when they're when they're
fuck
adults.
off.
They
Okay, page bomber guy.
That's true.
Guess what? Not everyone that you have shout out, they're not necessarily wrong on stuff. The fact, like, what's the Patrick Willems thing is like you're watching movies wrong. EFAP later had to be like, you know what? We have come across examples of people watching movies wrong. Yep, he's not entirely wrong. That you can watch movies wrong.
Well,
I mean, I suppose,
what
but
does wrong mean, though? I don't want to ask that.
Like when you watch something and you completely get, it's like, and you completely can't even like comprehend what you're seeing. you're misremembering it, and or you're just like not you're seeing something completely different than what's actually being shown.
But see, episode one is
I watched Terminator 2, and it was about Paris Hilton's sex life.
But see, like episode one.
Actually.
Episode 1 is a political drama, right? Like, and a lot of people admit that that's probably its biggest flaw is that it's very political, and that's especially for the fact that they tried to add all those kids jokes in there. It didn't gel well, like. But I mean, I remember liking it as a kid. But that being said, like, I don't know, like my father loves politics. My father loved politics. He passed away, but he loved politics.
It's still a shit political movie. It's a shit political movie. It's a shit kids movie. It's just shit on multiple levels.
It's not
Game of Thrones.
great.
Game of Thrones is an example of having pretty decent politics up until a point.
Yeah.
It's not great, but especially when you bring up Game of Thrones, I would rather watch episode 1 over and over and over again than ever watch season 8 again.
I think probably Game of Thrones up to like season 4, although as the seasons progress, they just sort of degenerate.
Season 5 is where I can stop, like when Jon Snow gets stabbed and shit, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, not super.
But also Game of Thrones I'm not gonna recommend to like 10-year-olds or 12-year-olds, you know.
What?
Where Star Wars is something I could recommend to like a 10-year-old.
What are you talking about?
Shut up, man.
It's a movie about
Wiener, whoa, wiener.
But episode 1, unfortunately, it lost the mark there because, you know, as Blinkett also pointed out, like he was watching a lot of like news around the war at that stage, and that's why it influenced his script. And we're just like, can we just have our space fantasy, my dude?
Can you think of a version
I'm not opposed
of
to
a
the space
political
politics
drama
stuff, but it's just
that
like
would be
you should
for
know what
kids?
kind of audience you're making a thing for, and also if you're gonna do it, you have to do it well. Like Andor, for example, knows its audience well. It's aimed, the audience that's aimed the show at is not gonna be, it's not young children who wouldn't necessarily generally have the ability to enjoy political level like intrigue and stuff.
Yeah, so pick the side.
And also,
Pick
they
the
make the
side.
political intrigue and stuff good. For the most part.
Sorry, what did you say?
Well, can you think of a political drama that aimed towards kids that would be good? Can you think of like an example of that?
Let me have a look, because that's a very tall one.
I think so, but
Civil
I'm
War.
curious if there's like a version of that kids would like.
Civil War.
I'm really.
My Little Pony.
Is it though?
The closest thing I
Who
could
the
imagine
fuck
off the
did
top of
My
head.
Little Pony?
the deep
Why is
political
that? It's like that,
intrigue of
that would be
Twilight
the closest
Sparkle.
thing that I could
Movers
imagine.
and
Like,
shakers.
little kids that involves political stuff at points. Yeah, that's like I can't think of another. Like, there's some political.
How is
elements
the
in
politics
Last
in My Little
Airbender.
Pony?
Well, what about
I
like
mean,
the Clone Wars?
one of the main characters
Has,
is
like,
the-
political drama elements.
Is
in
like
it.
is the student and successor to like the.
You're talking about the
goddess
new
queen
stuff,
of-
right?
I'm talking about
the
the animated.
Friendship is magic.
Yeah, Friendship is Magic, so the new stuff. Okay, I'm thinking about My Little Pony, the 80s one, you know?
I don't know
I
about
have no idea.
I don't know about entertainment, but I know Schoolhouse Rock is a pretty popular thing that like was shown in schools as like an animated film that teaches kids about politics, but is still like understandable by kids. But if you're talking about like a series with just a
Well, it's
You never heard of
it's
Schoolhouse
like a edutainment. So a political drama would be more like just for entertainment, you know,
Right.
with some elements of truth to it. And the thing that I keep coming back to is maybe like Clone Wars animated series has a lot of political elements.
Yeah,
that
I've
are
never
really
watched
noticeable.
The Clone Wars animated series does not fucking do a consistent job with it though.
not a
No,
consistent
I mean
job.
it's not entirely focused. Like Phantom Menace is more focused on the political drama than the Clone Wars is
It's
generally.
not,
but
though.
It still has.
I mean, it's a part of episode 1, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's the focus.
It's not the focus at all.
I thought of one.
I mean, the biggest. It's not like the majority of the running time, or even the most running time, but it is so important to the plot.
But
I just remembered one from the
thing is, it
90s.
didn't
Disney
even set
made
up a
one.
difficult task for itself. Like, it's pretty fucking simple.
Disney made an animated politics series about a playground
themselves?
called Recess.
Yeah, that's
Song
the
of
thing.
the
I would
South
say
is-
that's one of the more political-esque shows.
Yes. So Recess is political in the sense that you've got characters on a playground who are trying to negotiate constantly among each other how to achieve things in the school.
Oh, you
problems
yeah, you know,
blew my
with
mind right now.
characters.
Yeah,
Actually.
because it's very much like politics is power, so therefore it's like
Yes.
the show is about power dynamics and
And it's
the power
constantly
basically.
negotiating in between the different
Yeah.
cliques.
I
on
do agree.
the-
Recess
on
is
the
actually
playground.
the best example I can think of it. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I actually have a better one that just came to
Song
mind.
of
when
the
you said that.
South. Fucking
Star Trek.
analogy. Star
Uh,
Trek.
Would you
Yeah,
say Star Trek was for children
it's
though?
A lot
It's
of
not,
I think it's like
kids
Star
grew
Trek,
up watching Star Trek.
it's not
Yeah,
targeted
I
to
agree.
children though.
No, but
Since
I
the
grew up
70s.
watching Star Trek.
but also
which
Star
Star
Trek
Trek?
isn't. I mean,
Transformers?
depending on the
Star
episode,
Trek.
but yeah.
Which
I would
Star
kinda-
Trek then?
Tra-
Which Star
I
Trek?
would say
All of them.
I would-
Like every generation has grown up watching Star Trek up to
No,
DS9.
no. Which Star Trek would be the political one, and which one would be the one that kids grow?
All of
I
the
can
series,
tell you now.
all of the series have political drama.
Yeah.
elements.
Suited for
I think
kids.
I don't think classic Star Trek, the original series was political. I think it was adventurous. I think it was horror and adventure.
They
I
had
mean,
episodes.
a lot of
as a
political
little
elements
episodes
in
that
the next
were,
generation. Plenty of episodes.
Political drama
Sure.
episodes. It wasn't like every episode was
Sure.
political drama, but
But it's
Like,
also, I
DS9
don't think it was the
probably
reason
the
why kids
most
were watching it.
political.
Kids were watching it for the space adventure more so. I don't
Yeah.
think Star Trek is
Yeah.
nearly as good an example as Recess.
And Recess is really good because it's consistent political groups,
Yeah,
and it's
okay.
constant
I don't-
negotiation.
Recess is
I-
actually a really strong example, the more I think about it.
I don't know about the old Transformers, like the 80s cartoons and stuff, but I know new Transformers might be a good example of like it's pretty aimed at kids. I mean, it's aimed at all ages, but it's also very like, you know, it's different factions fighting each other and trying to resolve issues. I would say they're trying to resolve issues though. They're just mostly just like good and evil, but
There's more
Oh,
than two
so got it.
factions.
You actually threw another one. out.
Sometimes. It
Not
depends on the
Transformers,
series.
Gundam.
Oh yeah, Gundam. 00 I
Gundam's
actually
like
recommend.
all space politics and then big robots
I highly recommend Gundam 00
big boobs.
if you want some politics.
and big boobs, big robot. boobs.
Gundam Double D.
Yeah, suck on those double D's.
I'm driving 2 Gundams, so I always come out on top.
Gundam is a type of golf.
Gundam is a type of golf, absolutely. That's so retarded. I feel like compelled to say the memes that I don't even want to say anymore. Yeah, no, Gundam I think is another really strong so mission accomplished. The bar wasn't actually that high. We got a couple of like political drama focused shows from the question after we sat and pondered for a sec.
there's probably a litany more of them to be honest that we're just not thinking off the top of our heads. But I think you can have kids. I think you can have kids content that includes politics without making it too boring. But
Yeah.
it's definitely more challenging to accomplish. I feel like.
Yeah, you need more like relatable characters that are kind of more simpler or simplistic that are good anchor points for the kids to like put themselves into.
So, Leo, would you agree with that point? That's the pretty weak part of the movie in terms of like the whole like attempt to kill the Jedi at the beginning. It's pretty like bad.
No, because it makes sense why Palpatine would try to kill them at that point.
No, but like how they go about doing it.
What do you?
Like, even it's questionable whether
You're
they should
talking
kill
about
them in
the
the
Trade
first place, but even
Federation. Yeah,
how.
that is stupid.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Palpatine sending Maul, because that was one of the big
No,
contentions.
that comes later. Like
Yeah.
Palpatine does order like kill the Jedi, but it's like also like, but why? Why not just send them back? Like send them away with no negotiation. You know, if the point is to cause.
Yeah,
crisis.
but the gas chamber room was stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
that I do
granted,
agree on.
that's why Plinkett says like partway like near the beginning of talking about the plot, he's like you have to pay attention, close attention, because how complex the awfulness is. Because it's just like, and he goes off all these various tangents because there's so much just each like we're trying to focus on one thing, but then all this other dumb stuff is happening at the same time. It's like
It's a sensory overload.
And they
But the thing
played
is,
that later in the.
I can agree with actual
sequel
problems that you
trilogy.
bring up, but just because you don't accept a premise of the Trade Federation taking the deal, that's on you. Like, you have to bring like proof as to why they won't. That's where we got stuck in the debate. I got with the worm.
where
I got
you're
stuck
like,
at the
here's
debate.
my proof, and it's like, I don't buy that proof. It's like, well, here's the proof. It's like, it's like, I don't like, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't work, and these are the reasons why I don't think it does. Well, like, it's like, well, I don't agree with those reasons, and it's like, so we're just at an impasse where it's
Just
like,
because you
think
don't agree with them
you
doesn't
think
mean
this is reasonable for why the Trade Federation would go ahead and go about with this plan, and it's like, okay, you think that's you're convinced? I'm not.
Just because no, but that's a subjective thing. I'm pointing out markers from the movie. I'm giving you information from the movie that there is stuff that it tries to explain why the Federation is doing this and what the plan is. You just don't buy it. That's your dissonance with the movie.
This plan makes sense. To like why like that the Trade
It
Federation,
makes sense from Palpatine's point of view more than the Trades Federation, but from the Trades Federation point of view, they're getting a payday.
It makes more sense from Palpatine's point of view, but that's not the point of view I'm arguing about. I'm arguing why the Trade Federation is going along with it.
Because they're greedy and they want to get rid of the taxes that are being forced upon them. If Sidious is offering them a way out and potentially a planet, why wouldn't they take it?
I think a better argument is that he is blackmailing them or he is threatening.
But if there's multiple ways, I'm just going off of what do they gain if they do take the deal, and would that entice them enough? They're greedy.
Them, it doesn't matter what they gain.
They're greedy Trade Federation. Why wouldn't they be enticed by it?
Orders from him.
And also, even the risk Palpatine takes is also pretty stupid because, as Plate later points out, it's like, so the plan fails, they get caught, but Palpatine can twist that to his advantage. Cool, but then the Trade Federation can be like, look, it wasn't just us. Look at this hologram; it made us do it. Here's our recordings. In fact, it kind of even sounds like Palpatine. But that never happens. Like,
but I literally explained that point to you. Like, all they have is literally a jawline to go off of. At best,
the recordings, they still be like, look, this is the guy that was behind it. Like,
okay, and it ends there.
Measurements, voice.
Delta, they have a short list.
They do. Palpatine does change his voice,
with which they have motive.
Yeah, it's like, look, like what happened at the outcome of this crisis.
Remember, the Jedi's ability has been.
Oh, shut the fuck up! I swear to fucking God, I'll just.
They went insane when they lost.
You're pit, but I never used that argument. It's driving me nuts.
Investigations because their ability has been hindered.
Pappy, you're fucking like annoying the fuck out of me with that fucking bullshit. I never once used that excuse.
It's the overlapping issue. Is that
I never used that excuse? So shove it up your ass.
No,
I didn't use it against you.
His plan requires an extreme degree of incompetence on the Jedi's part.
Yes.
What is the incompetence?
My issue with the original, these prequels, is that the Jedi are retarded.
And can we resume watching for a bit longer, please? I only have so much time.
Sure.
If Delta Leo, if the Batman was on the case, how long do you think it would take the Batman to figure out that Palpatine and Sidious are the same person?
As long as the fucking Jedi, because he has nothing to go from Sidious to Palpatine.
So Batman would not be able to figure it out.
All right. Can we?
There's no trace.
Ask more stupid questions.
Just press the button.
Okay,
let it go.
Why does it keep automatically pausing?
Because you don't have to click on the screen. You have to click on the button at the bottom left.
And then click on the screen. Click on the play button. Yeah. Imaginarians. Making spells.
Oh, there was way more donuts in space than I remember. Thought we were saying 3, and then there's only 1 left.
Yeah, because they invaded. I
They
explained this to
landed
you
all
before.
those ships on the planet?
Not all of them, 2 of them.
Where did the rest go?
They go from 3 in space to 1, don't they?
No, there's a picture on in space. The planet is surrounded by fucking donuts. There's like 20 donuts around Naboo.
Then I don't
it's a
know.
blockade.
Yeah, so when they leave the planet, there's only 1 ship that they blast through.
Yeah, because to do a blockade, they have to vaguely surround the planet. So they only have to push through like one of them, and then like takes them time to fill in the hole, or yeah.
Where did all those ships go?
Maybe
just weren't in
that's
the shot.
one of the edges of that whole fucking formation.
Yeah.
That's an
When they leave the
inference.
planet,
It's
there's only
weak.
1.
But when they take off, they could see the 20 donuts in space, and they just go either left or right to the edge of the blockade.
They're trying to like surround everything so that no matter where you escape, you'll be in their line of fire, because I assume their stuff has like a range limit.
Well, also
So like so they
yeah.
they basically punch a hole through their screen. That's
I want to know is what's wrong with her face.
Well,
Yeah.
also, like, yeah, the blockade is incredibly not that. I mean, unless maybe the Naboo Royal vessel or whatever is super awesome.
Rest assured, you will not be driving.
Well,
I could kind of go like, okay,
It is
that,
super
well,
awesome, okay.
well, I think the impression is with that vehicle is that it's like a very fast, like kind of like high speed ship for like envoys. And what they're trying to stop, remember, the blockade is for trade. They're trying to block trade, which would be slower like cargo ships
yeah,
or
see,
anything
I
big.
can kind of get why like
so
that.
it wouldn't. So maybe
that's
they
how
could
this
like.
got away.
Yeah, it's like a small, fast, nimble ship. It's like, I mean, that's not what they're blockading.
If now, of course, maybe I would have probably worked into the story that it's like no.
It
like,
is
the
a
city's
problem.
really wants
I
to
will
get around.
agree.
It's like, oh, they were allowed to escape unknowingly.
No,
hey,
no, I'm not
Vader
gonna
let us
allow
get
that.
in.
It's just a problem.
No, I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying that's what I probably would try to
Someone say
story
Allah?
because
Someone
like
say Allah.
the Millennium Falcon getting away from the Death Star is pretty ridiculous. But that's why Leia's like, yeah, it's too easy. They let us escape because they're tracking us. Like that was good writing there. to allow our heroes to escape a situation that it's like, how are they going to get the hell out of here? Like, how did they? It's like, oh, because they were allowed to.
But they were being shot at anyway. In fact, if it wasn't for R2D2, the ship would have been shot to shit.
Not necessarily, because they're trying to shoot their engine wings.
This actually makes me think of like Spaceballs when they say, I told you to shoot across their nose, not up it. And you have
Oh,
someone
come
who's
on.
cross-sighted the guns.
Yeah, this ain't Star Trek where you got more precision targeting weapons that you could very much more reliably disable the engines of other vessels. Here it's like, yeah, blow up an engine, blow up the whole vessel.
So,
fucking
what
robot
do we
shooting,
think
right?
as nerds here? Do we think that Star Trek vessels versus Star Wars vessels, who comes out on top?
Oh, Star Trek.
I mean, it would depend. It's a bonus thing. I mean, Star Wars vessels.
It is.
are
For
all,
fun.
but like, I mean, like, what's the power of those? I don't know. It seems.
I'm gonna put.
You never see Star Trek ships go ball out, just because they don't really need to use their maximum for most of the things that they're required to do. And
Yeah,
they don't really
we
like
do see that here and there, when they do argue like fighting like, situations.
the numbers that they throw around extremely a lot larger output than the turbo lasers generally are for like
I
dual
would say
generated.
the amount of destruction that the turbo lasers perform compared to like what phasers and photon torpedoes can do.
Yeah. So I think one like the U.S. Federation Enterprise, like the Galaxy class cruiser for next generation, I think that thing could probably take on a Death Star.
We're not in
I mean,
Without
even the
burning the
phasers
whole-
that like overloaded destroyed stuff. Like,
Yeah.
the Enterprise, like
Some
Yeah.
some
You know,
autists have already planned this out. I want you guys to
Yeah,
know
I'm
this,
not
right?
too
You know-
interested in debating myself. Yeah.
Yeah.
the
I'm just-
real question is, can a Star Wars ship hyperdrive into a Star Trek ship and blow up?
Full speed ahead.
I don't know the answer
Apparently,
to that
yes,
question.
but not the other way around.
If Holdo is piloting it only.
Encouraging Jar Jar.
Yeah, the hollow maneuver.
Yeah, you need to do the Holdo maneuver.
It's
Yeah,
toying with
yeah,
us.
it's the famous Holdo.
But we should still be able to harm it.
The Holdo maneuver.
Yeah, that fucking scene right there does more damage than the entire fucking prequels.
Sure, yeah, no, I can agree with that.
Hey,
Yeah, it was definitely when it happened. A lot of people in my theater were like, "Oh, that's amazing." I was like, "A, I don't think it looks good. B, what the fuck?"
I'm okay with it visually. Like, I think it
Yeah, me
visually
too.
like works. It's just it's really stupid
No,
to
I
like
didn't
it's
think
like a
visually it looked shit to me. I was like, "What is this?"
you didn't like it. I'm okay with it.
It looks
And it's
cool,
like, yeah,
but
you
that's
totally have
it.
the vessel collide with other vessels cause thing, but like doing it at hyperspeed, it's like, wait a second, this is introducing all sorts of
We
issues.
must find the queen.
Yeah. So what happens if you hit pebbles when you're in hyperspeed?
See, the thing to do it would have been that they did a short-range hyperspeed jump and exited right into the ship. That would have been the thing. Because they do say that, yeah, you guys, like that is the concern. Not you run into a star at hyperspeed, you exit into a star.
That would actually look visually a lot cooler, seeing like a ship like emerge out of it, and like the fucking intense like otherworldly physics. It'd be like looking into the heart of Chernobyl while it's blown open. You know what I mean? Like
I was wrong. Star Trek ships do. Sorry, I was wrong. Like Star Wars ships were established that they wouldn't run into things at hyperspeed like that. But Star Trek ships can. They will go to warp speed and collide with things.
yeah.
Yeah, they can do that. They also have
Star Wars
navigation
ships kind of refuse.
But they
to,
also
right,
have like
because of
onboard
navigation.
AI that handle like the high level calculus for navigation. What was that? What was your question?
Yes.
What? What?
You watching a review or what are we talking about?
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know what question he's talking about.
Play the Plinkett thing.
Link it me timbers.
Shiver me plinkers.
At this point, I don't even know if Golem is a type of Golem anymore.
Why is this taking so long?
Yeah, this whole part of the movie was like, what?
But who do we have to thank for our rescue?
We're ambassadors to the Supreme Chancellor. It's urgent that we make contact with the Republic. Do you have transports?
No.
In the main hangar. This way.
You're the guy's bomb
It's not too far. Stay close.
The
I'm
Queen
just
is
gonna
not
say
safe
Panaka's
here.
give her
We
upper.
must take her to the Republic on Coruscant immediately.
Damn straight.
More droids.
Don't let them get away.
I know people who still defending the splitting.
Why would you split up?
Are you talking about?
Yeah, see, they don't land the donuts. The donuts don't land on the planet. The fucking
No, they never do.
yeah. Those things are too fucking big. They don't even look like they're meant to be out of spaceport.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a huge one. It's like,
Yep.
Nah, it's like cool. They bitch up. Out of
Isn't there one of those space fucking donuts hovering above the capital city at the end of the movie though?
I don't remember ever seeing one of the donuts on the planet.
Doesn't Jar Jar say he's gonna show them to get them help?
yeah, the quickest way to Naboo is or he needs vehicles. Oh, Gungans have vehicles, and they're like, well, the quickest way to Naboo is through the planet core.
But then you find out that they've literally landed the invasion.
Yeah, by the time, by the time they get to
planet.
Naboo City, it's like way too late. Like, what was the whole point? Like, the idea is like, oh, we have to go down there and get and protect the princess.
Lucas had to show the cool Gungans. That's the reason
Yeah,
why.
but like that would have been a
Well,
better
they would
rationale
have
for,
to
like,
set them
Qui-Gon
up
to get
for
to
the army.
Yeah, it's like there's no point in warning them about the army, but like we got to go down and like and try to protect the queen from being captured.
It is stupid it is stupid for them to say, "Oh, we gotta go and warn them," while you're going with literally the fucking army that's invading.
Hey, chick, do you see this army behind us? Weird, right?
The British are coming. The British are coming.
Yeah, it is literally
They're
the
like,
British are
literally,
coming,
like, right
but the
behind
British
you,
are
yeah.
literally up your ass.
Anyway.
There's no room right now. My ass is full with leftover pieces.
So if the queen signed the treaty,
You ready to go?
that would like you would suggest Palpatine would still use this to call for a no confidence vote.
Well, yeah.
Here's the thing, here's the thing. Why can he call for a no confidence vote?
Well, yeah, he's representing Naboo.
Except
I granted him. I granted him that because we don't know.
One at a time, fellas. What?
Why does he need the queen to call for that?
He doesn't need her, but because she made it to Coruscant, she might as well use her, since she has a stronger voice.
Like, but he doesn't say like, "Oh, I can call for it." It's like, no, it's like you could call for it.
Well, yeah, because
he could still do it himself. So like, what's
Here, Master. Tatooine.
well, the thing
Why
is,
does he-
Chancellor Valorum
Why
has
has he
been
not-
hold on. So Chancellor Valorum has been backing Queen Amidala since she got in power, and her calling a vote of no confidence. That's like much stronger than Palpatine.
Valorum has been backing Queen Amidala.
Yeah, the movie he's been a supporter of hers.
Where was it? Oh,
It's
yeah,
in the
okay,
movie.
yes, he said,
Yeah,
like,
Quinn, they're
he's been
discussing
one
it
of our
in the
biggest
room,
supporters.
and she feels bad about calling no
But support,
confidence
what does that
for
even
him.
mean, actually, as a support? Like support against the Trade Federation?
Well,
Like,
okay,
just people that are not against blockade?
consider like
Just political support in general, I guess.
well, yeah. Picture like you have three parties in a debate. You have three parties in a debate. Two of them are working
Yeah, it's-
together, and suddenly one
it's
of
like
them
this.
turns their back on the other.
Yeah, but so the idea, okay, so now, so he can call, he does, if he, so he wants her to call it in the movie instead of
Because
calling it
she's
himself,
already
she's
there.
there to make the case. Yes.
She's because she's there. She would be a much stronger voice and a much harder blow for Valorum. If she signed the treaty and was on Naboo, he could have done it himself.
But then they would be like, well, wait a second. She signed the. She's made this legal. This is like, what? There's no crisis anymore. What's the no confidence about? The situation.
And
no
again,
crisis.
Palpatine can argue they forced her to do it. He cannot contact Naboo. He can spin it to his favor because
Well, what if they got
this
that?
happened
She's
under
like, yeah,
Valorum.
here's my signature. I did it. You know, it's like.
Well, yeah, but Palpatine can.
Yeah,
Palpatine
so you
can
would
literally
agree, though,
make a
but
vote
yeah,
of
it
no
wouldn't work
confidence.
because he'd be like, "Hey, okay," but then the Trade Federation is like, do they have an issue with that? Being like, what's the point? Like, it's going to make it legal, but then it's like,
But
no one's going to buy it.
Brick, if she signs the treaty, Palpatine has a strong case of, look what happened under Chancellor Valorum. The Federation took my planet away from me and made my queen sign it under his supervision. He would have a strong case of vote of no confidence.
Assuming the senators can do that, yes. But then the
Well,
question
yeah,
becomes,
he's
why is
representing the
Federation-
fucking planet.
Why is the Trade Federation? What? Like, don't the Trade Federation have the similar issue being like, yeah, if we just force her to sign it, it's
Well,
not gonna it's not really gonna be legal. Like, it's not gonna end. Like, will it actually end the crisis or not? Like, it would if she voluntarily did it. If
It
she was
doesn't
like, yeah, I
matter
guess
if
we'll
he
sign it.
ends the
But if they
crisis or
force
not.
her to do
All
it, then it's like, well,
Palpatine
this
needs.
doesn't really work for us.
It doesn't matter if it ends the crisis or not. All Palpatine needs is a strong enough
No, I'm
case.
talking about the
for-
Trade Federation. Why are the Trade? This is the problem. Like, I understand what Palpatine's doing somewhat, even though there's still issues with this plot. It's the Trade Federation going along with it just makes no fucking sense so often.
Oh my fucking god.
Yes, okay, because they're going to make it legal. They'll make the invasion legal, but then it's like, but it won't make it legal. It'll still because like the people, but like Palpatine will just do what he says. Like, hey, they forced her to sign, blah blah blah, no vote of confidence. It's like, oh crap, they change. Palpatine's now like Palpatine gets in power, and then he's like, oh, I'm going to like now carry out sanctions against the Trade Federation because this is still an illegal invasion, occupation of the planet. It's like,
Well, no, he can. Well, that's the thing. Palpatine can literally say, I cannot do anything because my queen signed it under duress, but I will never allow another planet to. I will never allow it to happen to another planet again, enforcing his rule as chancellor. He can spin the story however he needs.
Is anyone else buying that this is what was actually going through the characters' minds? Or
In legal courts,
it's politics. You can spin it however you fucking want, as long as you have a case.
Any contract you sign under extreme emotional stress is null and void.
But Palpatine is in league with them. He's using them to fucking do his bidding. Why wouldn't he pay them for it? He doesn't care about
maybe he's
Naboo.
paying them. But that, like Plinkett says, what are they getting out of this? The Fountain of Youth, a planet made of gold, corrective surgery for this
But you
woman's
don't,
face.
my guy. Do you not? Do you, Brick? Use your fucking brain. You get a fucking planet. Do you know how many resources that is?
It won't be legal. You already put it out. It's like, yeah, it's going to be disrupted. It's good. Like, yeah, people aren't going to buy that. Like, it was done unless she was actually weak. That she did actually voluntarily sign in. It's like, oh, okay, well, we didn't cause duress. We could, she decided to like hand over her planet to us. After we invaded, though, still causes issues regardless. It's like, yeah, I just don't see how they get away with this. How do they think they're supposed to get away with this?
Because Sidious told them they will. He can do it. That's the point, because the moment he gets chancellor, he can make it legal, or he can spin it his own way and not make it legal to cause a war.
I will make it a type of golem.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I miss Jay. We need more. Where is Jay? Jay's so desperately needed back on EFAP.
Jay took a break for personal reasons. I saw it on his channel like a couple. Well, it's been months when I saw it, but it was a while ago, like half a year ago.
No, Jay's been gone for like over a year, over like almost 2
Well,
years.
yeah.
What's a J?
JXE.
JXE.
Yeah, one of the most regular EFAP guests back years ago.
The Rhino Milk
and Rhino Milk and Master of Cum.
Yes, that's right.
Didn't this happen like closely after the whole XQC bullshit?
His last appearance was, I think, the first part of Quantum Medium. Ant-Man Quantumania EFAP.
I still have MODOK's face haunt my dreams.
Oh my god, do not remind me of that fucking thing.
Yeah. So it's been over.
I remember that he's not a dick.
Oh,
it's a real shame. Yeah, like Jay was it was the source of many of the best memes. Sadly, like Like, now Jay, the meme quality has dropped.
Did he actually post recently anything, like even an update?
He posts on Twitter.
What did he say?
Occasionally, like he's, but it's Twitter, so I don't even like. He's probably deranged, but then again, that's Twitter, so I don't even take that.
I wouldn't say Jay is the type to go deranged.
Hell, anyone on fucking Twitter can be. Gay Exy is currently the handle.
I still love YMS's handle on Twitter. It was too gay to lift. Beautiful.
Yeah. Hey, Jay's still posts to Twitter, but that's like the only thing Jay's been like.
Did he mention any updates on his mental, or if he's gonna continue doing YouTube?
I have no idea.
These YouTubers seem to be going through a lot of problems when it comes to their mental stability, or at least emotional stability. Burnout, most likely.
Most people are not wired to be in the YouTube space, like mentally. Like there's a certain percentage of people that can handle it, but it's not like a large group of people that can not suffer from like increasing neurosis.
I think it helps if you have like a good life and YouTube balance.
Yeah.
Like I would say.
Adam and Sitch, right? Like Adam and Sitch both have like stable lives. They have stuff outside of YouTube. They have like a girlfriend or a wife.
James Rolfe seems to do okay.
Yeah.
but he's got like a fam and kids, so
Yeah,
I think that keeps you grounded.
yeah, and he's saving all the hair that falls out for one day when he needs it. Just, bank account.
He's gonna donate it to all the people.
But I would argue Jay's
shave
case
their
is
head.
more serious considering the fact that Jay typically doesn't fucking start like drama, and he's typically over polite even with people that are assholes
Well,
with
he's
him.
Canadian. That's not his fault.
Well, yeah, no, but I would say it would take
handicap,
take an extra hit on his mental health
Yeah,
based on the person he is.
right. Well, it's just like there's a certain portion of people, like not everyone could be an OnlyFans model. Like only certain types of people could probably like handle that, and they would. It's not that they wouldn't have any effects. It's just that they would have the mentality to be able to minimize those negative
Just like that
consequences.
chick that took
mitigate it.
1,050 guys in one day, right?
I don't know about her situation. I'm just saying that if that type of person exists, it's not that they don't take any damage. It's that they're psychologically capable of mitigating the damage.
The fact that
Can't imagine what
I
that
was
room
just reading
smelled
someone like attacking Mahler on Jay's Twitter and Jay defending him, and it was just like it was insane. Yeah,
what
it's
the
just,
fuck?
Yeah, a little back and forth.
Well, people were like,
No,
yeah,
no,
Jay,
you gotta
like
stop
Mahler's like
asking
the
people
quartering
to
level
smile,
of
okay? Some people are just
misogynist.
mean.
One at a time. Fuck
So
me.
bad. No, fuck you.
I'm not debating anything.
No, but I didn't understand either of you.
I don't
You live
understand.
and
what
live.
Oh, for fuck.
I don't understand what is love.
I said to Don, you got to stop asking people to smile, okay? It's only going to cause you pain.
Baby, don't
Some
hurt
people are
me.
just mean.
April knows what's up.
You got the best profile picture I've ever seen on here so far. So you're still in the chief place, Bricks. You got me. You got my vote.
Yeah, you literally have Jesus 2.0.
Yeah, and you know, Don kind of looks like me. If
You
I had
mean
more
you mean Jesus 0.0? He's the OG,
You are our savior of a good Samaritan.
the almighty
I
Don.
also
Male
miss
with
Jay and Metal going over Star Trek. Yeah, they're Star
Oh
Trek.
god.
He's,
That's a rabbit hole to fucking dive in.
Love holes.
You do like holes, that's right. We did spend a long time talking about holes.
We discussed
Oh my
some holes
fucking
last
god,
night.
let it
The
go.
longest hole conversation of your life, Delta.
Let
Don't,
it
you know.
go.
Never in my
Forever.
life I thought I would have a fucking 10-hour discussion about fucking holes in the wall. The highlight of my fucking life. Oh, 10 hours discussion about holes in the fucking wall.
Yeah. I found my hole, you know,
Oh,
and
for
that's all you
fuck's sake.
really asked for.
Don't remind me.
It's the quick way to fast forward all of that if we ever do it again. It's just like, yeah, it's all right, whatever. Let's go on with our lives.
You're looking for the fast forward button. I'm looking for the fucking rewind.
I'm looking for the fucking skip or the teleport button.
I feel like you're gonna one day. I'm just gonna push you too far about some subject. And you're gonna be like,
I think Papa Guy is gonna beat you to it. I swear to God, Papa Guy will beat you to it. If I ever go mentally insane, I blame Papa Guy.
You're welcome,
Papa,
dude. I'll take
okay.
full responsibility. You know, I'll do it, man. I'll be like,
son of
yeah,
a bitch.
he went insane. You know what? My bad. Twas me.
My client,
I can already picture him like if I ever make a post, yes, I am like medically insane, and then Papa Guy like responds with sorry XOXO, and that's it.
No. I'll be like, sorry, XOXO, and also I can clinically account for that he is insane.
You drove me to madness.
3 == D.
Oh God.
My bad.
And then I'll put a uwu just somewhere in
Judge,
between.
Judge, you weren't even there though.
You know, Judge, you had no visitor.
Judge.
Yeah. I can't even say it.
Who? What?
I think my throat would rupture if I said it one more time. I would cause a black hole with fucking singularity in my vocal cortex.
What are you on about?
Can't say the meme anymore. My body's beginning to like reject it.
You started something, you gotta finish it.
Oh God.
Yeah.
You gotta fill that hole.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Fill that hole.
Fill
I
that
love
hole.
the EFAP joke where they're like, he's got the guy in the cage and he's like, you know, we filled the same hole. You're fucking the artist or whatever. We filled the same hole.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Actually, yeah, what about people that have matching shapes? Would there be two fuckers stuck in there?
Well, there wouldn't be matching shapes.
The fuck? What?
You wanna conga line into one of the holes? Is that what you're asking for now?
No, I'm asking what if there are two people that have identical body types? It's not out of the fucking ordinary.
I think there's a, like I said, it's implied that there's like a supernatural or psychological element. So it's possible that two people went in the same hole.
I'd hate to be the guy in front.
Would you want, if you were in the hole, would you want to be front or back?
Back, definitely.
I think it's hard for me because if you're in the back, you're going to be able to see what's happening to the person in front of you on this horrible roller coaster.
At least you're not getting fucking like dicked in the ass while it's happening.
It'd be like pitch black in there, so I guess not.
No, but you would feel something up against your ass as you fucking get tortured.
Is that a hole boner you got? Sorry, Stan. I get nervous.
Oh God.
Can't help myself. Did you try to like bend back a little? Do you know how to twerk?
I'm gonna make my neck elongate. That's what I can do.
Oh, fuck.
What's that?
I'm gonna make my neck elongate. That's what I'm gonna do.
You're gonna turn into a Squidward. SpongeBob. I don't want to go in the hole.
Her Highness commands that I go with you. She's curious about the planet.
Tired of the hole.
I'm Padme, one of the Queen's handmaidens.
My hole
is not a good
has
idea.
been filled too much.
But if
My
the
hole.
Queen wishes it.
My squid hole.
Now we need to find a mechanic selling the parts we need. Let's ask around.
What a class act. That Junji Ito cat. What a class act.
Have we stopped watching the video?
I don't know.
Keep watching. I gotta get going.
Take it easy, bro.
Thanks for
Alright,
stopping in, Britt.
take care, mate.
Your efforts were not wasted.
Yeah.
Nice chat.
Peace,
Good luck with that. Good luck with that woman's face.
Yes.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know what's
try
wrong
putting
with her.
some midichlorians in her if you catch my drift.
I'm gonna fill that balloon right up.
Fill her up.
Come
An
here,
empty bulb is
Joker.
good for no one.
Come here, Joker. I'm gonna fill that balloon right up.
By the
What
time
the-
you unsew my asshole, Batman, you'll be gay. In other news, Batman is gay. And in other news, Rachel got her pussy knocked by Harvey Dent, and she said it was really good.
Rachel. Which one's that again?
Rachel's Batman's girlfriend.
Which one of his
Dawes.
tweezers? Dawes, okay, yeah. The one from the film, right? Okay.
Yeah, the one that gets blown to hell. Harvey, listen, it's
One
gonna
that,
be all
the
about.
one that got considerably uglier in between films. Ah, no, that's mean. I
Yeah,
like
you dap up Harvey with a little.
That's a
plastic surgery.
sexism right there.
That's a sexism. I actually, I I like Maggie Gyllenhaal way more than Katie.
They're both kind of nothing burgers.
Ouch, rough. But I get you.
Well, I mean, the movie asks more in Batman Begins. The movie asks more for her as a character. She doesn't really do much more, other than be like a love interest for the tug of war between Harvey Dent and Bruce Wayne in the second movie.
A cute little propeller hat for that.
In the first movie, she has stuff to do at least, and she does
In the
taser.
second movie, she acts, okay?
Yeah, her acting is fine. It's the movie doesn't ask her to do that much.
No, I get you. I'm just being a funny boy.
You being a funny, being a chuckle.
I'm fucking chucks, bro.
All fucking sick of it.
In it.
I've had enough.
What are you here for
You are
breakfast?
acting like a fucking child. I'll go and sit in the corner. It's a bad one. No, that's straight up bars, dude. You gotta be honest, like.
Nah, that's great. It's like we're fucking talking here. You're a little pussy, crying and worrying about dying.
He tied his shoe, Ralphie. He tied his shoe.
He tied his shoe.
What the fuck am I listening
I did
to?
tie my shoe. I did tie it. I tied it real good.
Mama always said that life is like tying shoes.
Oh god.
Mama always said life is like a grenade, M67 grenade, and a rum factory.
You just go down and tie your shoes, and you pull the pin. Was it? Yeah, I never saw the bit in the scene. Like, was it actually a grenade there? Was that for a roll?
It's you don't know which or the other, but it's implied that it's a bluff.
Yeah. Okay. Because I thought it was a bluff the whole damn time.
Yeah.
I'm ODSTing as hard as I can.
Okay, here's another. This one's like a funny clips because Alfie's also one of the funniest characters in the show.
Is it?
Yeah, so it's just like a 3-minute
I don't know nothing.
clip comp if you want to throw that in the watch together.
Do it. Let's do it, Anakin.
Let me guess.
Let's do it, Anakin. This is a funnier clip than I've ever high ground before.
I've never high ground as hard.
I'm gonna high ground.
I'm gonna high ground my life away.
Oh my gosh, okay, I'm gonna high ground.
You underestimate my power.
You underestimate my crew.
Oh god, why'd you gotta make
You
it gay?
underestimate my Jar Jar Binks.
I'm gonna Jar Jar all over your pants, man.
You're a funny little boy. I'm building a pod racer.
You must have Jedi reflexes if you race
Oh,
pods.
my scene.
There's big race
Fucking
tomorrow on
dibble.
Monday Eve. You can enter
the
my
shit?
pod. Anakin.
What
The
the
prize credits
shit?
will more than pay for the parts they need.
The Force is unusually strong with him. That much is clear.
He deserves better than a slave's life.
The boy tells me you want to sponsor him in the race.
Well, I've acquired a pod in a game of chance. I wager my new racing pod against, say, the boy and his mother.
No pod is worth 2 slaves.
The boy
They
then.
become friends as the show goes on. It looks like it.
Kind of. They're sort of like frenemies.
Yeah.
They have a respect for each other.
If that's everything we need, we should make our way to the arena and enter young Anakin into the race.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, it is.
It is. Shalom.
No, he's saying this after he basically like tortured him.
I know it's good.
Yeah.
Shit.
That's absolutely right.
This
And
is
a big
serious as
turnout
shit.
here from all corners of the Outer Rim territory. And a late entry, young Anakin Skywalker, a local boy.
Remember, concentrate on the moment. Feel, don't think. Use your instincts.
I will.
May the Force be with you.
That's pretty good.
And there goes Skywalker. He'll be hard pressed to catch up with the leaders today. They're heading into the Mushroom Mesa. Now these are mushrooms I wouldn't want a mouthful of. Super there goes the bush. Mahalik has crashed out of the race. Have to watch, but the crowd seems to...
Spoiling the show for me.
You have like a level of context, but like I said, Sam Neill's in it. You haven't even seen him. There's like 6 seasons. It's great. Tom Hardy is like he does peak the show out pretty hard.
Is the peaky look at me? Is the peaky
He's pretty fucking great. Like just all things aside. Let me see if I can find a Star Wars one real fast for you. Oh yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. I'm sure you may have seen like the Sabine Canyon one.
If they can survive them. Ouch! Odie Mandrell's race has ended early. You hate to see it. There goes Skywalker's power coupling.
I'm never gonna win unless I reattach it.
Oh, I love me some Star Wars. I love Star Wars.
I love the taste of it.
Oh, fuck. Hello! Oh, fuck. She just immediately tries to leave the room.
Whoa! This is more like it!
There aren't enough pit droids in the galaxy to fix that pod now. It doesn't matter how many eyes you got when you head into the darkness of the Laguna Caves. Looks like a couple of Tusken Raiders who camped out on the canyon That's the start of the third and final lap. So Bulba's in the lead.
What the fuck?
He has this in the bag.
Hello.
I want you to cut him up, Obi-Wan. I want you to cut him up real good.
Not bad for a kid with only 2 legs.
What now?
Could you move me away from the fire? A little bit.
Just use the little force.
What the fuck?
Seems like our rangers have some company out there in the shape of some meddling Tusken Raiders. That's Skywalker! The crowd are going nuts!
Yes.
Yeah, this is pretty good.
Somehow you
It's pretty good stuff.
Bring the parts to
I
the
just
hangar.
every time I watch
I'll come by your shop later
episode
on
3
so
now,
you
I
can make some
constantly
more.
just think of that clip. Where you're like, okay, and he's just moving away from the llama.
Now you can make your dreams come true, Anakin.
Yeah,
Pack your
we're
things.
burning up
We
here.
haven't much
like,
time.
come on. Any chance of redemption I might have is kind of just burning away by the second.
What about Mom?
Okay.
Son, my place is here.
All right. All right.
It is time for you to let go.
I will
Okay.
come back and free you, Mom. I promise.
Master Anakin.
Okay. All right.
I should prefer it if I were a little more completed.
I'm sorry I wasn't able to finish you, 3PO.
What's that?
Bye.
Hmm?
What's that?
Oh, we're watching the next video.
Oh shit. Well, fuck me.
Look at him, a Negro.
Can anyone
last
recommend a
part.
video in here?
God, stop.
Yeah, you can just put it in at the top and just add it to the queue.
Anakin, it's time for us to
Please
leave
do, go
Tatooine.
for it.
Let's hurry back to the ship.
You mean I get to come with you? In your starship?
If Master Obi-Wan not getting Bordo and leaving us here, isn't no like it, Jar Jar.
I don't know about that, Judd.
There we go.
Real talk.
Oh, my bad. I was trying to maximize again.
It's fine.
Because it's really tiny. How do I make it big again?
Just play around with it a little.
Oh, I did that and it paused.
No, I paused it.
Oh, okay.
There. Just say when you're ready. Now press the button.
Right. Oh, okay, I got it. I just had to scroll up. Okay.
I am
Go,
unable
go.
to help. But another solution will reveal itself, I'm sure.
Oops. An Asian's Christian City. No, easy.
Are you guys okay?
Yeah. It's funny. You Anakin, stop trying to correct Master Yoda. That's grammar.
That's evil.
No, I'm confused. Me, the actor Christian Hayden.
I'm so confused.
It speaks English. Why can't it just say the sentences in the right order?
That was a lot better than it needed to be.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
You cannot be in watch together for
That sounds like your average Meat Canyon video to me.
Sound correct.
Fucking Christ.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's okay. We're on it.
Follow them, my young apprentice.
On it like bonnet. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Blah.
Well, if we can avoid fighting anymore.
Have you ever seen
perhaps
Chainsaw
we'll
Man?
actually get to Coruscant this time.
I put another video in a queue.
However, I believe that
Oh, yeah?
stranger may
It's
have
not
been the
playing
Sith
because
Lord.
it's bitching.
It's being a bitch.
It's being a bitch.
It's a Hulk hunk of burning fudge.
That's exactly what the video is.
It called me a cocksucker and then logged out. Is that bad? Is that what we want?
Yes. No. You want it to suck your cock and then log out.
I have Bonzi Buddy floating around my screen right now.
I don't know what a Bonzi Buddy is.
It was like you know the Microsoft paperclip.
Oh yeah.
Fancy that.
Yeah, it was like a
Personal
purple
welcome
ape,
from
and
Senator
his name was
Palpatine
Bonzi Buddy, and
Let
he
us
would
quickly
float
explain
around
the
your
situation
screen,
in
and
the
he was
room,
actually like
so my people may
malware.
finally be saved.
Oh really?
Your Majesty.
Yeah, it's in like the
Master
90s.
Jedi.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kind
oh wait, what the hell does it cannot be directly played on Watch Together mean?
Yeah, it's crying. The thing is
It's a
crying.
great gift.
It's bad touch content, is basically.
Yeah.
So it's-
With
It's
the
saying
oh,
I'm anxious to
it
hear.
doesn't approve of the. It
Because the
didn't get the
uploader
consent
disabled the vetting.
forms.
The Supreme Chancellor Valorum has called for a special session.
It didn't get the
Senate to
Californian
discuss
like
the
consent
situation.
forms that it requires.
No, I must be frank.
Well,
He
that's
has
sad.
little real power. and it is
Well, it's a
unlikely
good
that
video.
The Senate will act on the
think I've
It's not.
seen
It's
the-
I believe our best option is for her Majesty
It's a good video,
to
yeah,
push
yeah,
for the election of a new Supreme Chancellor
Yes.
to take control
Yes.
and give us justice.
Yes.
You said you hadn't seen Chainsaw Man?
No, I has not.
Want to get someplace else on the planet?
I think you Americans end up watching a lot different content
Shall we
than
get
what
you
we
on your
do.
way?
It's anime. I know anime is not your forte, but
It is not my forte.
let's see if that's age restricted.
Anime is definitely age restricted.
Oh,
here we
it
are.
might be.
Please transport
It might
ship
very
once
well
you're
be,
ready.
but
Come.
we'll see. See if it happens or not.
But I'm busy shooting a bunch of Covenant, like a good Christian.
No problem.
Are they feeling it?
For real.
Are they feeling it now,
You
Mr.
ready to hit the
Krabs?
tracks? Won't take you too long. Just sit back and relax.
Hey, filling it crabs.
We are all blessed to be under the soft light of the big Dorito in the sky. We would be lost without the Dorito.
Dorito or truth.
Ah, there you are.
Who the fuck's
Are
this
you
joining it?
ready
What's
to
this
begin the
asshole? Look at this fucking asshole. Skull.
Yo.
Episode 3 better than 1. Is this true or false?
Episode 3 better than episode 1, as in Star Wars?
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Obviously
We
so.
must do something quickly
Okay,
to stop the
just
Federation.
curious. On your opinion regarding the matter.
Honorable
I
representatives of the Republic,
I
I
agree.
move for a vote of no
Oh, here we go
confidence
again.
in Chancellor Valorum.
I disagree, Gary. I disagree.
I agree.
I've decided to go back to Naboo.
Who made that video again? I
Stay
forgot.
here
Was it
where it's
Freedom Tunes?
safe.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what it's
Goodness,
from,
my
honestly,
Padawan
because
learner.
it's.
Now is not the time for this. Go with the queen and I'll unravel the mystery of
The
the
Kamala like laugh.
Yeah, I did see that one. Yeah.
Fucking, you're Benny. What's it? Oh, you're banished.
You're banished.
You're banished. Back to the depths. Do, 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 do,
So
do,
what's
do.
your answer, Skull?
What's that?
What was the answer?
Of what? Skull?
Yeah, 3 is better than 1.
No, it's not.
Okay, so the original claim, Skull, was that one has, out of the prequel trilogy, one has the least amount of problems or flaws.
Okay. That's an interesting claim.
I agree.
I agree.
I mean,
Shut up, bro.
I've heard weirder Star Wars takes, so I'm not saying it's like an insane thing to say, but it is an interesting thing to say.
Shut up, Dave Rubin.
Considering the debate is typically which one is the weakest of the prequel trilogy between 1 and 2. That is the it's widely accepted that 3 is the obvious best of the prequel trilogy.
It's not obvious at all, considering that 3 has a fuck ton of issues because of 2.
Okay, well that's not okay. Like what? Here we go.
The dynamic.
Here we go.
At least it's between 2 and 3 now, and I don't have to repeat myself 14 billion times to make you.
All right, I'll just ask the room. Did he adequately support this claim?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
You don't agree. I provide evidence. You just don't like it. That's basically what it dumbs down to.
I don't think you adequately handled the issues that I
The
presented.
furthest I've got through this discussion was with Worm of all people.
That's true.
So,
yeah, but for good reason, not with me, because I just think the prequels are shit. So.
Pappy Guy is literally just fucking around and trying to destroy my brain.
If you had to lay out what Palpatine's plan is in episode 1.
Word.
We are not.
What do you?
No,
what do you
not
think his
given
plan is,
to put it simply.
Problems with his plan is.
Hold on.
We are not given nearly enough information to even assert what Palpatine's plan is.
Yes, there
in
is.
Episode 1. Because he is the Phantom Menace, so you were not privy to his machinations.
Yes, you are. There's enough information in the film. There's enough information in the film.
He is
to
playing
know.
both sides. So the trade dispute is orchestrated by Darth Sidious.
Yes,
and this is actually his primary maneuver to get Sheev Palpatine advanced in the Senate, so to advance him politically.
Yes.
So this is where his two personas are sort of coming together for what we assume to be the first major time. So that's why the story starts where it starts. Like that's why we're starting here, is because this is where Sidious is finally involving Palpatine. But Sidious has already been doing a bunch of work before we even get to this point.
Getting the Trade Federation to do it, and Sidious offered them.
So Sidious has already turned Dooku. So this is something. Once again, this is something
we do not
don't
know that. We do not have that information.
That is my point. That is the point I am getting at. Thank you. The point is, there's a bunch of shit that is happening that we don't see. So most of what Sidious does, he does in the shadows, and we only catch glimpses of it throughout the next 2 movies after this one. So across the 3 movie prequels, we're only giving sort of glimpses into the shadows of what Sidious is doing. Obviously, we get the most information in the 3rd movie. So most of what we find out about what Palpatine or Sidious has been doing this entire time, we get from the 3rd movie with a few elements sprinkled into the second movie, and not a whole lot of information is given to us from the first movie because he is the Phantom Menace.
That's not how.
Ooh, the title of the movie.
That's not how I
Oh
would
my
argue
God.
it, but okay.
I want you to cut him up, Obi-Wan. I want you to cut him up real good.
I agree with mostly what Skull says. It's just I would not word it that way.
Well, that's why it's called Skull.
He's too on.
Okay, Skull. What do you think are the problems with Phantom Menace?
What specifically with Palpatine's plan?
No. Let him answer.
Oh, okay, okay.
Right, well, let me try to square up
What
the.
isn't wrong with Phantom Menace?
So, I mean, so one of the issues with Palpy's plan in the first one is that there is something that he doesn't necessarily foresee unless we are. So there's two interpretations. This is the problem with not being given enough information. Either his initial plan of really starting a wider scale war on Naboo gets thwarted by Amidala not making it directly to Coruscant and being sidetracked to Tatooine, or we have to assume that that was part of his premonitions. That was one of the things he foresaw all along, because that was how we were going to get Anakin involved in the story. Essentially, Anakin gets involved in the story on accident, or you have to assume that that was all part of Palpatine's plan. The problem is you were not given any information throughout all three of the movies to answer this question. So you get to, it's like Schrodinger's plan. You get to both assume it was Palpatine's plan and also not assume it was Palpatine's plan, and he just rolled with the punches.
That is a fresh take compared to the three others that I had to fucking deal with this. So I'll offer both sides, Sidious and Palpatine's plan, and how they would function chronologically. And we're starting with Sidious because it's the shortest one. So Sidious basically has the Trade Federation blockade Naboo, and that offers them the chance to prepare much easier for an invasion. They take over the planet, make Padme sign the treaty, and Palpatine on Coruscant can appeal a vote of no confidence in Valorum because his planet got basically invaded, and they forced his queen to sign a treaty. Therefore, he gets the vote of no confidence. He gets Chancellor. Now, this is how the movie runs chronologically. The Jedi managed to help Padme escape, and they crash land on Tatooine. Well, they crash on Tatooine for a pit stop for parts. Now, this is where it splits two ways. It's Sidious sends Maul so he can kill the Jedi because the Federation was stupid and didn't manage to do it. And he gets Padme back to the Federation, forces her to seal the treaty, yada yada. Palpatine gets Chancellor. And this is where the movie continues. They manage to escape, and Palpatine has to convince Padme to force a vote of no confidence in Valorum, which has it's a much stronger voice than his because Valorum was not supporting her, but basically I forget the exact word, but basically Valorum has been supporting her since she's been in power, and now her vote of no confidence would have extra power against them. Palpatine gets Chancellor. Does it make sense?
So are you arguing that he would have been able to navigate either way, whether the
based on
treaty
the
is signed
events
or not?
That's the thing. His original plan was Padme signs the treaty right then and there, and he can make a vote of no confidence directly in the on Coruscant.
How does the treaty signing then and there allow him the vote of no confidence?
I explained that. He can literally claim my planet got invaded. They made my queen sign the treaty. Under Valorum's watch, I call a vote of no confidence. He gets a really strong case through that path. It's a short, quick, easy way to make a case for that vote of no confidence.
Why would Amidala signing the treaty be a reflection of Chancellor Valorum?
Because it happened under his watch. Like a planet literally got invaded and forced to sign a treaty to give up its like ownership to a different
right. But if the matter was never brought to his attention before the Senate because of the blockade being successful, why is that the fault of Valorum?
Because of his rulings. Because of the taxes he's implying. Or his applying.
So it's his fault that the Trade Federation had an issue in the first place and chose to...
Yes, it's a domino effect.
And chose an act of war, which a embargo is an act of war. So the Trade Federation started a war with Naboo over Valorum's trade policies, which are something actually voted on by the entire Senate, not just enacted single-handedly.
Well, they didn't start a war.
Chancellor.
They just invaded a planet because of the taxes.
Once again, a embargo is an act of war.
An embargo is a type of golem.
It's not like declaring. It's not the same as declaring war.
This is not Valorum's tax policy. This is the Senate's tax policy.
Yeah, but Valorum is the chancellor.
Once again, yeah, I understand this, but it's not. He is not the one that is single-handedly responsible for this thing. So what is the reason why a vote of no confidence is enacted against Valorum in the movie?
But Valorum, at the end of the day, makes the decisions. He has two counselors to help him make the correct decision.
Okay, that's not an answer to my question. What in the movie? What is the reason why a vote of no confidence is voted? Is enacted against Valorum?
Wasn't it because?
Because in the movies, because Padme does not believe in him and she needs help now, and he's not doing anything in her eyes.
Right. It's because he refused to, in her eyes, support a member planet.
Yeah.
That was who was having a act of war, essentially, against them. So they are being sieged, and Chancellor Valorum is not enacting any real protections or putting it even before the Senate.
I mean, he also just doesn't have any means of producing action.
So this only works. My whole point is this only works if word gets to Valorum and he refuses to act.
Word can get to
when you don't get word to Valorum and he doesn't act, it's not his fault at that point. So you don't have a good enough reason to enact a vote of no confidence.
But that's why
you need to get Padme to the Senate to explain what is going on.
Skull, you do not need Padme at the Senate. That's why I explained it through Sidious's plan first, because it's the simplest method possible. He doesn't need Valorum to know this is what happened under his watch.
Okay, wait, what? I missed a great deal. What is like the core point that we're trying to discuss? The Trade Federation was trying to
that
get unlimited
the
access to Jar Jar, and Padme standing
what
in her
the,
way.
why are you going to Jar Jar? So the point,
You know
the
why.
original,
Like, what are we?
the original
where
point
we
is
to?
that the Phantom Menace is the better written one of the prequels because it has the least flaws. The flaws start with Attack of the Clones, and it affects
That's
Revenge
way
of the
too
Sith.
broad. We were discussing a topic, but we seem to be going somewhere with the topic. I was wondering where the destination was.
Yeah, that's the destination. My argument
The
is that the
destination
Phantom Menace
that
is the
broad.
better written of the prequels.
Specifically laying out Palpatine's plan and exploring any flaws that Palpatine's plan may
Not specifically Palpatine's plan, the whole fucking movie, because these people get stuck on Palpatine's plan like they're fucking sinking in
The
mud and
answer is that,
quicksand.
like, Palpatine's plan ended once she left the planet. After that, he was just fucking flying by the seat of his pants. Because his plan was that she would sign the treaty and that the Jedi would be shot. That was the plan. Then that went fucking south, and after that, he had to basically come up with a new plan on the fly.
Yeah, but both paths still offer
still
him
in
the
the prequels
place of
It's
Chancellor.
often less about the carefully, especially in the Phantom Menace, is less about the carefully laid plan that this all is, and more about how he managed to take advantage of things going south for him.
He's winging it.
Basically.
He is absolutely winging it throughout the Phantom Menace.
Not absolutely winging it.
He's just wingering it.
Well, no, he sent Maul to get Padme back to sign the treaty.
Because his plan fucked, and so he wants her back.
Well, no, the Federation fucked up.
Baby, come back.
Yes. And so he's trying to fix the fact that his plan was fucked.
Yes. But
Once
he's
she's
still
off the planet,
changing
no
the
longer
plan
has-
in his
it's no
favor.
longer the original plan.
Well, yeah, he changed his original plan, but he's still the changes go in his
The
favor.
change is that I want Padme to be back on the planet so I can go back to the original plan. Then when she gets to Coruscant, he's like, wait a fucking second. And so he wants her to stay on Coruscant so that he can win the Chancellorship.
He's
And
using
then
that
when
to his advantage.
Then when she's like, I'm going to go back, he's like, go back, but that's going to fucking lose me the sympathy vote. And so then he has to like fucking adapt to that as well. So he is flying by the seat of his pants the entire fucking movie out, like once she's off the planet.
No, once she's off Tatooine.
No, off Naboo.
Well, his original plan, yeah, technically he could have fixed it if Maul did the job.
Sure. But he's flying by the seat of his pants to go back to the plan that was already fucked up.
But even if she does make it to Coruscant,
he picture like Voldemort on a broomstick, like Palpatine just
No, it's
flying
Palpatine.
in the air like the
He's
Wicked
flying
Witch.
by the Senate chair, and he's going.
But- Hold on. Even if she does make it to Coruscant, he's still like playing to his advantage. He's manipulating her to do his plan.
The situation to his advantage, but
Yeah.
that's not like this wasn't like he didn't have like 80 bajillion eventualities planned out.
I never said he
if
did.
She lands on like Utapau,
I never
then
said he
this is what
did.
I'll do.
Hold
But-
on, rewind.
Nah.
Rewind. I never said he did. I said there's two fucking.
The Utapau plan was actually based though.
I only said there's two plans going on. The original plan being that she signs the treaty. Whether she does it immediately or after Maul gets her, it's still his original plan of she signs the treaty and he gets the Valorum out and he becomes Chancellor through the treaty.
No, that's not. Well, more to the point, we don't know what his actual end game was.
Oh my! We know his end game. His end game is to become Chancellor.
No, we don't know that. We know that that became the end game. We don't know if that was the end game.
Why?
From the jump.
What? Why wouldn't it be the end game?
When in the original plan, like how via the treaty?
Oh my fucking god!
That legalized the Trade Federation's conquest of Naboo. Would he become Chancellor?
I swear to God, if I have to explain this for a 10th time. Okay, so the plan is the Federation invades Naboo. They force Padme to sign the treaty. All Palpatine has to do is make a vote of no confidence in the... Why? Let me finish. You cannot just say
Because he's not
no.
a fucking senator anymore, dude.
He
The
is
Trade
a
Federation
representative
owns the
of
fucking
Naboo.
planet. Why does he get to keep the Senate chair?
He's
Like,
a
the fact is, we don't know what his end goal was, where he was going with the plan.
The planet, he gets a vote of no confidence in Valorum and he becomes chancellor. He literally
That's
makes
what
the claim.
plan ends up being. That doesn't mean that that's
Brother,
the plan from the
if you're not
top.
gonna fucking listen, I might as well not fucking listen to your arguments against it.
Dog, okay, fine. Present firm evidence that this was the plan. Go, one. Give me one shred.
That's the whole fucking point of the movie. Palpatine becoming chancellor. What the fuck?
I'm gonna fucking shoot myself. Holy shit.
Go ahead, mate. Go ahead, because literally that's the whole fucking purpose of the movie. That's the whole point.
Once off of Tatooine,
Oh my god, I've never been stuck at this point before. This is worse than with This is worse than Papa Guy. Oh my god.
Literally the worst thing since sliced bread. Listen to me, dude. We've agreed that from Tatooine on, he's flying by the seat of his fucking pants, and that he.
It's not by the seat of his fucking pants, dog.
Kills me every time.
He's taking advantage of it.
I just
Yes, he's
Palpatine
taking
flying
advantage
around
of
on
a
the
fucked up
Oh my
plan and
God.
finagle it into a chancellorship. We agree there, right?
We need Palpatine on our scooters from fucking Book of Boba Fett.
We agree that like from Tatooine on, he's just finagling his way into the chancellorship, right?
From the start, he's trying to get the fucking chancellor
No.
seat.
We need to establish a firm base, like, because I think we agree on this. I just need us to like.
Why
solidify that we
the?
do.
Okay, tell me, what is the purpose of Palpatine in the entire fucking prequels?
Do it. This is a very, very, very bad angle to take. I will say.
Well,
Like,
you're
just
the
from your
one not
perspective of
fucking
our
accepting the
writing
fact that he's
policy,
trying
like,
to get
what's the meta
chancellor.
importance of Palpatine does not serve your argument.
You have no argument against it, though. You're just saying no. That's not his plan.
So I'm letting you know that this is not the angle you want to take. I'm helping you.
What do you mean that's not the angle I want to take? I literally explained it
Because
from
if you're
both
going to argue,
sides.
like the
Whether
meta purpose of something as it like
Okay,
as a
Skull,
method of arguing the
do you have
quality
any
of something,
questions?
we're just arguing about like meta intentions and stuff.
No,
We
you're
can
arguing about that
easily
shit.
argue, like,
No.
well,
You're the only person
meta
that doesn't
idea.
accept that fucking
The
premise
Last
at all.
Jedi had some pretty good meta ideas.
No,
was
fam.
Bellator,
The only
some pretty
one with the
crazy-
meta ideas
I know,
is
you're like the
you
least
right
jolly
now.
Santa Claus I've ever met.
I do like
Amen,
how
brother. I don't even have a beard. Look at
Okay.
me, dude. I'm clean shaven.
Everybody here,
how
except
Dalpa's
Sano,
managing
do you
to piss
believe
off
that
everybody.
Palpatine's plan from the get-go was to become Chancellor?
We don't know.
Oh,
I
for
don't
fuck's sake.
know. Because
Look, Delta, I'm not dismissing it. I want to be clear. It could have
You
been
literally said
not a
no.
clear path for like where
we said
how
we
you
don't
do
know.
that.
No, his first response was just no. The moment I presented the argument.
Yeah. That was a response term. It wasn't him like actually answering your question. He was like, "No, don't go down this route, dude." Like that was the kind of no I got from it.
When we're arguing like what's the point of Palpatine across the prequels, we're now using meta arguments of like what's the writing goal.
No, what's
don't
it?
take that route, please.
You were arguing that his plan in the first fucking movie isn't originally. We don't know that he wants to become Chancellor, even though that's the whole fucking point of the movie. Why the fuck would he set up an
now I see
invasion
what
on
you're
his
saying.
own
So we're going-
planet?
okay, no, hang on. Pause for time out. So we're going with because the meta plan of the trilogy was to have Palpatine become the Chancellor. Therefore, his original plan necessarily entailed him becoming Chancellor because that was the point of the trilogy.
The point of the trilogy is for him to start the Empire. How the fuck do you want him to do that if he's just a fucking senator? Well, he gets into power somehow. This is how he does it.
Somehow the Emperor has gotten into power.
Yeah, there's other avenues of getting into power exist.
Well, the
You know,
Separatist is the other one, right?
It's a wacky thing to consider, I will say. We do have a corporate entity holding the fucking Republic by the throat, and Sidious holding the corporate entity by the throat. Is it not possible that perhaps, maybe his original plan was, fuck it, maybe I'll use the corporate entity to get into power?
How would you be able to do that without removing the person already in power?
So, okay, let me try to clarify the argument here. Palpatine. So, this is one of the things that the prequels did a very, very bad job of explaining, although they did establish it. The bureaucrats run the Senate. This is explained in Episode 1, your precious Episode 1. The bureaucrats run the Senate.
Valuable.
The bureaucrats have because they have an undue influence over not only Valorum, but also other key senators, therefore ensuring that the votes will go the way that the bureaucrats want. Who controls the bureaucrats?
Oh.
That'd be Sidious. So Sidious already has...
Sort of. It's specifically, Palpatine points out that they're in the pocket of the Trade Federation, but you're correct at the end of the day because, holding the Trade Federation by the throat.
Yes. So Sidious already controls the Senate as a phantom menace. He's actually more powerful in the shadows than when he becomes exposed, when he has to sort of step into the light.
Not compared to him in Episode 2 when he has... Not compared to him when he has emergency powers.
It is not even clear by the dialogue from Palpatine himself that he was nominated by other senators.
He said he will make it legal when the Trade Federation had...
that has nothing to do with the point
How else would he make it legal if he didn't become Chancellor?
Dog.
He already controls the Senate.
Congress can propose laws.
Are you saying that he's more powerful controlling the bureaucrats than controlling the bureaucrats and being in power with emergency powers for war?
He does emergency powers.
There are some people that argue that.
That's the whole point of Attack of the Clones, to get emergency powers.
Did Sidious plan for Anakin?
No.
Okay, so is it safe to say that Sidious is a skilled enough operator that he can alter his plan on the fly to adjust for new valuations?
The only new evaluation was Padme managed to escape and she's coming to Coruscant.
We've already agreed on Anakin. Anakin's also a new.
And the midichlorian bomb that is Anakin Skywalker, not.
But he's irrelevant to the plan. Anakin has nothing to do with the plan.
He becomes part of the plan at the end of your precious fucking movie.
A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one.
Are you aware of what's in this movie? Because I'm starting to.
Are you even aware what the fuck?
Are you familiar with the movie that
he does not need Anakin. What the fuck?
The Phantom Menace used to be my favorite movie of all time. So I can discuss this shit for ages, dude.
He meets Anakin at the end of the movie and says, "We will be watching your career with great enthusiasm
and interest."
Yes.
Interest, yeah. Watch your career.
What the fuck do you think that line means?
He was talking to Jar Jar.
My guy, if
as soon as the Jedi,
okay, Skull, entertain this idea. Hold on.
As soon as the Jedi start throwing around the whole chosen one prophecy, it officially puts the crosshairs of Sidious squarely on Anakin.
Skull, if Anakin was not found,
I wouldn't go with that angle, but I would say that just generally sensing, holy fucking shit, what the fuck is up with this kid? And also the fact that more to the point. So in essence, I don't think that Sidious was aware of the Chosen One prophecy specifically, since that seems to be a Jedi thing. But
that's what I'm
Anakin
saying.
Also did just blow up the fucking Trade Federation ship and largely saved his planet, which is for a 9-year-old kid pretty fucking impressive. So I think that might actually be the source of Sidious going that's a bit odd.
You think when Palpatine met Anakin, he pooped a little?
Okay, Skull, entertain the idea. Hold on, Sano. Skull, entertain the idea for a sec. If Anakin was not found, who do you think would have still been Palpatine's apprentice after Maul?
Dooku.
Okay, and if Anakin is not found, Dooku doesn't die at the end of Revenge of the Sith.
He's already begun manipulating Dooku, so Dooku is already in his pocket.
No, we do not have that information. The only information we
get the
have is
information
from
in the
Attack of the
next two
Clones.
movies. This is what I'm telling you. You have
But
to
you
watch
cannot,
the
you know, you
three
cannot.
movies in order to understand what happened in the
Skull,
first
you
movie.
cannot infer that he's manipulating Dooku now.
Yes, we can.
No, you can't.
We don't know that in the Phantom Menace itself. And then also pull well, that's the point of Palpatine in the whole prequels, you silly goose. Like, either we're going with one or the other. Either we're taking the future ones into account or we're not. You do have to pick a lane.
No, you guys are the ones that are making Anakin important to his plan when I never mentioned Anakin at all.
That's what I'm saying. He becomes important to Anakin's plan. He's not in the initial plan. That's my entire point.
But his plan doesn't involve Anakin at all. His plan in the first place is to get to get the Chancellor's role. Jesus Christ.
Okay, my point here. So you have already argued multiple times that his whole point is to make a galactic empire. I'm saying that that is an alteration to what his. Okay, you need to stop cutting me off. That is not his initial plan in the first movie. This is a pivot in his plan, much like the Anakin part. Hold on, I'm just about finished. Can I please fucking finish a point without somebody jumping in? So I'm really close to finishing this.
That's what you guys did to me. So fuck you.
So just in the same way that he pivoted to include Anakin into his plans, the end goal of his plan forming the Empire is also an alteration to whatever his goal was in the first movie. His plans change as the plot progresses through the first three movies. He doesn't just lock in a plan at the beginning, or actually before the first movie starts, and then stick with it the entire time.
I would say that by Attack of the Clones, his plan, he's got most of the factors in play, and he knows generally where he wants to go, and it generally follows his plan after that. Phantom Menace is a fucking wild hayride for Palpatine, but by Attack of the Clones, he's got things settled.
And even in Attack of the Clones, his original plan of killing Padme goes away, but then Padme fucking leaves, so he manipulates Jar Jar.
Holy shit. Palpatine does not give a... No, that was not his fucking plan.
Yes, that was his plan.
He took advantage of that shit, yes, but that was not his fucking plan.
I think it was, actually.
Yes, no. Palpatine hired Dooku, who hired Django, who hired... Zamzadel.
Hire Dooku.
Yes, we literally at the end of Attack of the Clones see Dooku meet up with Palpatine on fucking Coruscant.
Dooku is his apprentice.
Hire is the word I'm taking issue with.
Fair enough. Told Dooku to hire somebody to fucking kill her, because she is the one fighting against him getting emergency powers.
Strongly from Newt Gunray,
who's controlled by Sidious.
No, not at this point, no.
No, he's controlled by Dooku, which is controlled by Sidious. So...
Hello? It's still the Trade Federation. Sidious never is not controlling the Trade Federation.
Sidious has earned his contact with them because of what... Like, the fact that Naboo fucked up so fucking badly for the Trade Federation puts Palpatine on the outside looking in for that.
He is still commanding the Trade Federation. That's why Newt Gunray is on Mustafar at the end of the third movie.
Sano.
He's commanding Dooku, and Dooku's leading the CIS. That's the connection.
And who is leading Dooku? Palpatine.
Yes.
I just said that, Elta. Please pay attention.
Brother, did you listen to what I fucking said?
So you were actually arguing against yourself on this one. Palpatine is actually still in control, even if it's vicariously. He is still ultimately calling the shots of the Trade Federation.
So
we know this. We know this by the end of the third movie because Newt Gunray is on Mustafar.
I'm going to be real. Number one, this is a microscopic point in the grand scheme of things, so we could probably just move on and agree to disagree. But if we do want to discuss this, then the nature of how the power is distributed does matter when we're discussing the nature of the assassination attempt, because it sources from Newt Gunray, and if Sidious is not directly controlling Newt Gunray and his affairs, then it does matter that Newt Gunray is the source of the assassination call.
Sano, yes. Newt Gunray is part of the CIS. Dooku controls the CIS. Dooku works with Palpatine. Why is it so hard to understand that technically Palpatine is leading them still? It's not his boss immediately, it's his boss's boss now.
Palpatine is controlling both sides of the conflict.
Yes.
So that would include the Trade Federation. So,
You
so
know,
more specifically, if I want to get more
sure.
granular with this, if I want to get more
We
granular,
can get as granular as you want, but it would lead to you being like like we have so much other things to discuss that are of so much more validity and like more weight that I'd rather do that instead of getting bogged down in this.
Yeah, also we're talking about Attack of the Clones, the worst one of the fucking three.
Well,
Oh,
we
here
could
comes
do
Skull.
yes.
but I think we all agree that Attack of the Clones is fucking ass. So
Yes, we all agree. Attack of the Clones is the
prequel
worst.
trilogy was to get American audiences to accept Jar Jar into their homes.
that is
Oh.
true, and I did. I love Jar Jar Binks.
There you go. You found them.
He loves you too.
He's a stronger Sith than we've ever had before.
I want you to cut him up, Jar Jar. I want you to cut him up real good.
Jar Jar, I need you to go into the Senate and vote up that creepy guy.
By the way, I will say that, like, one of my favorite bits from the prequels is when when like the fucking what's his name, Masameda or something. Like Palpatine's like, man, we're in the middle of a fucking crisis here. We really could use some leadership. And then Masameda's like, damn, man, if only Senator Amidala were here. Jesus, man, if only the senator from Naboo could really pitch in right now. Damn, because she would do the right thing.
Yeah, they just like gaslight Jar Jar.
Yes, that I do like that.
They just fucking like.
That is
his eyes start going cross too. He just worried Jar Jar as a face.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you
Can I
mean
just
the
say
clown's
something?
dead? Oh.
Can I just say something? This is exactly what I want for my space fantasy.
We do need more. Gungans need to cross franchise barriers. I think they need to be in every. We need to see the Gungans in 40K. I'd say.
You're
And
gonna play a
Halo and-
Gungan in the next D&D game you play?
everything.
Well, we have Smut Boy in fucking 40k, so we can have everybody, I guess.
The Gungan Federation ship, I wager.
Hello there,
Warhammer
Jennifer.
40K
I think
Gungans.
the next Doom game that's coming out in the medieval setting, I saw a trailer and then the portal opens and like a bunch of Gungans and Jar Jars come flooding out. Then the
Literally
metal
headed?
music starts kicking in.
Don't think the medieval setting fits Doom, but alright.
I can't hear you right now. Hang on.
I said that I don't think
I
the
think I'm
medieval.
fine with it. It could be extremely well done because I mean when you go
It
to
could.
hell, a lot of times it's very close to a medieval setting, just with lava.
But that's hell, not. I think it takes place on Earth, considering the sky is mostly normal.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying like castles and crossbows and like dark fantasy elements being in Doom. That's very similar to what you get in Hell, generally speaking.
Oh yeah, I always get
Most
crossbows
Doom games.
in hell.
That is true. I've been to Hell. It's a pretty crazy place. But they do have plenty of crossbows.
You got Jar Jar down there? Say hi to for me.
It's actually contrary to popular belief. It actually is higher up. Actually, it's not down below.
Oh,
It's
Yeah.
literally at ground level.
They have beautiful labor camps and a nice
They
sauna.
do. It's gorgeous. Unfortunately, it's also on the surface of the sun. You see those black spots on the sun?
That's
Yeah,
racist,
those are like
by the
that's like the where the souls are crowding. You feel me?
Black souls.
I'm trying to make some shade.
Yeah, the evil. That's the souls where all the rapists go. Oh, hi, Sunly.
We had a
Jesus.
bunch of people trying to get on top of each other to create shade from the sun, but it didn't work. And not all of them were that stupid.
I will say this: Delta did
There's a
manage to
man.
create the most amount of contention throughout episode 1.
I'm sorry that I have to
Last
keep
couple of
repeating a
hours.
fucking simple ass plan.
At this point,
It's not simple. It's
Delta
super
Leo,
convoluted.
It's not
You
convoluted, brother. What's so convoluted about it?
This is why the
Okay.
prequels are great. Okay,
Uh,
this is the exact reason is why
The prequels are
amazing
literally the
films.
greatest
They're
movies
not
of all time, I'm
great.
sorry to say.
Absolutely,
But
yeah.
again,
100%.
Phantom Menace has the least problems of the three.
prequel bait.
Name one flaw in the prequels. You can't do it.
I can name you several.
Name
Attack
all
of the Clones
prequels
being the biggest one.
Name all the
in
flaws
all
in the
time.
prequels. Done.
Okay,
Machine
so
gun round.
in Revenge of the Sith, the dynamic between Anakin and Obi-Wan is basically non-existent because of Attack of the Clones. We have no idea how and why they trust each other and how much they trust each other. We just assume
We're
given a direct line of dialogue.
We can't. I mean that one's not a great.
they've been separated throughout the whole of Attack of the Clones.
Developed, that's for sure true. But like to say that we don't know how much they trust each other or that they trust each other, nah.
Like yeah, we're actually given plenty of dialogue to explain this. It's not even just one line.
The trust between the two is probably like the thing that they try to develop the most because it's the most important.
Yeah, but in
Attack of the Clones, it's fractured to hell.
In the beginning of Attack of the Clones, they are shown working together quite well, chasing after the.
They're bickering most of the time, and they're complaining about each other.
This is Skull's pet peeve.
Yeah, they take friendly jabs at each other, but
this
is the kind of thing you would have between two people who know each other.
Yeah,
I wouldn't consider the fact that
Anakin,
Obi-Wan basically
the nature of their relationship really isn't that clear because I mean you say that right, but then also like in private, Anakin's just like fucking spurging out all the time.
Exactly. Throughout the Attack of the Clones, they're separate.
He eats all my Twinkies. He never listens to me. He plays Madonna at 2 a.m.
Exactly.
George Lucas not knowing how to direct an actor 101. But the point is, throughout Attack of the Clones, they're separate, and for half of the Revenge of the Sith, they're separated as well. We barely see them together.
That is,
never lets me touch myself.
That is a huge problem.
A strong opportunity to like develop their like relationship together, especially when we like integrate like Anakin's frustration into it. We really don't actually integrate Anakin's frustration into it.
We
don't like that frustration doesn't really come to the surface very much like in the relationship.
And it makes Obi-Wan's line, "You were my brother, Anakin," like very, very weak.
No.
Yeah.
Brothers fight.
So
there
has been.
Why would we consider them brothers when we barely see them together?
There has been several years of war. Essentially, we missed the entire actual Clone Wars.
But even during the Clone Wars, if we are
during okay, let me actually get to my point before you start arguing with it. Okay.
I'm agreeing with you. Wayne.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the guy who was trying to. Okay, never mind. So during the entirety of the Clone Wars, we are given lines that would indicate that they have had a very close relationship during the Clone Wars, which has included at least 10 missions together that got extremely scary for Obi-Wan, in which case Anakin had to continuously save his life.
Question. Where is that in the prequels themselves, or is that like extended media?
I was about to say at the boss.
They've done 10 missions together specifically.
It's at the boss when Obi-Wan says, "I'm not brave enough for politics," and then they go into like some of their past missions. However, even if you take the Clone Wars show, they're still separate throughout most of it.
Well, the fucking god.
I'm only using the dialogue that is in.
Yes, I appreciate that. Yeah,
it's dialogue, but that's it. Also,
to show the bond that they have is they could hold hands on the elevator ride.
Yeah,
true.
little smooch.
You're smarter than all this.
Yeah, a little kiss on the cheek. I love you, Dad. I love you too, my boy.
Yeah, a little smoochy smooch.
Yeah.
Maybe a little.
They can pull it off.
Tickle. A little slap and tickle. You know what I'm saying?
It's still rushed and underdeveloped.
Rushed.
Yes, we barely see them together. That's the whole problem.
I would go more undercooked than rushed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My advice to you is I would stop using definitive statements and start actually padding a lot of this stuff as in my opinion.
That is not an opinion. I am not factoring my feelings into this.
Substantiating any of your claims.
I am
So
literally
saying it is
explaining
rushed-
to you that we barely see them together in the movies. What a part of that is my opinion.
Yes, but we cover it with
Well,
dialogue,
what does barely
which
mean?
establishes a very close relationship.
We only see
of,
them
like,
together
constant.
at the very start of the Attack of the Clones, and they're at odds with each other throughout the whole
Together at the
movie.
very start of Revenge of the Sith, and it's like halfway through the movie we see them, and then they come together at the end. That's like a lot of the movie, dude. I don't know. If I
Yeah,
can agree
that's
with barely
most
after
of the
all.
fucking movie. And then we only see them together for the first
What does
quarter of
most mean?
Revenge of the Sith.
This is by the way, just so we're clear. I'm not doing this to just be like a dick. It's mostly to point out that like you just making the claim. Oh yeah, well, because it's mostly or barely, therefore, it doesn't work like that. You do have to like establish the connecting like links. You feel me? You have to establish why.
But
only having
we
so
all
much
know the
cuts
fucking
them down.
movies. I would expect you guys to understand that they are separate for most of the two movies that are supposed to establish their bond.
I agree
Obi-Wan
with you.
was
I'm
Anakin's
trying to get
split
you to
personality.
establish
Yeah.
your point better.
Yeah, but this whole discussion didn't start for the Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. This literally enforces the point that all the problems start from Attack of the Clones for Anakin, Obi-Wan, and the rest of the story.
Attack of the Clones.
That is his plan. That there's no problems until Attack of the Clones.
I didn't. Okay, rephrase. There's very few problems until Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, where
Very
most
few?
of the problems
Yeah.
happen.
Was it very few or none that you said to me?
I don't care. I take issue with both.
Because I can't remember which one you.
I would say that in fact, the nature of how the Phantom Menace starts really does fuck the prequels pretty fucking hard.
Well, no, that's like blaming The Last Jedi for the way.
No, it is not.
No,
You
let
blame-
me.
you blame
It's
episode
literally
two-
like
you blame
blaming The Last
episode two
Jedi
for
because The
damaging
Force
episode
Awakens
three.
started the way it did.
Delta.
Yeah,
Delta.
it's
So what I'm saying here is that like what is you mentioned the point of the prequels, right? It's in part to establish the nature of the Empire, like how it rose. It's also to establish how Anakin falls. It's also to establish like Obi-Wan and Anakin's relationship. It also needs to establish like how the romance happens. It's got a lot to establish, and Episode 1 accomplishes finding Anakin, getting Anakin and Obi-Wan to meet each other, and establishing how Palpatine gets into power. And that is just about it on our list, which is not actually that much in terms of like where we need to get to, which leaves 2 and 3 to like basically carry the fucking story.
But 2 doesn't help it either, because 2
didn't
starts
say
with
it
them
did.
at
3 doesn't help it
literally
either.
conflicted with each other. If in the second movie, Obi-Wan and Anakin were trusting each other like brothers, and throughout the third movie, they started conflicting, Anakin's ego growing, and Obi-Wan starting to being extra harsh on him, despite not being his Padawan anymore. That's where the separation would start, and it would make Anakin's choice to side with Palpatine more like enforced.
What if we spent 3 movies establishing these things rather than 2?
Because the Phantom Menace established how the story starts. Again, you cannot blame The Force Awakens for how The Last Jedi continued it. You cannot blame the Phantom Menace how Attack of the Clones continued it.
I can blame the Force Awakens for being a shit start to a sequel trilogy, and I can blame the Phantom Menace for being a shit start to a prequel trilogy.
Well, they don't exist in a vacuum. That's the problem.
Yeah, they have to like create a trilogy out of them.
The sequels have far more legwork to do compared to the start of the story.
Oh, sure, but we're talking more about
honestly,
that.
not really. Actually, the Force Awakens has a lot of shit that needs like amending and fixing and explaining, but like there's plenty you can like expand upon the baseline for.
Whereas the Phantom Menace, you really have to kind of just like move on 10 years later and just kind of, where are they now? And that's like, we really don't connect that much back to the Phantom Menace.
Nothing of consequence was lost.
Because I fucking love the Phantom Menace. It's a great movie, like a 4 out of 10. But I fucking love it. However, it's just not a great start to a prequel trilogy. It doesn't accomplish enough to getting us to where we need to go.
So I just did a poll here in my my household with my 13 and 14-year-old kids, and they are both of unified mind that 1 is better than 2, but 3 is better than both 1 and 2.
And they
what is the criteria, though? My point relies on the first one has the least mistakes of them.
Fact. That's 2 on 1. 2 on 1.
I mean, discussion over.
No, it's not discussion over. I can literally call my friends and they can agree with me because they're my friends real fucking quick. And there you go, discussion over. That is bullshit. My criteria is based upon the problems in the fucking movies.
Is that even children can figure out that 1 is not better than 3.
Skull, 1 literally has less problems than 3.
1 literally
by a
does
long
not,
shot.
And you have literally not substantiated this claim. You continue to make it, but you have continued to.
You haven't fucking you haven't proven that 1 has problems either.
So once again,
you haven't substantiated that 1 has problems.
I would recommend you couching your statement by indicating that it is your opinion rather than stating
so it's your opinion that 3 is better than 1.
Like, try and substantiate your position.
You haven't substantiated either. Neither of you did.
I'm not making an argument. I'm still trying to get this substantiation of his argument.
This is good fun.
It really.
Why every time I have to fucking go through the discussion, none of you all fucking make your points to why there is a problem, or just outright deny the points that I made based off the movie? Why do you all have to do that? It's annoying.
Really, contested the point I made, so I think my point still is just kind of hanging out there.
I contested your point quite vehemently because that's the whole point of the fucking Phantom Menace: Palpatine becoming Chancellor.
Okay.
Just because you don't want to accept it, that's different.
Important aspects of the trilogy is we got Palpatine into power so that then he can do other shit.
Yeah,
so
step 1, getting the Chancellor position.
Your evidence for his plan being that he wanted to be Chancellor is that he ends up being Chancellor. So you're using post-hoc reasoning.
Oh my God!
When is it ever?
Why
the stated that he wants to become Chancellor?
Skull, please use your brain for this one. Why the fuck would Palpatine sacrifice his own planet to fucking? Why would he sacrifice his planet to the Federation?
I'm not insulting you. I'm not insulting you. You don't need to insult me. We can have a discussion, but you're gonna hang off of that.
I swear to God, it's like you haven't been using it though. It's pissing me off. Why would Palpatine sacrifice his planet?
You don't need to insult people. You need to calm down with that. All right.
And you need to fucking listen, because it's pissing me the fuck off.
Then just be pissed off, but you don't need to resort to insult.
Brother, how many times do I have to repeat myself that the points are really there in the fucking movie and I point them out and you just ignored them outright? It's annoying.
I'll be floating down the river.
So nobody in here can so it's a matter of you have not effectively communicated what your support is for he wanted to be Chancellor, because nobody else in this room can actually repeat what your point is.
Delta, can we look? We can go like fundamental basic baseline of agreement, right? We can agree that like his plan, whatever it may so be, was to acquire further power in the Phantom Menace. Can we agree on that?
And what would that further power be? Because I agree with you.
We can discuss that in a second, but we got to establish a base agreement. The literal baseline nature is he's trying to acquire more power. Yes.
Yes, and that power, right, what would it be?
Awesome. So, how can there are many paths to establishing his power. We can agree on that too, right? Like he has a buffet of options before him.
I would like to hear them, Because you haven't substantiated those array and buffets of fucking options. Neither of you.
So if I could establish a second option, one that would more comport with his original like means and abilities, would you agree that that might have been what he was pursuing?
My question is, what would be his end goal then? Like, what does him getting more power entail? If it's not Chancellor,
more power.
Okay, and what does that entail if not Chancellor?
Getting more control. So here's the thing, right? We as Skull has brought up, right? He's already in control of the bureaucrats through the Trade Federation. Like he has the Trade Federation by the neck, and they are the ones controlling the bureaucrats who hold, quote unquote, all of the real power. So in essence, he already controls most of the Senate as a dark influence. So what he's doing is also further establishing the outward, open, blatant power of the Trade Federation by letting them, like, literally invade a planet legally.
And how do you propose he would make that legal? Because that's literally a fucking line that he says in the movie.
By proposing legislation and it passing because the bureaucrats make it pass.
And how would he make it pass? More specifically, with the bureaucrats.
All the power in the Senate.
If Valorum is still Chancellor, he can still say no.
He can just veto it, right? But are there avenues to get around the veto?
Like how Valorum has to say in it.
Just him even having a veto in the first place, just so we're clear. But like, presuming he does, like, we're going well beyond what the prequels have actually established to like say that this can't happen.
Because you're saying there's other avenues, and you're exploring an avenue that doesn't provide any help to his like plan to get more power.
Yeah.
Because Valorum has the final say.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
We literally watch Valorum try and back Padme, and then get pulled aside by the bureaucrats who whisper in his ear, you fucking can't do that shit. And then he says, sorry, can't fucking do that shit. Can I put, like,
we don't know what they're saying in his ear.
We literally watch him not have the final say.
We do not know what the bureaucrats are telling in his ear, first of all. Second of all, yes, Valorum has the point.
Holy shit, it doesn't fucking matter what they say.
Yes, it fucking does, because the
does not fucking matter. The point is that he wants to do a piece of legislation, and he can't do it because he doesn't have the sway to do so. The bureaucrats have the sway to put the kibosh on it.
No, Palpatine literally says the bureaucrats are swaying him to make a decision. That's literally what he's whispering in Padme's ear before she makes the vote of no confidence.
Well, the Valorum, right? Referring to the bureaucrats having sway over Valorum.
Yes, so Valorum has the final say.
Yes, and who controls the bureaucrats?
Palpatine, but if Valorum is literally my guy, if Valorum supports Padme,
more power than fucking Valorum in the
no,
first
he
place.
doesn't. Oh my god.
We literally watched him do it.
Oh my fucking god, brother. If Palpatine is through the Federation, the enemies of Padme are trying to sway Valorum to go against Padme, the guy that's been supporting her since she's been in power. Do you really think they could sway him since he's been supporting her?
It doesn't fucking matter if they persuade Valorum to actually just change his fundamental principles. The answer is that he's politically irrelevant. It doesn't matter what Valorum thinks.
Then why would Palpatine want to be in power? He can just fucking hide somewhere on a villa and tell the fucking...
That's a great fucking question. Oh my god.
It's almost like he wants to be... It's almost like he wants to turn the Republic into a dictatorship.
If he already has the power, why would he want to be Chancellor? It sounds like he might not have wanted to be Chancellor from the jump.
It's obvious that he didn't. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been pushing for Queen Amidala to
You're
sign
saying
the
it's
treaty.
obvious, but there's no proof that he didn't want that.
If she signs the treaty, he has no pathway to becoming Chancellor.
Yes, he does. He can literally make. He himself can make
He's
a
not
call
a
of no
senator anymore.
confidence of a vote of no confidence into Valorum because his planet got fucking invaded.
No.
And they
The only
forced him.
reason,
What
once
do you
again,
mean?
the
No,
only reason,
you
the
cannot
only
just say
reason
no.
why. Yes, I'm about to explain it.
Just so we're-
If you want to,
Cole,
if you
I have
would,
to interrupt.
all
I
right,
have
go
to
ahead.
Oh my.
All right, you got it. Floor is yours.
Delta, his power does not derive from the fact he's a senator for Naboo. Just so we're fucking clear. He cannot be the senator and still have an immense amount of power. Just so we're fucking clear.
True.
Then what is the point of having chancellors in the Republic if they have no fucking power?
To be
To serve as
controlled.
figureheads for people to think that they have power.
In an ideal situation, yes, the chancellor would have a strong voice and veto power. However, we are not in an ideal situation in this movie because of the corruption that exists in the Senate and the bureaucratic takeover.
Which is controlled by fucking Palpatine. So he would get a...
crazy, isn't it?
That's crazy,
my
right?
point.
It's almost
Yes.
like he can get a vote of no confidence as long as he has a strong case.
So if you want to let me cook for a little bit, I can actually break down how we can definitively say that being chancellor was not part of his plan in the first place.
Go off. I would love to hear this one.
Yes. So it's obvious he had some other plan, which included the.
No, you cannot
imposition
make that
of-
claim. I'll cut you right there. What's the obvious part that he had another plan?
He's like, go off, King. It's 3 words
believe it or
in.
not-
I'll stop you right
That's
there.
literally
Believe it
what
or-
you guys did
believe
to
it or-
me, so I'm not gonna be as nice as you
Believe it or
fuckers.
not, you cut me off in the middle of me explaining it. So
You said
if you're
obviously he had
interested-
a different plan. It's not
Yes.
obvious.
And I'm about to substantiate it if you would have let me talk, like you said you were going to. So do you want the answer or do you want to talk?
Tell me directly what it was. Don't just say it was obvious, because it's
I
not.
was in the middle of doing that when you cut me off.
You cannot claim it's obvious when it's not.
I can, and I'm about to.
You cut him in, guy.
All right, so here we go. So his plan was necessarily something else from the start, because if Amidala signs the treaty, then Naboo would be under the control of the Trade Federation and no longer part of the Senate legally. That is what the treaty would legally do. So it's obvious that his plan included Naboo being part of either the Separatists or some other. He had some other purpose for Naboo, which he's obviously targeting Naboo because this is where Palpatine is. So this is some sort of plan to get Palpatine engaged in some sort of way. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to be picking Naboo. Now, things go awry when Amidala not only does not sign the treaty, but flees the planet. This is not part of his plan. So his plan does not involve Queen Amidala fleeing the planet or refusing the treaty. He sends Maul out to go to Tatooine to force Padme back to Naboo. So Padme getting to the Senate is not part of his plan. However, it is a required part of the plan in order to actually get the vote of no confidence against Valorum. You don't have the grounds for the vote of no confidence without his refusal to support Naboo. That is the grounds by which the vote of no confidence is enacted against Valorum. So there's no way to actually depose Valorum without Padme getting to Coruscant, getting into the Senate, and pleading the case for Naboo. So it could not have been part of his plan to become Chancellor because Valorum is already Chancellor, and he has no way of deposing Chancellor unless his plan goes awry. So it was the actual breakdown of his original plan that led to the ousting of Valorum, which allowed him to become Chancellor. So this was a pivot that he made mid-movie.
Have you considered that?
You literally repeated what I told you at the very start of this entire fucking discussion. Thank you.
Like, we also why does he pivot then? I suppose would be the next question.
Because she managed to escape. both Maul
In
and the
essence,
Federation.
yes, because all of a sudden the tide is now against the Trade Federation, and so his original plan might not actually pan out anymore.
You don't know. Okay.
Quite simply,
Now,
might
now,
not work out.
Hold on. So, what do you think of this plan?
Okay, lay it on me.
Amidala Padme fucking signs the treaty.
Okay, yeah, she fucking signs the treaty, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And literally, because he controls the Democrats, he can just make a vote of no confidence because
that's not how it works. But go off. So then
I don't give a fuck anymore. Then
the bureaucrats on the floor would say, "This isn't how
no, you're not gonna
works."
fucking listen to my argument. You literally just said no. I'm wasting my fucking breath. Like, no, go debate yourself. Fuck off.
Dog is literally like, what if he just didn't go along with the rules of the Senate and just like proposed a vote without the grounds to propose the vote? Then it would just not go through.
He stripped naked on the Senate floor and started flinging, do a little Borat helicopter.
Great point. What if he what if he started hurling the Senate chairs around like he does in episode 3? That would get the point across.
Listen, we said that you couldn't become chancellor, but then he had scary lightning fingers, so we thought we just let him have it.
Change our minds, which he showed us.
Jesus fucking Christ,
He
brother.
kept showing us the photos in his wallet of Jar Jar Binks, and we couldn't take it anymore.
Nah, I just muted him. I don't give a fuck. He's not even gonna listen to my fucking argument before cutting me off and saying no. Fuck off. Debate yourself.
Your argument is unfounded. There is nothing to the argument of. So, no. Let me rephrase this. Where does he get the grounds to call a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum if there is no reason for Chancellor Valorum to not support Naboo? If Naboo has I want to.
He's not gonna listen to you, mate. He's just gonna spit his fucking stupid fucking premise constantly.
I am asking you, Delta. If Naboo becomes part of the Trade Federation, what grounds does a man who is from a planet that is no longer part of the Galactic Senate? Yeah, like
the reason is pretty fucking simple.
Does he have the power to instill himself as the chancellor?
Literally, Palpatine can just literally say, I call a vote of no confidence because they invaded my planet, forced my queen to sign a treaty that basically makes my planet part of the Republic, the Federation. That
He
alone,
is no longer part of, his planet is no longer part of the Republic.
He literally oh my god, they did it by force.
He's not in the Senate anymore. Naboo does not have a seat in the Senate as soon as they signed the treaty.
Even if it's under duress?
They're not in the they are a separatist.
They're not separatists yet.
If they sign the treaty, they become separatists. That's what the treaty is.
The Federation is part of the Republic at this point. What the fuck are you on about?
I thought it was about taxes on trade routes or something.
Well, they still lose their seat because their seat would go to the Trade Republic.
And do you think a senator cannot just say, yo, what the fuck is going on? Under his watch, my planet got dissolved. They stole our planet under his watch. Do you really think that doesn't fall under a vote of no confidence? With ease? Especially that he can claim duress?
They should get the ETs and the Gungans to just mate each other.
Jesus Christ, it's not that hard a concept to fucking understand. Also, he has the bureaucrats on his side too.
Yes.
You don't fuck.
So just because the bureaucrats are on his side and are involved, it doesn't mean they get to just snap their fingers and make up the rules. They still operate within the rules of the Senate. They just control who is benefited by those rules.
No, Skull, you remember when he said, I am the Senate?
As always, Jar Jar.
Then he said, do it.
Not yet. Well, that's the thing is, Mace Windu countered very heavily with not yet.
Gollum is a kind of Senate.
Yeah, they got thrown out of a window because his point was so fucking wrong. You ever been so wrong you've been ejected from the building?
I'm pretty sure that's what happened in my Andor debate.
I thought he just.
Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't carry on. The room was full, so I wasn't able to continue moderating for you.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Actually, it's not fine.
I figured
because...
you guys were okay. You're still here. You have a few bruises, but you know, a couple of dents in your head does make wonderful ashtrays.
Let's just say I would have preferred you to the person who stepped in as moderator, but
Oh
it's
god, I
fine.
can't imagine. It's a bumpy fucking road, man. Well, listen, I'm unbiased on Andor. I have no opinion in one way or the other.
Which
so
makes
I'm
you a
literally
good
just
moderator.
Yeah, I don't care
because
if
you-
Andor sucks or not.
It also means that you actually have to like get people to properly substantiate their arguments because you're the clueless audience.
Oh, Skull, by the way, it's Noel. Noel sounds like he's from EFAB. It's
Oh,
him.
yeah, I sound like Fringy, don't I?
Yeah.
Oh, good day there, mate. I'm gonna do a Simpsons reference for.
Wait, are you saying that all Australians sound the same? Did you just do a racism?
I did, and I don't even care because I'm just happy to be a part of something.
Wow.
What is
Noel
the
sounded like Shad?
Shadiversary here, guys? I'm about to write a book. It might not be that good, and everyone in the EFAB,
You guys ever
readathon
seen
will
the
make fun of
longest
it.
sword?
Hey, Noel, tell me why nunchucks suck.
Oh, well, you see, mate, you're just sort of whacking him with a stick on a chain. Like, either you want to throw the stick at him and hit him
You gotta
with it,
go a
don't
bit
really want it
high-pitched,
coming
mate.
back on your own hand.
You gotta go a bit more high pitched.
Very dangerous.
Oh, mate, that's even worse. Like, there's a reason we banned guns here in Australia. Imagine shooting yourself in the head while you're throwing a stick around. You look like a right tard.
And then the gunchucks are on fire.
Well, no, they're not on fire. You just make them sentient. They have like they feel remorse.
You flaming fuck.
Yeah, they're apologizing as they gun down people and civvies in the street. Oh god, I wish I could stop. I was made to do this.
You just start spinning them around too fast and you start helicoptering away.
Yeah.
You gotta give
You
the
become
gunshots
an-
a Canadian accent so the.
Oh, Mary
Brave
Poppins,
Boss
y'all!
is still here. Let's visit his throne room.
I'm so tired. I'm heading off. Bye, everybody.
Catch you
Bye bye.
Take care, mate.
I'm gonna.
Papa, before you go, I did send
Oh.
you the Gandalf is a type of golem.
I watched it. I watched it. It's good. It's good.
There you go. That's the reference.
Okay. Enjoy having your vivid discussion about a space fantasy about wizards and shit.
For children.
Okay.
Punchy.
Prequels are. Yes, man. Okay, I'm going. Chill. I'm so amazing.
I
love
do
it.
enjoy them ironically.
Me too. I'm with you.
But this every time, Sano, you kept saying like by the seat of the pants. I literally was just like imagining the disco spinning, fucking disc, air disc, like while he's like laughing, like, like just fucking having the time of his life.
Find them there.
Yeah.
Follows me.
Yeah. Well, when he's fighting Yoda, he's got one of those chairs strapped to each of his foot, so he's like flying around with he's like trying his on his fucking.
Wait, a Palpatine using Force push like behind him on rollerblades to just get to scoot like he's on rocket blades.
Go up in here. I got some good shit.
Hey Vader, check out my sweet drip. Yippee!
I still don't think there's anything better than Red Pill Yoda that's come up in the last couple of days.
Lord Vader, let me hit the gritty.
Yoda that's just like trying to show Luke Skywalker on the swamp planet like clips of Andrew Tate.
Listen, cocked we were as a Jedi, new path we must forge. Master Tate we must follow.
Palpatine is very cringe. Do not go to order, you shall not.
Toxic masculinity is the way. To become the alpha male, we must.
It was super awkward when we were watching Tales of the Jedi the other day, and there's like all this dialogue from Yaddle, and like she speaks fine. It's like
Yeah,
what the hell?
she went to speech therapy, so she's just like, I am the same species as Yoda, but I talk normally with a slight rhyme occasionally or whatnot, but otherwise like completely fine, normal person. Sure, you've got a bit more of the metaphoric language later on.
Maybe it's a regional dialect thing. Maybe they're just from different parts of the planet, and one talks all weird and the other talks all proper.
Let's go. Or maybe.
I am Queen Amidala.
Or maybe.
I'm sorry for my deception.
Or
but it was
maybe
necessary
Yoda
to protect
just
myself.
maybe.
If we do not act
Autistic
quickly,
I
all
am.
will be lost forever.
Speaking riddles, I like.
We watched
I
the
beg you
Meat
to help
Canyon Star Wars Anakin doesn't understand things video earlier today. One of the biggest laughs was Anakin repeating Yoda back to him, but fixing the grammar in the sentences. Obi-Wan just like, stop correcting Master Yoda.
Pissing me off, you are.
It's fucking
Gungans will do
stupid.
their part. But if the Viceroy escapes, he will...
Your
return
cheeks I'm
to
about to
your
clap.
army, Your Highness.
I, Christian Hadison, the actor, am
And
confused.
retake the palace.
Hey, let's not go too far.
You help by hiding somewhere safe and...
You don't want to cross any lines, you know, any state lines. Don't want to do that. State lines are bad. And they'll come after you. They'll send the Ninja Turtle hit squad. Yeah.
Imagine you just go across the local council lines and the council's like, oh no, now you're in the next council oval.
I actually, ironically saw a person that was arguing that with a cop. Like, they pulled into their driveway and they were telling the cop, like, I'm not driving anymore, though. He's like, well, you ran the red light back there. He's like, but I'm parked. I'm not on the road.
Listen,
You can't
because
give me
I'm
a
not.
ticket.
Listen, you
I
didn't
got to
catch
home
me
base.
in the
It's
crime.
over.
If you're not talking to me while I'm criming, then I don't have to do any timing.
We'll take the long way.
That's right. That's the rule. I'm a sovereign citizen. I was traveling.
Huh? And now I've traveled away from the crime scene, officer. You can't get me anymore.
Your Honor, you weren't even there.
Your officer, you weren't even there. You're not with it anymore.
Your Honor, you weren't even there. My client needs to gave you.
I'm just imagining a scenario whenever
Young
Yoda
God,
fights, he
and
just
remember
picks
your
his hip
training,
while he's
Obi-Wan.
just doing all his flips. It's like, oh fuck, my hip! Ah!
Do we like the
You okay,
Yoda and
dude?
Palpatine fight, or do we not like the Yoda and Palpatine fight? What are the thoughts?
I've never
I don't think
actually
I ever
really
liked it.
I've actually never really liked Yoda fighting with a lightsaber in the prequels at all. The whole notion has always kind of bothered me.
I'd be okay with that fight if it was Mace Windu instead of Yoda.
But he already done died.
Well, yeah. Well, you kill someone else. You kill fucking Forehead. Send him out the window.
Coyote Mundi?
Yeah.
It would.
Not only that, it's sort of like,
no.
Yeah, he also should be more in that sort of support advisory role using his wisdom, which is why it's good to see him on like Kashyyyk. He's just advising the Wookiees and the troopers on what to do. He's not out there running around like killing 5 million stormtroopers, because he's more effective at making sure more of his men don't die, or more of the clones don't die, and more of the Wookiees don't die. Like going, oh, I think they're going to, like, I'm judging the intent of the enemy commander, so I think they're going to try and flank left. Let's hold that off and not get overwhelmed.
Well, imagine
that's
if
more
he,
interesting
he, like,
use.
did it.
We have company.
Yeah.
It's still a funny idea. Just to imagine him with his little staff, and he's just like, he taps on the map and is like, there, full barrage. They're amassing troops to hit the left flank, wipe them out. Well, the thing is,
Clone Trooper's like this little fucking booger hermit's coming up on me, like.
the thing is, it's been around so long, because they're still meant to be a bit of a martial order. They're not meant to be militant, mind you, but they've also probably read plenty of like Art of War sort of stuff. He's not a fool, and the commander can always sort of be like, well, doctrinally, currently that wouldn't work, and I don't think Yoda would be like, whippersnapper you are, shut the fuck up, you will.
This. Yeah, just as a come along with me for a minute. What if Yoda doesn't leave Kashyyyk immediately and instead calls Palpatine directly and has like a conversation about the philosophy of what happened, and that ends up being their ideological conflict? You don't like that? Yeah. Pick up the phone. It's Yoda mobile.
Ideology, I want to talk to you about.
You're fucking joking. I'm literally ordering a kill hit on you, and now you decided to call now?
How did you get this number?
How the fuck did you get this number, Yoda?
This was my private line.
From your mom? I got.
No, it'll.
No.
Yeah, because there's no.
I like
point,
those kinds of subversions of expectations, but I see your point that this probably wouldn't work here. I'm just thinking of like Hunter x Hunter, where like the big climax between the Ant King and the. Yeah, they just have like a conversation before shit pops off, and I'm like, that's really nice. But they're very different characters. I think you're right. I don't think you can do that with Yoda and Palpatine. Yeah.
He's playing with us. Come on, we mustn't let him get away.
You have underestimated the malice of the human heart. Yeah, what a great line. I don't know.
Yeah,
I want something better than them throwing donuts at each other. That's probably not that. Yeah, I get that. It's just a ballpark idea. What
it's
about
almost better to have the fight off
screen?
Because it's kind of eating up movie time that you could try and dedicate to something else. Because we know the outcome. Two, it's not like it's not really accomplishing much besides a supposed metaphor of your.
No, it does accomplish a lot. It gets us the Samsung sponsorship in Star Wars.
Well, the metaphor that's meant to be portrayed in the scene is Palpatine is trying to crush one of the few remaining Jedi with the literal power of the Senate by throwing the Senate seats at him and stuff like that. It's like, okay, but we've already got that in other areas. Like, that
You've
sort of
already
metaphor's
basically
covered.
won. The Jedi Order is broken, the Senate is broken.
Yeah, this is just adding more nails to a lid that's already secure.
Yeah.
So go secure some other part of the structure, your narrative structure, then.
Well, how many times does Palpatine fight? He fights Darth Vader, right? Or Darth Vader catches him off guard. He fights Mace Windu, and then he fights Yoda, right? Is there anyone else?
And he shouldn't really be fighting too much, because he is meant to be a manipulator. He's not a hyper-combatant.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because Mindu is more martially proud, has more martial prowess.
They kind of draw out.
No. Palpatine wins that fight. Yoda admits defeat to Bail Organa. He says that he has failed. Like it. Palpatine won that fight. Like there's no other interpretations. Yoda gets tossed down all the way to the Senate floor, bouncing off 2 of those chair things. Is injured, leaves without his lightsaber or his robe. He is defeated. That is clear.
Yeah, and that was his only shot. He had to put an anti-Palpatine right then and there.
Right.
Otherwise,
the search team goes down there. They look around.
Right
they find,
before
like,
guards
a
come in.
lightsaber and a diaper.
You need to take him out immediately. They failed.
But he sort of went the more like, we're going to have a bit of a talk-off, then a duel, rather than going for the sort of assassination attempt. So, which I guess is not the Jedi way, but... Because yeah, I would have, like, if you're going to need to do the confrontation, I would have done it off screen and sort of had him come in another scene, like, not looking so crash hot, like, yeah, I didn't manage to pull it off. I'm no Windu.
Isn't Palpatine a boss fight in Force Unleashed? Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes, he is.
Okay, I just want to make sure I wasn't tripping. I thought I was tripping there for a sec. They go down there to look for Yoda, and he finds like the lightsaber and the robe, and like that. Like, sir, I think he survived. He made it out. I finally finished the Eternals.
And what did it cost you?
Everything.
You know how much I sacrificed?
God damn that movie.
What did you think of Crow?
I don't even know who that is.
That's the
telling me like, you remember Crow Boy? I'm like, what the fuck?
So that's the that's the thing that Bill Skarsgård mocapped that Angelina Jolie fights in that cave. He's supposed to be like the big bad of the movie.
The deviant?
Yes.
Oh, I don't understand what he was there to serve. What confused me is
Nobody does.
He attacks Icarus, and they're like, "You're helping him." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" I don't understand what the dialogue is so confusing.
When I got to the third act in that movie, I just it just got to the point where I was like, this isn't real. Like this can't be happening. None of this is real. This is not realized.
Yeah. It's bizarre. It's so bizarre, dude. I didn't even know that was Bill Skarsgård, but now that you mention it, those lips.
It's such a waste. It's such a waste of a talent. He's actually upset that he did all the work for that, because like 90% of the work that he did is not in the movie.
Cut out, yeah. I think we should have had Alan Tudyk as one of the Eternals. Would have made the movie like maybe 1-2% better.
Sure.
He got Fantastic Four. He's in there.
Now, Viceroy, we will discuss a new treaty.
I don't know. Some of the people on the cast I really like, and it's just like you don't do anything with them. You make the guy from Train to Busan. He drops his pie, I think, and then you make him into a big baby. Like, okay, that's fine, I guess. Yeah, I don't. There's so many of the characters I'm kind of scared of the mind control guy. Like, I don't know what his deal is, but he seems to be kind of upsetting. You know what I'm getting at?
Well, I mean, I was upset by a lot of things, so it's weird to just call one thing out. But yeah, no, you're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Of course, you're right, but it's so
Ajax, what compels? Because I'm just still processing this in my head. Because I had to watch this movie 3 times. I fell asleep 3 times. Like eat once per act, I would just fucking drift away. Huh? No, I had to get into Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, so you know I have to get through Eternals to get to that movie.
Yes, sir. Missa know where they go.
I do.
Missa.
No, it's important. It's important. I had to see the memory hole.
You could have watched a YouTube clip.
I had to understand why Wanda's anger was justified.
I think Zeno Worm is actually just a masochist, and this is him flagellating his own back here, going, "Oh no, I had to watch the homework." Whips off on the back again with the cat and eye.
It feels bad knowing that I have to keep going, and that all the good movies are behind now. Like they're all in the past. And now I'm
Wait, it
getting
only
to,
gets
like,
worse from
8,
here.
4, and 5. Yeah, it's like a numbing balm. I think eventually you get used to it, you get desensitized. Yeah, well, I've never seen Eternals before, so this is the first time I've like seen it. What causes Ajax to turn? Like, what was her reason for deciding that she liked humans now? In the Eternals.
I think we're supposed to assume that like she developed compassion for the humans because she's aware that they're all gonna die if the Eternals are successful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's all the movie is trying to say.
It took 7,000 years for her to develop empathy.
Yes.
Ooh.
Well, the other
I
Eternals,
waited, like,
other
10
than
years,
Cersei, the other Eternals don't. So.
Well, that's another thing that bugs the fuck out of me is why would you make robots that have like sex drives? What's the point of that?
Oh, well, I can tell you. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, listen,
I mean,
what sort of pussy would make a robot that you cannot?
For reciprocation.
Yeah, I just want them to fuck super good.
Yes.
Oh man, and then you make one like a permanent child, but also have a sex drive, so she's just like permanently fucked.
Yeah, that's weird. And
Why do that?
That's very suspicious.
And like
Icarus.
lusting after like one of the adults.
Yeah.
Why did you write this?
That's a little one of the characters having the age of consent law in every state in their wallet level of interesting.
Yes, that's a Hollywood self-report moment right there. That's what that is.
Yeah, well, this movie.
My 1,000-year-old child robot.
They were like
is,
some pedophiles that they were like, I was about to take my life, and I saw the Eternals, and I thought I'm okay.
Listen, some Hollywood filmmakers need all 500 child actors to twerk in front of them before deciding which one to play the part in Cuties. And they will only pick the final person who do it.
We gotta scan the credits real fast. And then the end post-credit scene, I imagine this is never coming up again, but then they have like Eros, brother of Thanos, show up. He's like, what's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's coming back at all, but also like what are we doing here?
Yeah, the other thing that they introduced that they're not. Yeah, exactly. The other thing that they brought up that they're also not going to touch upon was Kit Harington's Black Knight.
Yeah, I don't know who they were setting him up for something. He's like, I got a secret to tell you, and then she gets abducted by the Celestial, who only abducts about half the team. He just says he leaves the other team. He's like, no, I'm not gonna worry about that. I'm gonna see if humanity is worth saving. Which, of course, his answer would be like, yes, they saved half the galaxy. Probably don't blow this planet up.
And then also you
leave them alone.
So then you also hear Blade's voice in the Black Knight teaser mid-credit scene. So that voice that is talking to him from off screen is supposed to be Blade. So the post-credit scenes. Yes. So the post-credit scenes actually contain like a trifecta of canceled concepts.
Yeah, great. The Eternals is 3 for 3. Strike! Get them out of here!
Like, look at all these future ideas we're setting up, none of which we are actually going to follow through with.
I'm supposed to understand that Icarus is willing to kill his entire family, like all of the Eternals, except for his super girlfriend. She's a step too far.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what the point. That's why you create the robot with the sex drive. It's because.
And then he flies into the sun.
Yes.
Why does he do that?
Was that on the nose enough for you?
No, I mean it would be great if he had giant fuck off wings. That would be just even better.
That melted.
Yeah, that melts and they get the wax is in my eye. I can't see.
Okay, Icarus, you don't need to tell us about how you're flying too close to the sun.
I was confused because I thought he was just leaving. Like, okay, I'm just gonna spend some time alone. Like, I betrayed my friends. Like, I need to figure my shit out. And then he flies off into space. And I'm like, okay, he's gonna go do his thing. He'll come back. He'll have a come to Jesus moment. And he just like kamikazes directly into the sun. I'm like, and I'm watching this and I'm like, I don't even know if that'll kill you though. I'm under the assumption that you have survived like a million earth-shattering moments, so you'd be fine. You could survive this potentially. You're like an energy machine. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, but the whole thing about wanting to get the sex drive on, even though the robots. Well, you see, when a plug meets port, you know, stuff happens.
If they're robots, why give them sentience at all? Just give them like all the same powers and just fuck the personality. Just let them. You know, you didn't even need the deviants in the first place. You could have just gone with the Eternals. They could do both jobs and just protect the people. Protect the people, make them reproduce. Why'd you fucking make weird demon monsters and release them onto your planet? What the fuck is going on here? Oh god, I like Celestials in the comics as a concept, and to see them brought in this way is not. Yeah, I'm not happy about that. I don't like any of these heroes. I'm not rooting for any of them. I just want them to go away. I want them to like never see them again. I guess the one that I like the most, and you guys can tell me if I'm crazy here, is the Bollywood guy and his like agent, his like butler. He has like a fat Alfred.
I wouldn't go as far as to say like. I mean, I don't know that I like.
I mean, I like him more than any of the other Eternals. I dislike him the least, if that's more suitable.
That's fine. So you're allowed to do that.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like he was like the only guy that like went off and had fun out of all of them.
So the good news is, out of everyone that's been confirmed for Doomsday, none of the Eternals have been. So doesn't look like they're coming back anytime soon.
I hope not. Do we know what their plan with this shit was?
I give up.
With the Eternals? What was the game plan?
R2, get us off this autopilot.
Adamantium.
No, I don't think that was their plan.
That was not the plan. That's a
No, I
retcon.
think they just decided, like, we gotta do something with it. Yeah.
Come on, R2. Let's see what this ship can do.
Do you guys get the same sense that the Celestial was like constantly shifting sizes as that scene was happening? Like it got bigger and then it got smaller and then it got bigger again?
Well, apparently, from what I've been told, he's also shifted sizes since the Eternals. Since the Eternals to Brave New World, he's like completely different size.
Is he here now, or is he bigger? Or
I think he's
I don't
smaller.
know how to go bigger.
Yeah, I think he's smaller now.
Okay, well he dried out.
That's what happens when the adamantium condenses. It sort of shrinks.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, she turned him into fuck off like what did they say in the movie? The limestone or something. She turned like his whole body into the one thing, so there wouldn't be any fucking adamantium in it, right?
We need to destroy those signal towers.
Well, no, there is. Haven't you seen the new movie?
No, I haven't seen Brave New World with Harrison Ford, who, you know, he just wants his jellies. I haven't seen that.
She did what Rick did in Rick and Morty. I discovered a new element, Morty!
It's a Marvel movie. That's the new element. It'll power an infinite and put it in the machine, and it makes everyone fucking retarded for a 25-mile radius. You can just do whatever you want. Sends out the brain wave. Yeah, no, like it feels like it's not real. I don't know if my brain is rejecting it, but it does feel like my brain's trying to get it out of my head as I try to think about it and process it.
I'm telling you, that was literally my response while I was watching the third act. Like, I was already not impressed with the movie. I was already just like, all right, this movie's
Well, it was just kind of like not interesting, like not really nothing going on here. They're trying to get the crew back together, and then
So the
like,
third act
one of
the third act is extremely interesting, but that's only because of all the absolute goofy nonsense that is happening. Like, hardly anything happens throughout most of the movie, and then everything all happens all at once in the third act, and none of it makes any sense. Like, that was my initial reaction. My instinct was like, I'm not viewing this correctly. Like, this can't be happening. This can't be what I am seeing. Yes, I must be hallucinating because there's no way this is happening to me right now.
It can't be like this. This is not right. What does the deviant want?
We
And
don't
how does
know.
he steal energy? He's a biological creature and he's sucking the flukes out of the robots. What's that? What's that all about? How do you do that? Were you made to do that? Is that something you could always do? I don't... What the fuck? The Celestial
But, I mean-
is kind of retarded, man. It's making some stupid shit that turns against it.
Can he suck the juice out of, like, anything? Like, could he suck the juice out of humans? Or is it just
Why was he
for...
fighting the Eternals? They should have sent him at the... He probably could have juiced the Celestial.
Maybe. We don't know.
I mean, why not? We don't know.
Is he stealing
We don't know
like
any of this.
is he stealing soul power, battery power?
Stop
like
asking questions. The
bioenergy?
movie doesn't care to explain them. You don't know. You just don't know anything about this character.
He sucked them off real good, and then he knows their memories, and he can use their abilities after the big suck. Which I don't know how he figured out how to do in the first place, except for he sucked out the Ajax, I guess.
And doesn't so it's been a while. I'm going to ask you a question that probably might not even make sense, but doesn't he start to suck Angelina Jolie and her like amnesia, her plot convenient amnesia is like weaponized against his suck? Is that
No,
true?
She says I remember, so she remembers.
Oh.
She's in the amnesia state, which beforehand made her super violent and attack everybody. And so, but this time he's pretending to be Fat Wong, or not Fat Wong, but Train to Busan guy. I can't remember the actor's name. And so he's like, oh, it's okay, you know, like, whatever, calming her down, you know, the sun's getting real low. And then he tells her something that triggers her, like, remember something, and then she says, I do remember, and then she just fucking, she sees him.
Yeah,
And then
she
like, I
shreds him.
guess he's dead, but she, you know, I don't know, because he's got 2 Eternals in him, and one of them was a regen Eternal, so he might be back. Who fucking, you know, you didn't set him on fire or destroy all the evidence. I don't know what's possible. Who knows?
Yeah, the
Jar Jar's
crazy thing
big
is,
act.
she just leaves him in the cave, and then like that's done. Like we're done even talking about him. She doesn't even bring it up to the other Eternals. It's just like, okay, well, let's get back to this other thing that's going on. Like,
I don't know
really?
what he wanted. All I get from him is that
he wanted to suck Angelina Jolie.
Well, who doesn't? But
He already sucked Selma Hayek. Like, I think it's clear what this guy's after.
That son of a bitch. He looks like a fat lip, and he gets to suck off all these actresses. That son of a bitch. God damn it! I hate these Marvel movies. They make me fucking seethe with anger and envy.
Oh, have we entered the writers would like to just insert their barely disguised fetish into every Marvel movie phase of writing? Or has that already been there the entire time? Because you get this in smaller budget movies all the time.
What's that?
Oh, the writer inserting their barely disguised fetish.
There doesn't seem to be anything sexual about it. If it is sexual, I mean, I guess it was written by an octopus.
Listen, you were saying that about the robots.
Well, yeah, the robots do. They love it. They love to fuck. That's the one thing I know about the robots. The Eternals will be fucking eternally. Like I said, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Also, she has the Black Eternal, Phastos. She has the brain wipe shit, and he's cool just like leaving her around his kid, who's a normal human. She's just in his house, unsupervised with his child. And she has violent spasms and is also a superpowered, like, fortress woman. It's just one of those things.
How great would it have been if she had, like, freaked out and sliced that kid to bits?
I mean, that would be nice, seeing her actually have consequences from this, like, imposed mental illness that she has.
Imposed mental illness.
Well, I mean, she has an answer. She can do a brain wipe, but she's like, I'm not going to do that. And then, no, everyone else is like, yeah, you shouldn't do that. You should remain a danger to everyone. It's really heroic for you to make this selfish choice. And not, and now your fucking husband is dead, so, you're somebody's responsibility now, that's for sure. You're going hollow, and we're just gonna let that happen. It's better to watch you die a very slow, painful death than to just, like, reset you real fast. Oh, I don't get it, dude. I don't understand. Is that the weary whatever? Is that when they have too many memories? So, like, is there? She has the same amount of memories as everyone else, but no one else gets it.
Just like racing for Orange Canyon.
You're still trying to rationalize this movie.
I'm just trying to understand why, what it's doing to me.
You're trying to rationalize the irrational. There's no rationality to this movie. The writers did a few lines of coke, and then proceeded to have a seizure on a piece of paper.
All I
Where you
know
try to
is
purge it
that
from your
Jon
memory.
Snow is hiding something, and it's not that he wants to be a giraffe, because he openly wants to be a giraffe. That he really, that's what I know about him.
Hey, he's right!
I don't know any fucking thing else. And then he watches his girlfriend get sucked into the sky.
Pod racing.
I will say the one that I'm most scared of is the Mr. Fantastic.
Hello there.
Speaking of the devil.
There you are.
Destroyed. Look.
How's it going?
It's going. How are you?
I'm good.
Are you doing okay? I haven't heard from you today.
Headache.
I was worried.
Sorry.
I mean, it's alright.
Congratulations on your election, Chancellor.
Together,
Are you
we
feeling
shall bring
okay?
peace and prosperity
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
Republic.
What will happen to me
Just
now?
kind of here.
The council have granted me permission to train you.
Yippee!
There's no
Ah,
doubt
shit.
the mysterious
Cutscene's
warrior
too
was a
loud.
Sith.
Fuck.
Always two there are. A master
Which plan?
and an apprentice.
Lego Star Wars. There, cutscene done. What did you say, hon?
I just asked what you were playing, that's it.
Do.
What'd you do yesterday, Leo?
Nothing really. Just stayed in voice chat. How about you?
I played some Call of Duty after I got off work. I talked to Hertz for a while. Talked to Sly for a while. Don't really remember. Apparently, I was sleep buying stuff last night. So I bought like 2 games last night and didn't realize I bought 2 games last night until I got up this morning. So yeah, that's where I'm at right now on that. But yeah, that's about it. Sitting here playing Lighthouse of Hope.